This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 11 here in the European Cricket Series, Croatia. 6 teams doing battle over 12 days of action. Ultimately, we will have our 3rd ever champion of the ECS, Croatia. So we are heading into day 11, and so there are 5 matches left in the qualifying stage before we have to make the cut. And ultimately, tomorrow, we'll have 3 teams to battle in a kind of mini-finals series for the right to be called champions. There's a few interesting kind of bylines here as well over the next couple of days, with Zagreb Sokol and Zagreb Assassins doing battle essentially for 1 place in the ECL representing Croatia. But let's have a look back for now at what happened yesterday on day 10. The Assassins taking care of the Warriors. It was the Warriors' last day in the series. They certainly come a long way, but not quite able to go with the Assassins. Danakula with 43 top scoring, and then the Warriors were only able to manage 42, being bowled out essentially in the last over. Danakula following up with a couple of wickets as well. And then the Assassins put on some more big runs. Similar kind of scoreline, wasn't it? 129 versus 45 in the end. Sathi Devi, what a game he had. He had 41, so top scored, and then took a hat-trick in the second half. And Magdalenic, he was pretty handy, I think, for the Warriors, battling hard. He was the acting captain yesterday. He took 2 for 14 in that game. And then the Warriors took a bit of a break, and it was Zagreb Sokol versus Ljubljana. It was a rematch of the 2021 final. Maheshwari with 46 top scored for Sokol, and it was enough to get over Ljubljana in the end, who were only able to manage 85. That's despite the efforts of Izaz Ali, 31 off 15, but really found it hard going in the first part of their innings, fell behind, could just never play catch up Ljubljana. Of course, Ljubljana, the only non-Croatian team in this series, they are from Slovenia. In fact, the Slovenian national team will be taking part in the internationals this weekend. And then the last game, Ljubljana 76, didn't look like enough, but it turned out to be enough against Zagreb Sokol, who only managed 60. So this is basically how the table looks. And the Chiefs, they've got a huge day. They play 4 games today. In fact, they play all 4. And basically, they play Ljubljana 3 times. They would have to win all 3 of those games to be a chance at the finals. The finals are just 3 teams tomorrow. The second versus third will play in a qualifier, and then the top team will play the winner of that qualifier in the decider. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at the moment. As for the Chiefs, they are going to be batting first after winning the toss. You can see that they're led by Sanjay Thomas today, and Mesut Ozturk, of course, Turkish international, is in their side. No Ali Turkmen are noticed in there. So those Chiefs, obviously not ideal when you've got 4 games, and obviously a little bit undermanned there, as you can see on your screen. Ljubljana, though, and they can certainly nail down their spot in the final series by winning this one, and they are starting favourites. Suppose you can understand that as well, with 72% listed on the win predictor. I want to say very good morning to everyone in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Nisando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and Enrico deservedly getting the day off after covering me all weekend. I can tell you the weather. This time yesterday we had a massive fog, like a post-Halloween fog hangover, but it's nothing but bright skies at the moment, as you can see on your screen. Currently 11 degrees, heading for a maximum of 18, so you couldn't ask for better weather, to be honest. Slightly boggy, slightly dewy, which it normally is at this time of the morning, but you know, I think we're set for a cracking day's cricket. Now, these 2 teams will essentially play a triple header in matches 1, 2 and 4 today. So they'll get to know each other really well. It's going to be Mirwais Shinwari to get us going. And it's Amjad Aziz on strike. Here we go with the start of day 11. And it's a little deflection down the leg side. I think it's probably off the pad first up. And it's a leg by to get us going. Yeah, so good morning to Chris Ward in there. How are you? Hello to Ivan as well, to Kai Bay, to Tonmoy. Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. So that Caleb Langford is watching as well. So yeah, good morning to everyone, and keeping company today, I suppose, with they solo. An extra bounce in. We've seen that time and time again, haven't we? It's Mohammed Burhan captaining the Chiefs, according to my sheet. I said Sanjay Thomas in the initial sheet. But yeah, I think that makes more sense. It would be Burhan. Sneaks past the outside edge. That was one big issue for the Chiefs. We'll come back to that in a second. Shinwari comes in. It's another one pass. Here's Hassan Mohammed with that hand injury that's ruled him out. So that's a big loss for them. So lifts it up in the air, and oh no! Oh well, that's Stubbsy getting in on the action, and this is something that you won't often see, where, that's nice DJ over there, pardon me, where the umpire blocks the fielder and he ends up in a bit of a bear hug. Well, this is something that we're going to have to see again. So it will be a single in the end. This one jumps a bit. We've got to go back to that replay. That'll be the end of the first over, and it is 2 without loss after 1, but let's have a look at this. Oh. Yeah, you only saw the tail end of it there, but that was something that I don't think I've seen for a long time. So 45 days until the ECCW. It's the Euros of women's cricket, and so it's going to be 5 nations competing there. We'll also get some women's cricket here over the weekend, so yeah, it's going to be awesome to see that happen. And I'll be there. Corey Rucker's listed to be on with me for that, but also hopefully we'll get a few guests from the teams filling in from time to time as well. And leg side, there's Ramanjot Singh, who does the job. He's a very good keeper. I think he's a guy who's kind of capable of pulling off the brilliant piece of work. I think he'd also be a little bit disappointed that he hasn't been as consistent as he would have liked. Oh, this one gets away from him, but they've kind of got that third in place to stop that going to the boundary. So it doesn't cost them too much, just the 2 runs. This is Azali warning in on the stumps and worked away for 1. Yeah, Kai, just echoing what I was saying, which was that the Chiefs pretty much have to win all 3 of their games against Ljubljana. Ideally, they've been all 4 today, but they can't allow Ljubljana any points. This is close-ish. Maybe just sliding down the leg side. Let's have a look on the replay from straight on. Yeah, I think that's just missing, and I mean just, not far away. For me, just sliding down the leg side. Oh, that worked. Pretty much off the stumps. Throw comes in. They're very quick. They can get an overthrow here, and they will. I think he's safely home. But, yeah, excellent piece of fielding. Let's check it out here. Saw it coming. Just gets the bat down. Yeah. So they'll get 2 runs for that. Attacking the stumps again is Azali. Just get a single here. Yeah, Lucas Stubbs, good to see you in the chat, Luca. Zagreb Sokol don't feature in the program today. They've got the day off. Maybe handy to got to rest and recuperate before finals tomorrow. This is well bowled by Izaz. It's well negotiated. Look at the run rates. You can see it hasn't been a very high scoring series at all. We're talking 7.9 at the moment across the whole series, which is pretty low. But yeah, it's been that kind of series, hasn't it? 80 80 can be enough. This is up, it's in the air, hanging for a long time, and it's going to end up going all the way. Maximo to finish the over. Aziz needed that, and he gets it. And I like this. Stays pretty still, not too fancy, just effective. And it's the end of the over. So yeah, having a look at the table, you can see why it's important that Chiefs take all the points off Ljubljana today. Because if Ljubljana will win even one of these games, then the Chiefs can only make up 4 points on them in the other 2 games. So with that 6-point gap, with Chiefs playing Ljubljana 3 times, they've got to win all 3 of them. Simple as that. It was a really good strike to finish the over, wasn't it? 15 without loss after 2. As Izaz comes back. This is good keeping. That was kind of accidental. It was an interesting one yesterday where Ramajot put one onto the stumps that did knock the bails off because it was travelling so slowly. Now, this one's leaned on for one. Yeah, hopefully Rico enjoys his day off. I know he's been looking forward to it. Cracking day for it. I was going to say with Sokol, they have the day off today, but they will play Ljubljana in the first match tomorrow, which is the final match of the qualifying stage. Well bowled and well kept as well. Ramajot's had a few issues dealing with the bounce on this pitch. And I think also the footing is a lot easier when you're keeping up and when you're keeping back with the moisture on the pitch. Back now, Q, he's decided he's going to go back. He's very far back. Interesting. Thick edge, gets past the fielder. This is test the outfield. Doesn't go that far. And Burhan quick to put up the stop sign. Yeah, Rico certainly he's put in a good shift, and we'll get to see Rico tomorrow and on Saturday and Sunday, and then he'll have a little bit of a break, but we'll be back for the last 3 weeks of the ECS season in Barcelona. Oh, this one blasts straight through the field. That's Omraj there, and it's going to be 4. So Burhan gets a boundary. Burhan's been a kind of fits and starts player in this series. This one just comes into him a touch and times it perfectly. Yeah, so with Sokol tomorrow, mentioned they'll play Ljubljana first game of the day, and then the cut is made and it'll be 2 versus 3. And unless the Chiefs can pull off something really amazing today, who's to say they can't? But it looks like it would be Ljubljana versus Zagreb Sokol in those at 2 versus 3. Although you never know, Assassins haven't necessarily locked up top spot 100% just yet. Again, that's great keeping from Ramanjot, and that'll be the end of the over, end of the power play. So it's 21 without loss after 3. Yeah, you can see he actually had to take a slight sidestep to free up his arms to take that. So that was excellent wicket keeping. 21 without loss after 3. Good question from Vinay in Bangalore, asking, Vinny, is there any term in cricket for an accidental stumping? And I don't know, I just think it would be called an accidental stumping, but my first senior stumping ever was actually off my pads down the leg side. It was flying down the leg side, and I kind of got across and it bounced off my legs onto the stumps and stumped the guy. So I guess I was happy about it, but it wasn't necessarily the tidiest bit of work ever. Yeah, I can't think of anything catchy for an accidental stumping. As Kanath gets a ball, and this is hit pretty high. Bermuda Triangle forming. Oh, and he's almost pulled this off one-handed. Izaz Ali, who shades of Wako Khan yesterday, who came up with a miracle catch. Again, he doesn't break stride, just offers the one hand, and it didn't stick. I mean, it was a one-hand effort from the batter in the first place. If you're getting that far, you probably should be getting 2 to it. And by probably, I mean definitely. It's great if it sticks, though. That's a cracking shot off the back foot, and that will be a boundary. And that really shows you the depth to the game that Mohamed Burhan has. I mean, that is perfect footwork there, back and across. A bit of Steve Waugh, late 80s about that one, wasn't there? It was a brilliant shot. Shot of the day so far. Wasn't the worst ball from Omkanath. Now it's going to go same direction. Again, he's giving that width, isn't he? And look, if he's going to bowl that line, probably needs to put a fielder there. I know we're out of the power play now, so I mean, you've got the fielders to play with. I think it's not a bad plan to bowl there, but you've got to have the field to go with it. Again, great ball striking by Burhan, who moves to 17. Kanath. He's an interesting kind of impact player, isn't he, with the bat and the ball. Ljubljana have made the final twice in Croatia, but they haven't won one yet. Opens up, same direction. They do put a fielder back there. Really got to get there in time. I mean, they should have got two there. That's really poor running if they didn't get two there. Burhan, especially when he's on a heater. Let's have a look. Maybe thought he was going to get two. Look at that. I mean, it's the worst turn I've ever seen. Needed to keep the bat in the left hand and turn and go. There's easily two there. Now he just muscles one down the field, and that is going, and it is gone. Maximo. Well, maybe Burhan knew what was coming. Maybe could see the future. Aziz got the strike. In my opinion, he probably shouldn't have been there. But he absolutely smashes this one. Never moves a muscle after hitting that. And crashes in towards the stronger together banner for 6. This is turning out to be quite an expensive over. Again, you've got one team that has to win versus one that can afford to lose. And sometimes this can kind of mess with the dynamics a little bit. With the end of the over, Omkanath with a good comeback off the last, and the score's 37 without loss. And when I say they can afford to lose, that doesn't mean Ljubljana want to lose, but they kind of know as long as they win at least one of their games today, they'll be safe and they'll knock the Chiefs out of the competition. And so yeah, it doesn't really matter if they do it this game or the next, or when they play each other a third time in the last game of the day. 37 after 4, it's above par, based on what we've seen so far. So it's going to be Palaconda. Change of pace. First one just kind of dabbed away. And they'll get a single, and that's all. Oh, how's that missed? And now he's got a chance to run out. He's too busy admonishing himself. He is in grief that he missed the ball, Ramanjot. I mean, firstly, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about with Ramanjot. It's one that he kind of assumes is going to hit the stumps, and you can understand that, but you still got to track the ball. He gives up on the ball, and he lets it beat him leg stump. He just had to move across a fraction. And then he always got hit with the ball on its return passage. This is missing the leg stump. So this is what I mean with Ramanjot. So kind of similar to me with Hashmi of Sokol as well. And I'm kind of speaking as a person that was a professional wicketkeeper here. And so it's a bit, yeah, I have high standards basically. And their brilliant things are brilliant, but they need to work on their consistency and mainly their concentration. I know it's difficult when you're playing so many matches. It's a hanging full toss, but not really timed. It should just be a single. It is. Yeah, so little things like, tracking the ball, forgetting the batter, forgetting the stumps. Doing those things all the time. I suppose at this level, sometimes, if you're taking 1 in 2 or 1 in 3 balls up to the stumps, then everyone will clap and say you're brilliant. But there's still room to improve. I think that's really important. And in a lot of keeping is actually mentally switching on, even more than the technical things sometimes. Another ball dragged out towards Shinwari. It'll just be a single. So, Chiefs, I mean, they've got a ticket in the raffle at the moment, don't they? They could get 85, 90. Ljubljana haven't necessarily been batting that well. If you look at their numbers over the last few days, they've only hit 100 twice. They're averaging 77 with the bat. Ramanjot can't grab this one cleanly, but it won't cost him anything. Palakonda, change of pace, and pretty effectively so. And he only goes for 3 in that over. And the score is 41 without loss after 5. Now, one thing we're really excited about here, of course, is that we've got the European Cricket League coming up. And I'm getting a lot of people that are sending me messages about that. They're excited about potentially coming. You've got even more teams than before. It's going to run for 4 weeks from the 26th of February. And hopefully we can have a few discussions about that as the day goes through. Of course, it's pretty important in Croatia because of the fact that this week will determine who's coming from Croatia. In the air, going, and it's going all the way. Maximo, muscled by Aziz down the ground once again. Raj comes on. Again, not the worst ball, but again, the ability to go the other way, as they'd say in baseball, and go offside rather than dragging everything, pulling everything to leg side. It's a pretty good shot. Took on the fielder and 1. Next one is going to be called a wide. Now, this ball's going to be tapped over the line for 6. Wow, could be a big moment. As Aziz took on the fielder again. And let's just have a look at the positioning. All right, I mean, it wasn't the worst effort from Muller. Just kind of burst through his fingertips, and it would have been a wicket. Instead, it brings up the 50 partnership. He's really up the ante here, hasn't he? Aziz. And I'll just trot a 1 here. Now hit straight, and it's going to be a huge hit. Maximo. 6 runs with the Chiefs. They're kind of at the last chance saloon. They're saddling up, aren't they, at the moment? Just turning out to be a very good opening partnership. And Ljubljana, okay, they've had a big workload recently. And yeah, the Chiefs coming out a bit fresher. Now goes in the same direction, hanging in the air, and that's going to go a mile as well. Maximo! Well, this is some hitting at the moment. I was going to say the Chiefs, we haven't seen them since Tuesday morning. They had Tuesday afternoon off. They had all yesterday off. So even though you'd think maybe they'd fatigue as the day goes on, certainly right now, Ljubljana looking the flatter of the two teams. Raj's over's gone for 26 now. And something tells me Aziz wants another piece of him. Burhan, I should say. He's on strike, and this is caressed away. So it's going to be a supersonic over. And I've got to say, I can't remember too many of these in this tournament at all. 30 come off that over. And would you believe it? 71 without loss after 6. There is the ECL draw. And well, one group that I'm looking forward to seeing is Group D. Group D is for Dreux. And interestingly, some of the Greek players that will play for Byron, they've also played in the French competition. So they actually know each other pretty well, because the two French teams have been drawn together there. Dreux, the defending European champions, and Paris University Club are there as well. Empire from Finland and Ljubljana are in that Group D. So that's why I brought them up. Ljubljana, there'll certainly be underdogs going in there, but what a great challenge for them. Of course, they're allowed 2 wild cards, so maybe they could, if they wanted to, search for a couple of players that could give them a shot of winning some matches against some teams in what is a pretty tough group, I've got to admit. Right, well, this game has taken a turn, hasn't it? So here's Azali, says enough's enough. He brings himself back in the 7th and gets the first ball past Aziz. And Burhan just seems to have this extra gear that he goes to sometimes. Oh, that one takes off. A wide. I think the keeper, Ramanjot, gets a hand on this. It is quite a fun pitch to watch. I don't think this is fun to bat on, but for the neutrals, I mean, just look at this. He does pretty well to get inside that. A lot of batters would have kind of backed away when they saw that, and they probably would have worn it in the melon. But that's a very well-directed bounce. I know it's going to cost him 2 runs in the end. It was wide +1. Slow ball now, and it's hit high in the air. Fielder's coming around, but he can't get there. Maximo! What a shot that is from Burhan. So they get the wide +1, which changes the strike, and it was Burhan that comes back. And yeah, slow ball. Okay, I don't mind that. He locates it pretty well, but Burhan's just on at the moment, isn't he? Remember, the Chiefs, they have to win all their games against Ljubljana for a chance at the finals tomorrow. Now it's a big swing and he's gone. Little inside edge. It went between the batter and the stumps. It took a feather along the way, so Burhan won't make his half century in the end. It was pace on. He stayed leg side of the ball. Probably wasn't the best footwork there. He could have gotten across and been in a better position to play that. He's not too happy for one reason or another, but he's going to have to go. Finally, we have a wicket here on day 11. Good innings from Burhan, though. That's what he would have hoped. He goes for 42, and the score is 79 for 1. Not a bad time for Mechat Ozturk to come to the crease as well. He's a Turkish international. We've seen him around the traps on the ECS this year. Must be wonderful to be able to go and meet new friends and forge new relationships. As a European cricketer, these are opportunities that weren't there before. ECN came along. Ozturk faces up. Push and run first up and get off the mark. But that just has the ability to stop the bleeding, doesn't it? Okay, Aziz has been pretty good as well, so you need to get him if you're Ljubljana, but they'll suddenly feel that, oh, maybe we can keep this to around about 100 or maybe a handful more than that, rather than the kind of 120s you were looking at a moment ago. It's pretty well bowled. I like his as. I think he's bringing a lot to the table. Attempted Yorker turns into a low full toss, and the best Aziz can do is a single. Yeah, what about the sunshine this morning? If you were watching this time yesterday, you would have seen it look like something out of an Alfred Hitchcock movie. It's a pretty good shot by Ozturk. Clips it off the pads. And just get one with a clean pickup. And that'll be the end of the 7th over. The Chiefs winning the toss and batting here on the 11th morning of the series. 82 for 1 after 7. ECCW, something we've been talking about a bit, and that is course, the first ever tournament that we'll have, which is exclusively for women at the Kartama Oval at the international level. We did have an ECIW earlier this year. That was a tri-series. This is the first ever ECC for women, and it'll include the hosts: Spain, as well as Italy, the Netherlands, France, and Austria. Now, a few people saying the Netherlands team might be an interesting one, with a lot of their players playing in the Southern Hemisphere on club duty, so that might bring them back to the field a little bit. And we've got a wicket to start the over. It's Palaconda who comes on. He bowled a really good first one. He challenges Ozturk, who couldn't really resist. It was above the eye line. And as you can see there, the ball's very chewy. It's very slippery at this time in the morning. Makes it even better that Palaconda was able to get this on line. Look at how that bounces, pretty much in line with the front foot. So Mechit's going to have to go. Ljubljana fighting back through the second half of this innings now. Have the Chiefs 82 for 2. This will bring Amal Jacob to the crease. So yeah, just pegging it back now, about 30 run over. I've got to say, I don't think I can remember an over that's gone for more than that during this series. And correct me if I'm wrong out there, but I think that's our first supersonic. So Jacob gets an opportunity. Palaconda, again, the power of accuracy. Yeah, pretty well directed delivery as well. It pushes for 1. Ljubljana, let's go back to their batting. Best score they've scored in the series is 109. That was against the Oliver split. They also scored 101 against the Warriors. Obviously, this is the first time they've played the Chiefs in the series. This is a low full toss. Hit away, gets through the fielder. And just when you've worked yourself back into the game, that's the kind of misfield that hurts. I mean, Waka Khan, to be fair to him, he does everything right, as in he's willing to get down and try and get his body in the way, but he just misjudges the speed of the ball and he slides straight past it. Waka had an interesting day yesterday. He dropped a sitter out on that boundary that bounced off his chest, and then he took the catch of the day, running in one-handed. So, well, maybe it's a good sign when Waka makes a mistake earlier in the day. Maybe there's some brilliance ahead. But yeah, just kind of lets the air out of the balloon. They built that up with a couple of wickets. Aziz shouldn't have been on strike. This ball should have been 1. Again, Palaconda, I don't know why he changes the angle here. He's been doing so well. May work for him, but it wasn't his fault, that boundary. Although he actually locates this perfectly just inside the tram line. So yeah, I don't mind that. 2 to come. Chiefs in the box seat in this game. Remember, these two will play each other the first 2 matches and the last match of the day. Chiefs need to win all 3 of those. Palaconda, it hasn't really mattered, the change of angle. Main thing is where he's putting the ball, and he's got it right. Slight limp there from Jacob as he hit that. Palaconda goes back around the wicket to Jacob. Yeah, Z's looking like he's a little bit bothered by an injury. And so that will be the end of the 8th over, and the Chiefs 88 for 2, all the 8s. See that supersonic over really moving things along. Can they have the big finish? Waka gets the ball. And this is miscued. He's having to backtrack a long way, but he'll take the catch. And I got to say, Krishna Kumar has been brilliant in that position during this series. He made the decision to run backwards rather than turn with the flight of the ball, but he gets two hands on it, and that is his patch, isn't it? You can see he wasn't really in position to play that, Amjad Aziz. And again, that could save you a lot of runs down the stretch. Excellent fielding. And so it will be a wicket start the ninth. 88 for 3, end of Amjad Aziz for 35. Set to nothing, gets a mat. And he gets a bit of a gift first up as Short's at the leg stump and he smashes it into the jungle. Maximo! One short ball kind of worked out and one didn't. Long story short. And yeah, that gets them kind of knocking on the door of the 100, doesn't it? This is going to sneak inside. Perfect ball, really. And again, that's well located. Yeah, he's been hit with that 1-6 in this over, hasn't he, Wakar? But apart from that, he's been pretty good. He'll only get the one over in this innings. Goes after this, but it'll fall safely. Just kind of trot through for a single. Takes us to the end of the ninth over. And the Chiefs are 96 for 3. Looking at the bowling figures, Shinwari was excellent, wasn't he? Only conceding 7 off his 2 overs. To pick up a wicket, Palakonda, for me, he was absolutely fantastic. 1 for 9. Remember, there was a misfield in there as well. Went for 4 when it should have just been a single. So a few options. Gotta say, he's 1 for 24. Did pick up a wicket. It was a bit expensive though, I think, for his liking. Now this is where it looks like they're going to go back to Omkanath. His 1 over went for 16. And first ball sneaks past the bat of Jacob. And it's quite interesting that Louisiana have been so good at restricting other teams, but yeah, hasn't really happened for them this morning. The Chiefs are on a mission, of course. They need to win to stay alive in the competition. That's a pretty good hit. Straight down, straight as you like. Maximo! 6 to Jacob. There is the 100 up now for the Chiefs. Yeah, they don't look like a team that's been on fire with the ball, but they have. And that record defence the other day. Should be a wide. Just pushes it too wide. And here, Ljubljana, they've only been conceding 63 on average. They've only conceded 100 plus once, and that was against Zagreb Sokol. That was yesterday, actually. But yeah, we remember that they were able to defend 56 against the Assassins just 2 days ago. It doesn't look like that team out there right now, does it? And again, little things making a big difference. This one's ill-directed as well. It's going to be a wide and one more to the total. And just looking at that, they conceded 104 to Zagreb Sokol in match 39. But apart from that, they'd never even conceded 80. It's quite an incredible statistic. So this is probably their worst performance so far. He goes for this and picks it up. Hits it miles over fine leg. Maximo Jacob coming to the party. The Chiefs on the charge here in match 41. Need to win this game to have any chance of making the finals, and they're playing like it. Hello to Saleh Raihan as well. Nice to have you with us. Now that Caleb's popped in again. Stay tuned, Ljubljana. This is going to really test him with the bat. I mentioned that they're only averaging 85 with the bat. They've hit 100 twice. When they had hit 100 there. Those 2 occasions, one was against the Warriors, one was against the Oliver Split. Both of those teams are no longer in the competition, no longer in the running for the finals. 110, it's a good score. Huge swing and a miss. This time from Jacob. He's played a good role here. Good to see Kevin with us as well. Morning to you, Kevin. Right. 2 to come. Can Jacob get another one out of the screws? Nope. Hit him with the pad. Probably likes the idea of coming back. I probably would think about it with no keeper there. But he's saying no. Okay. Over to you, Achari. Achari set to nothing. We'll face the last ball. We'll also do the keeping in this game. In the second half for the Chiefs. Here we go. Last ball coming up. 1-1-1 plus this. We're going to stay 1-1-1. Oh no. How has he missed that? How has he missed that? Oh, if they lose this by a run, he won't forgive himself here, Ramanjot. He gets so close that he couldn't possibly miss and then misses anyway. He took so long that I'm actually not even... He would have still been out. Yeah. Well, at least it was only one miss. Yesterday we had one where we saw 2 missed in the fog. The score will be 112 in the end. And the Chiefs, they will fancy defending that. Ljubljana, they're going to have their best innings of the series with the bat if they're going to start the day with a win. The Chiefs, they keep their finals hopes alive for now with 112 runs on the board. Let's go back and have a look at the first 10 overs of the day. Amjad Aziz and Mohamed Burhan opening up, and I've got to say Burhan, for me, that was a cracking cricket stroke. One of the best shots we've seen played in this entire series. Hungarian, he was dealing, but so was Amjad Aziz at the other end, and between them they hit 7 sixes, and that's one thing we haven't seen as many of in this series. The Chiefs finding a way to clear the boundary. That one was helped along the way by the fielder, Junaid Mullah. But they just seemed to be able to find those boundaries when they needed them after a little bit of a slowish start. Middle of the innings, it all kind of lit up for them. They had that supersonic over as well, which I think is the first of the series. Omraj went for 30. There's just kind of fight back from Ljubljana, wasn't there, when they got a couple of wickets pretty quickly. Got to say, I like Krishna Kumar's fielding there. I love his celebration as well. So, just needed something, didn't they, in the end? And Jacob provided it. He kind of turned the momentum around. This was quite an incredible miss. It would have to go down as one of the worst 10 misses I've ever seen in my 42 years on this planet. But in the end, 112 the total. $112 for 3 in the end. Burhan with 42, the leading scorer. Aziz with 35, and both of those openers scoring at a good strike rate. Amal Jacob with 14 at the end, including a couple of blows. 13 extras, which I think is less than par. Just 8 wides in the 10 overs, so it wasn't that for Ljubljana. I think they bowled a few too many boundary balls and let themselves down the field a couple of times. 113 will be the target. Like I said, their highest score in this series so far is 109, so they'll have to beat that. It was tight stuff from Shinwari, who didn't take a wicket but only conceded 7. There were wickets to Izaz Ali as well as Palakonda, who bowled really well, 1 for 9. Waka Khan bowled a good 9, 1 for 7, but that supersonic over from Omraj, could it be the difference? We'll have to find out. Join us in a few minutes for the exciting conclusion of match 41. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after a short break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Croatia. Great to have your company. First of 4 games today in day 11 action, and it is the Chiefs and Ljubljana going head to head. And so you can see they've kind of turned things on its head. The Chiefs, haven't they? I think from memory they were 28% at the start of this game. Now they're 67 with a pretty decent score of 112 off their 10 overs. That's well above par based on what we've seen. Having a look at the batters out there. Ramanjot Singh keeps his spot at the top of the order. Izaz Ali promotes himself to open. It's going to be Ozturk to get us going. There's one worked away. Gets most of the way to the boundary. Not quite all the way. It'll be a long single to get us going. This is worked away just for one. Ozturk. Of course, we've seen him playing for Istanbul KSK, the Turkish champions, and we even saw Istanbul KSK playing in the Bulgarian ECS earlier this year. So we've seen him playing in the Hungarian competition. You could see him getting around. He loves his cricket. He's a lovely guy, Mechet. Runs a market in Istanbul. I've tried some of what they produce there. It is delicious. And so we're just happy to see him out there. Chiefs, got to say, looking fantastic in their futuristic Power Rangers jerseys. I don't think you can give this out. I mean, I haven't seen it straight on. I've looked at it now, but if he's going around the wicket, if it bounces to the right of the wickets, can't be out. So look where this bounces. Miles outside. That bounces so far outside the off stump. And it's probably exactly why it's not, for me, a smart angle to bowl early. It's a defensive type angle. And so even though it was probably going to crash in the middle stump, can't be out. Good umpiring. Now he's going to be clipped away by Ramanjot, and he's going to go for 4. So Ramanjot has shown he loves bowlers bowling around the wicket. He loves it. So I just don't know why you do it. I mean, I understand that Mechet, he's comfortable bowling around the wicket, so he wants to do that. But Ramanjot, he just eats it up, doesn't he? He loves to jump across. He can use his body and his pads as a second line of defence, and he can just swing away. The only way he's going to get out is if, say, he nicks one or he skies one. But he's not going to be bowled if he's blocking the stumps. He can't be LBW unless he hits him on the full. And changing the field, but for me, the change of angle is the most obvious thing. We've seen Ramanjot sometimes bat himself into a hole and try all kinds of innovative things to get himself out of it. Again, just asking for trouble. It's glanced away, and that'll run away for 4. So again, it's not a good start from the Chiefs, you've got to say. And credits Ramanjot. Catches up with this. It's good old-fashioned, genuine leg glance. But yeah, to nip this in the bud quick. Ljubljana needing 11 over. They have it so far with the ball to go. Going to persist around the wicket though. Which it does take a wicket. I can tell you what, the whole stadium will know about it. Loves to celebrate. Which is really what cricket is all about. Same thing. This time, Ramanjot doesn't really change of pace. End of the over. They get what they need off the first. Ljubljana 11 without loss after 1. Say hello to Kevin, who's watching from England, and he said he's trying to avoid Storm Kieran. And so yeah, I hope everyone's okay in the UK, battening down the hatches. As for where we are here, 153 matches since the Golden Ball. It's been a bit of a drought again. If you remember the start of the season, we had so many close together in Malta. We had 5 in one series, but they've dried up the second half of the year. We're over the 150 mark now. Could we get a Golden Ball today? Could we get a Golden Ball in this game? Amjad Aziz to bowl the second. Hit straight and hit well. Maximo! That's a really good shot. Really good shot. As he has lifted it up and out of here. Got to say I like him at the top of the order. I know they've tried a few different things. I think when it comes down to it, he's the kind of guy you want to give him the opportunity to bat as long as he can. Potentially bat the 10. If he can do that, you know he's going to score at a good rate. But he's got this slightly wrong. Is anyone there? Nobody's there. Proper Bermuda triangle was the bowler, the cover, and the long off came in. They put the long off back. It's just one of those times that if the mid-off was up in the circle, it's a fairly easy catch. I don't mind him being back there as one of the outfielders, especially with someone like Izaz Ali. He's a pretty good straight hitter. It's just a bit of bad fortune for Aziz. Well, it does fall safely. Thanks to Ramanjot. He's going to have to deal with someone coming over the wicket at him now. He works this away uppishly. He timed that so well, almost carried to the fielder out there. It'll just be a single in the end. Good tension in this game, I think. Look, there's more on the line for the Chiefs. And partly because they actually have had 4 games washed out. Every other team has only had one match washed out. But each team had a game washed out against the Chiefs, as luck would have it. This is clipped away nicely, and this will be for... That's good batting once again from Izaz Ali. Yeah, we'll see the table in a moment. You'll see that 4 teams have been washed out against the Chiefs. So that means that I suppose they've been cost the opportunity for 2 points in those games. That also means they've been awarded points in games that maybe they wouldn't have won. So it kind of goes both ways. But basically what it means when the cookie crumbles is that the Chiefs, they have to be perfect against Ljubljana today if they have any chance of making the 3. This one's hit towards the long on, who does pretty well to make that stop to his wrong side. That'll be the end of the over. And they stay ahead of the rate, Ljubljana. And 25 without loss after 2. Kind of reminds me of the 2021 final when they had to chase 150 against Zagreb Sokol. With 144 in what was a low-scoring series. Might be 1 ball to go here, didn't realise. So it's 24 without loss with 1 to go. 50-50 game at the moment, according to the win predictor. Well, that's normally pretty exciting. Oh, that one gets big on Ramanjot. Does pretty well to negotiate it in the end. And they'll just be happy with the single. He's happy, I think, still to have avoided injury here. Let's get big on him. Yeah, deflected away. So it will be the end of the over. And at 25 without loss. If we look at the table, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. See, Assassins and Sokol, as well as Sir Oliver Split and Warriors, all washed out 1 game. All 4 of those games were involving the Chiefs. So the Chiefs with 4 washouts. Ljubljana, the only team not to be affected by weather. And so it probably all comes out in the wash, doesn't it? But yeah, the Chiefs, 4 washouts against 4 different opponents. It means that with the final 3 structure here, they can't afford to allow Ljubljana any points. I should also mention Ljubljana. They will play 1 more match tomorrow as well. So even if they were perfect, Ljubljana doesn't guarantee the Chiefs a spot. This is clipped away, and it's going to run away for 4. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! And what timing. I thought there was no chance it was going to make it all the way. Yeah, you can see. Oh, yeah. It's only 4. Yeah. So I knew my eyes weren't deceiving me in the end. So it will be 4 to start the over. It's up to 29 now. I like that Ozturk's gone over the wicket here. Even though, okay, you get clipped away. But I think if you're smart, you stay off Ramanjot's pads. This is the one that jumps up. They've got to do something about this and pretty quickly. Ozturk trying to close out his spell. Knocks him over. And it's going to be success for Mechit Ozturk. Big moment in the game is Azali to get his team off to a flying start. But he swings all around this. And in the end, you look at the shot selection here. It's a ball that crashes into off stump, nips back a little bit from outside. But Izaz, when he's at his best, he's hitting this straight. He kind of takes the low-lying fruit, or tries to. Swings all the way across it. And the stumps are displaced. So, good bite back from Mechit Ozturk. And Ljubljana lose their first. It's 30 for 1. This will bring Junaid Muller to the crease at 3. But yeah, it's all about decision making in cricket, whether you're batting, bowling or fielding, whatever you're doing. You can see Ozturk makes the decision to go over the wicket. Izaz makes the decision to try and hit this, split second decision to hit this leg side. It wasn't really there for it. It was an unnecessarily difficult shot. And he missed out. Muller faces up. And he gets knocked over as well. It's 2 and 2 for Mechit Ozturk, who's on a hat-trick. It was full, it was straight, and this game swings in a matter of a minute. Ljubljana 30 for 2. It's about as close as you can get to the perfect ball to the new batter. It was very, very well directed, and Ben Ozturk wish he had his first over back. Now it's a golden derrick for Muller. I suppose if you can't be good, be quick. He doesn't waste too much time. He'll be disappointed that he couldn't keep that one out. Again, I think it was just a bit of a tactical misstep from Ozturk in the first over. I know it only went for 11, but just felt with his control, I just think it's a better approach. Speaking of hat tricks, we've had a couple, haven't we? Kekes and Sathi Devi. And both those hat tricks actually happening this week. All right, Omkanath to face the hat trick ball from Mechit Ozturk. Oh, I think he's hit it. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's given him out. I've got to say, that seemed like a huge inside edge. Well, it'll go down as a hat trick in the book, but oh boy. Look, if he didn't hit it, he was out. That's all I'll say. But I think, yeah, the batter can't believe it. Ozturk can't believe it. And that was a bit of a conversation, but let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, I mean, the replay does never really tell you a very good idea. But I don't know. It just seemed like a look, I'm happy for Ozturk. I'm just kind of, I suppose I'm overruling my own senses. It's a mixture of what I heard and what I'm seeing from Omkanath. He's dirty about it. To be honest, I can understand why, but well done to Ozturk, who takes his first hat-trick, I believe, on ECN. Well, hat-trick's a hat-trick. Saying the classics, so Ozturk's going on there. Yeah, and he'll actually won't get a chance for a double hat-trick because that's the end of the over. It goes from 30 without loss to 30 for 3 very quickly. Well, it's cost Kroom anyway. He's gifted a membership, as he always does. Thank you, Kevin. It's very kind of you. And it's gone to Simu Sandu. Well, Simu, if you are out there, drop us a message in the chat. Eastern European Cricket Network. It's been a week for hat-tricks, hasn't it? Got to say, though. And look, the umpire just calls it when he sees it. So, I mean, I don't have an issue with the decision. If you pick it up, you pick it up. And umpire's a lot closer than I am. The other thing, probably the one thing, though, he did make his decision pretty quickly. Jacob comes on. Now, this is in the air. Well, could this be 4 in a row? It is! It's 4 in a row. 4 wickets in 4 balls across 2 overs. Jacob gets a wicket first ball. And, well, quite incredible stuff that we're seeing right now. Mohamed Burhan takes the catch. Well, the men dressed as the Power Rangers, well, they've powered up, haven't they? And this has fallen apart in 4 balls. It's gone from 30 without loss to 30 for 4. Quite incredible. Oh, that's ECN for you. And if you just maybe stop to go to the bathroom for a second or something, probably wouldn't believe your eyes when you came back. So that's Ramanchot that's gone now. So you got 2 new batters at the crease as well. Now this is in the air. Can't be 5 in a row, can it? It can be! Oh, my word. Now Jacob's on a hat-trick as well. Join the club. Oh, unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen 5 wickets in 5 balls. And there's no run-outs in there or anything. They're genuine wickets. It's 5 wickets in 5 balls, and it's gone from 30 without loss to 30 for 5. Quite insane. What are we watching here? I mean, could we have back-to-back hat-tricks? Oh, wow. Yeah. Turning over quicker than a pancake factory, really, at the moment. It's Kumar who comes and goes first ball. Another golden dart. Wow, crazy stuff. We just had hat-trick number 42 of the season. Could this be hat-trick number 43 before you know it? If you're Palaconda here, what are you doing? I mean, game situation says you kind of got to swing away. Maybe don't be that crazy, but I'd like to see him going for it. This is for 6 wickets in 6 balls. Oh, just missing. It's a shame. Jacob, I tell you what, better ball. Might have had 6 in 6 there. I can tell you this innings is grounded. All right, normal service resumed. Palaconda breaks the hoodoo. He thinks about running himself out. I'm going for a 2. It's probably there. It was a throw my grandmother would have been a bit embarrassed about from the boundary, but it'll be a single. Searching delivery from Jacob. This has been a great over. And it's not just the wickets, the scoring's dried up as well. Oh, now a bit of pace on. Keeper goes back. Clever little tactics there. So 2 for 2 off that over. It could not have gotten any better, really. This is kind of premeditated. He says, look, go back, and I want you to, saying to the keeper, go back, I'm going to throw in a bouncer. So, The score after 4 is 32 for 5. And yeah, John Gray saying what I'm thinking, saying, well, Derek's going to be pretty busy. Look at all those 5 wickets. They fell in 5 consecutive balls. I tell you what, Ozturk, he wasted that first over. I'm telling you, if he'd gone over the wicket, he might have had the same kind of success with another over in the back. At the moment, they're all over them. As Burhan is going to take up the attack here in over number 5. Little deflection. Sends the fielder the wrong way. And, oh, I like the effort. And I think he's actually kept this inside. I mean, the first thing with this bit of fielding is he started moving to his left, which is kind of a bit of a no-no until the ball's hit. I don't think there's any issues there. Ball seems to run across, and he certainly acted like it was still in the field of play, so I don't think there's any problems there. But yeah, he was fielding in that deep third position, but he was kind of following the trajectory of the ball if it wasn't hit. Then it kind of, he wrong-footed himself basically. Well, time to compose ourselves now. This is not to wait for one. Kai Bay asking what's the record for consecutive wickets in ECN. Well, I've got to say I have seen 5 wickets in a row, but the 5th was a 1+ run out, so I'm not going to count that. I'm not going to count run outs because you do often get that. There you go, Messrs Ozturk, hat-trick number 42 of the season. We almost had 43 straight away. So yeah, I think we've seen 5 in an over before from Deesh Baneka. Did a quintuple wicket maiden in Switzerland back in 2020. But I think that has to be a wicket. That's a record. It is. For 5 genuine wickets, not including run-outs. Well, this has gone very wrong. I think this is a no ball. It's going to be called. A bit of a lifeline. Now they're going to take it on. I've got to say, yeah, the throwing arms have been pretty weak from that side of the field. So why not start taking on some of these? And you know that when the ball bounces on the throw, that's a good call from the ump. It's holding up at this time of the day. Well, Luca's got a question about teams batting first versus second. Good question, actually. Luca, as the free hit's missed out, that's a bit annoying for Ljubljana. Yeah, so just looking at wins batting first, batting second, it's 26-10 at the moment. 26-10, batting first versus second. This one goes very wrong. Well blocked behind the stumps by Setunathan. But I will say, yeah, really nice bit. Well, I'll say nice bit of keeping, improvisational keeping. I'll make a bit of a comment on that wins batting first versus batting second. As we get to the end of the over, and Ljubljana, they've fallen in a bit of a heap, haven't they? 39 for 5 after 5. All 5 of those wickets coming in a row. And just quickly, I'm going to mention some of the cricket coming up. And of course, this weekend, really excited about the ECIW and the ECI Croatia. So women's and men's cricket across the weekend. And then we'll be in Malta on Monday. I'll be joined by Nish and Corey for that series. I'll be taking a little bit of an extended break. I'm due a bit of time off after the schedule over the last few weeks. So I'll take a little bit of time off in the middle of the multi-series, but we'll be watching it. Also in the middle of the multi-series, we'll have another blended ECI with women's and men's cricket. Barcelona Bash coming towards the end of the month and into December. And then finishing with the ECCW in Khartoum. And then, of course, 3-week break. We're listed to start the season 15th of January 24. This one gets a bit big on everyone. But what I will say, Luca, mentioning that stat, 26 wins batting first versus 10. I will say I think some of the teams that were struggling were choosing to bowl first. And some teams that were winning games, or stronger teams, let's say, they were choosing to bat first. So I don't think it's like a conditions thing, if I'm honest. This is hit pretty well, and it's going to get past the fielder. Didn't get off his feet there. It's a badly needed boundary. Should also mention, it's not impossible that these two could finish tied on points. So, yeah, margins probably matter as well, potentially. So, yeah, I do think partly that's what teams have been electing to. Weaker teams have been wanting to bowl first, maybe because they don't want to get rolled. stronger teams been wanting to bat first and make sure they get the whole 10 overs. So I think that's playing into it a little bit, that 26-10 stat. Bowled him, and Jacob does it again. He does have 3 now. Matches Ozturk for 3 wickets. And Ljubljana have hit the skids. 43 for 6 now. Waka Khan going for the Maximo. Rates up to 15 over required. Watch that just drift in slightly. Clips the off stump. So Waka Khan the next to go. 43 for 6. Though to Ali Turkman, who's in the chat. We're missing you here, Ali. But I bet you're happy to see Metchett on the Hall of Fame. And could we have 50 hat-tricks in the season? That's the question. Could we get 50 hat-tricks in a season for the first time? The other thing is, when we do get a golden ball, it'll be golden ball 50. So a couple of milestones on the cards. Simu has come into the chat and he said that much respect to Kroom for gifting the membership. Nah, Simu, it's great that you're here, and really it's about the community, isn't it? John Gray saying that Storm Kieran coming up with some wild weather. All right, waste no time. Here's Shinwari. And it's a big swipe at the ball. We should get 2 here. I mean, it's not impossible. It's just highly improbable, I think, at the moment to get kind of 16 and over. We did see a supersonic over in the first innings, didn't we? So someone like a Shinwari, maybe he can get going. Batting pretty low, to be honest. Oh, I wonder if there's an edge on this. It jumped on the keeper. Said to nothing. He kind of had a reflex to knock it away. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's an edge on that. He's definitely hit that. But it was still on the way up. And it reached the keeper. Couldn't hang on. Clever bowling this from Jacob. He's bowled a really good set of 2 here. He's shut the gate on Ljubljana. 6 overs down. The Slovenians are 46 for 6. And so, yeah, John saying, poor old Derek, he's going to be tired after all that walking. Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen so many Dereks in a row. It's a flock of Dereks. Yeah, not a great scorecard. Fell away after a promising start, didn't it? Kroom saying that he might have jinxed the innings. We never know. Hello to Julian Dawson. Good to see you in the chat as always. And yeah, once again, to anyone that's been affected by some of the wild weather, I hope you stay safe and hope you be careful. Oh, it's an attempted swing to the leg side from Shinwari. Gets a fair bit of bat on this. Again, I think this is part of the strategy here. Oh, it's an attempted through the legs job from the keeper. It said to nothing. They're going to get a 3. Again, tight for the highlights reel. He was in by a mile, but I suppose said to nothing wasn't watching, so he went for the glory shot. Gave away an extra run. Top ball. Aziz coming back. Yeah, 5 wickets in a row. But it's only the first part of the puzzle for the Chiefs. They can't let Ljubljana get any points today. They're playing 3 times. Hit and run. Again, you've got to take that one at this stage. But, yeah, the power of taking wickets. People that say that wickets don't matter in 10 over cricket, well, you can see they do. Obviously, they remove the stronger batters as well. Another big swing and a miss. So, yeah, Ljubljana, I think the light's being extinguished on their chances now. Quite crazy. With 30 without loss after 2.3. Another big swing and a miss. So if you're going to put it this way, in the first quarter of this innings, they scored 30 runs. Didn't lose any wickets. And in the second quarter of the innings, they lost 5 for 9. So they were 39 for 5 at the halfway point. Gets a fair piece of this, but yeah, it'll go all the way. Maximo! Nice by Shinwari. He's trying to keep things alive. At least get something going for Ljubljana. Remember, they'll play each other once again in the next game. That'll be the end of the over, 56-6. And yeah, it's a good toss to win, I think, for the Chiefs. Again, undermanned, but yeah, they're fighting hard, aren't they? They will bat first again. I think you see something similar from them, batting order-wise. Ljubljana will be on the chase again. Jost Hobic comes in for that one for Ljubljana. So yeah, Jost is a really interesting story. He started following cricket about 3 or 4 years ago and basically watched a lot of ECN and then was practicing a lot. We've communicated a bit on social media and things over the last few years. It's my first time actually meeting Jost in person. I did watch him play in the series last year, which is his first time playing in the European Cricket Series. So looking forward to that game. It'll start in around about 40 minutes' time. So, Palakonda, 5 off 10. It's come in a difficult situation, no doubt. Ravintharaj, he's had a pretty good series. Swing and a miss and attempted a little jump shot, stumping attempt. I think, yeah, batter was safely home. Well, this time he thinks he might have him. I still think Shinwari was wise to it. It was pretty close, actually. For me, I think he's just down. So it won't be out. Again, giving yourself an extra metre obviously takes more time for the ball to reach you and then for you to get back to the stumps. But when you're dealing with extra bounce, I can kind of see why Ravintharaj has his keeper in that position. That's pretty well struck. Going, and gone. Maximo! Shinwari goes large. Again, I'm still questioning why he'd be that low. Anyway, nice strike by Shinwari. He's 18 off 10. Could use more of him. Now he's going to smack another one that's going to go for 6. What a shot. Maximo! And his teammates scattering. It's also reducing the margin, which could be important to see. But yeah, we know Shinwari's a guy. He can whack the ball around. He's showing it. Like I said, when you lose 5 wickets in a row, I suppose not wasting too much time. Well, I suppose 5 wickets is almost a whole over of no runs. But, yeah, no, it just puts immense pressure on those that are left behind. Last ball over here. Oh, he likes this one. I'm going to say I like it too. And he's already walking. That's always a sign. Oh, yeah. Is he in? Probably not. Yeah, look, here's the thing. He's probably out. Yeah. I'm saying probably, though. It'll be umpire's call there. Yeah, I mean, we can't do much more than that. I mean, for me, it's been given not out. I think it's fair enough, if I'm honest. Because you need something on the ground over the back on your side of the line. But the thing is, you can't see his toe there. So, you know, it's one of those ones where I think it's inconclusive on the replay. You need something on the ground, not on the line, but on your side of the line. And I think from that, because we can't see his toe, you probably need to go with what the umpire on the field calls. And if he gave it not out, then I think it stays not out. It was good umpire, I think, in the end, even though he may have just been out. But I don't think the technology, you can conclusively say that he didn't have anything. grounded on his side of the line. Certainly, as a keeper, it was suggested he may have been on the line and not behind it, but I don't have a problem with that. Burhan gets a second over here in the ninth. All academic now, really. Palaconda will get a single. Only 5 minutes of madness in this one. 5 wickets in a row. At the end of the third, start of the fourth. It's cast a shadow over this entire innings. One of the all-time great swings from Shinwari, but there's no contact this time. And it's only the first part of the puzzle, though, for the Chiefs. They need to win again in the next game. And then they'll play the Assassins. That's kind of a bit of a free shot for them. And who knows what kind of a team the Assassins will play today. In the air, but falling safely. Let's not forget the Assassins the other day. Couldn't even chase down 57 against Ljubljana. An interesting situation here at the end. Burhan didn't want to become a meme here. He had a chance to run out, Palaconda, but have a look here at the end. He says, you know what? I don't want to risk missing, even though he could have run him out, but it wouldn't have saved a run, even if he did run him out. Well, that one takes off. It's great effort from centre nothing. You get a wide +1. It's almost hits the edge of the pitch, but centre nothing defies gravity to get up and get a glove on this. Really climbed the ladder. Look at that take off the pitch. And next thing to take off was the keeper. Goes straighter, lifts it up in the air. I don't see anyone reaching it. Wow, well that's a proper plug job. They'll get 2, but this is a genuine stuck in the mud job. He certainly can't accuse it of being a bad bounce. I'm surprised he picked it up so cleanly because there was more ball below the surface than above the surface. And now we'll have a wicket, so Burhan will finish with a scalp in the end. Shinwari goes for 27. It's been a brave effort from Mirwais, but he is the 7th wicket to fall, ended 9. Ljubljana 75 for 7. He stopped his shot there. I think he was just fooled by maybe a slight lack of pace there. Tried to adjust and turn it into a little knockdown shot, but off the leading edge, looped back to Burhan. 75 for 7 after 9. So, I mean, it looks like they're going to get something around the par. I mean, around the 80 mark is par. Probably, I think, the par's dragged down a bit by the Warriors and Sir Oliver split in the series. So, if you want to talk just kind of the top 4 teams, par's probably 85, 90. And that might be where they end up. But I just think they were a little bit off in the field, weren't they? Ljubljana wasn't quite the Ljubljana we've seen this week. Pulling off some miracle defences. So Vintaraj will finish us off here in match 41. And this is not a bad shot first up. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Oh, there you go. Once again, the umpire finds himself in the hot seat. I think that is Paul Stubbs this time. Fielder almost ran straight into him. It's probably on you as a fielder to make sure you're not kind of within 2 steps of the umpire with your initial position. Beautiful day here. 14 degrees, expecting 18. But none of the issues that we saw yesterday. I know there is some concern about tomorrow morning. Potentially we could get another storm. Bowled him. And Palaconda, the next to go. It's a 6 and out job from him. Finally gets one away. Doesn't he? Delete Palaconda. But Prakash Govindharaj has the answer. He goes straight through the gate, and it's number 8. Ljubljana, 81 for 8. Yeah, big storm expected to hit tomorrow around 6 a.m. But hopefully it'll clear by the time we get started. You see the ground's been covered really well. It actually takes the water pretty well. Okay, yeah, it's still a bit spongy underfoot, but The players are kind of adjusting to it at this point. This is Hassan Ahmed to come out at number 10. Ljubljana so close yet so far. Up in the 80s. Four balls to come in this one. Thick edge. An awkward one for the fielder. He does well to keep it to 1. Hassan Ahmed off the mark. Yeah, Chiefs. 1 out of 1, but they need to go 3 for 3 today against Ljubljana. Also got a game against the Assassins. In the air, over backward point. It will get there in the end. Matlow with the boundary first up. He'll take it. Not a bad shot. Stays leg side of the ball. Just kind of opens the hands, opens the face slightly. That's a sign the outfield's running a bit quicker today. A bit more sunshine. Okay, you got the dew factor in the morning here. It's pretty consistent. About 86 now for Ljubljana. Oh, hanging top edge. This is catchable. They won't catch it in the end. And, seem to have that under control, but just kind of lost it at the last moment. There's Nimrod George down there, a long way from where we are. Anyway, so far so good. The Chiefs, they're going to get the win here. Here's the last ball. And it's missed stumping. They'll get a bye. Again, another one. Even though it's last ball, it doesn't matter too much. It's one that I think keepers can watch to try and cut off that angle. That'll be the end of the game, though. It's the Chiefs 112 getting the win over Ljubljana 88. The margin of victory is 24 runs. Coming up in exactly half an hour, the first ball of the next game. And the same teams, the same order of innings as well, with the Chiefs winning the toss and batting. Can they do it again and close in on Ljubljana? He had a bit of an off game, you'd have to say. Firstly, allowing more runs than we've ever seen them concede in 10 overs in this series. And then, despite a solid start, there was chaos. 5 wickets in 5 pelotas, just derailing things, and they could never quite get it back. But before that, it was Izaz Ali dealing along with Ramanjot Singh. They'd smacked 30 runs in 2.5 overs. Looking pretty good, but then when the wheels came off, the roof came off, the walls came off, there was really nothing left as Izaz went. And then very next ball, it was 2 and 2. Muller getting castled, and then a bit of a moment of controversy here. The hat-trick ball seemed like an edge to me, but well, Ozturk will say, well, that's out in the book. And gets plenty of congratulations from his teammates. And then if you thought it couldn't get worse, if you're a Ljubljana fan, well then watch out. It did, because it was 4 and then 5 in a row as Jacob came out and he was on his own personal hat-trick. 5 wickets in 5 consecutive deliveries. And from there, it was just pretty much impossible to get back. Even though they tried, I mean, a light Shinwari at the end, he swung the bat. He was kind of left holding the baby a little bit, wasn't he? As it was out of control. And yeah, the Chiefs, they've got a big task today to win all their games against Ljubljana, to stay alive in the series. They've also got a game against the Assassins, so they have 4 matches to play. But so far, so good for the Chiefs, who kind of set it up with the bat, didn't they? 112 they put on, but then they found the answers to keep Ljubljana to 88 for 8. And I should say, Ljubljana haven't necessarily been putting on big runs in this series. Looking at the scorecard, 27 Shinwari, batting way too low, I think. Batting at 8, 27 off 16 for him. Palakonda with 12. But it was the openers that made a promising start. 16 for Ramanjot and 13 for Izaz, but they got out, and then it sparked a dramatic and very fast collapse. 3 for 16, Ozturk, including a hat-trick. Jacob was on a hat-trick of his own, but finished 3 for 9 with even better figures. And at the end, Burhan and Govindharaj chipping in with a wicket apiece. So we'll take a break, and we'll be back in around about 25 minutes. Take you into the second game of the day. It's a rematch. Also the same order of innings. Can history repeat for the Chiefs, or can Ljubljana strike back and knock the Chiefs out of the competition? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. We'll be back with more Day 11 action in Croatia right after this. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello, welcome back to Croatia. This is day 11 of the European Cricket Series here, and over the last week and a half, we've seen 8 teams put through their paces in kind of fast-paced but grueling 10-over format. And now we're coming to the end of the tournament with finals day tomorrow. This is Ljubljana versus Zagreb Chiefs. We just saw the Chiefs get the upper hand in match 41, but it's another must-win for them against the same opponents in match number 42. The Chiefs winning the toss and batting. And so, yeah, again, I've listed Sanjay Thomas as the captain, but I'm pretty sure that the captain is going to be Mohamed Burhan, 55-45 on the win predictor. So, yeah, not as one-sided as before. And, well, who's to say what's going to happen? It's going to be very unpredictable. And great to have your company back here on ECN. Second of 4 games today. The Chiefs, they feature in all 4. Anyway, let's get going. It's going to be Shinwari to try and do a holding job. Aziz and Burhan to open up again. Yeah, they played very well first up, didn't they? 112-88. Thing is, Ljubljana, they conceded way more than we've seen them conceding over this series. Aziz, getting good touch this morning. 35 off 21 on the board. Just waiting for the clock to tick over. Everyone very organised and ready to go. Umpire says play. Let's rock and roll. Chiefs, again, do or die for them against the Slovenians. Aziz works the first one away. And we'll get 2 to get us going. Opens his shoulders here, doesn't get enough of it to get it down to Waka Khan. Interestingly, you got the 2 outfielders available in the power play. They're both straight down the ground. So you got the long on, long off at the moment. Great to see Helix in the chat for the first time today. Hopefully you're well. And so this next one is going to get to the boundary. It's a thick edge from Burhan, but he's off to the races. And you can see there, by the time he went with the foot, there's Dinesh Matla. Got across the line. Interesting in for Ljubljana for this one. Oh, certainly had Jostovic in the lineup. But he's not missing on my sheet right now. One's going down leg side, and will be stopped down there. It's pretty well done. Big swing and a miss. So it takes the end of the first over. It's 8 without loss after 45 days until the first ever Euros of Women's Cricket. Really looking forward to this one. And it's going to be the first time we've ever had so many women's teams together at once on ECN. I think it's very, very exciting. Here's Azali to bowl the second over. Helix saying it's Friday for him, so congratulations to you, Helix. Helix, I should say. Yeah, Rico will be lurking a little bit today. Maybe it's a nice day for him to get out and enjoy the city a little bit. Now, first up, we'll get a dot. Can the Chiefs get away like they did before? This one just dabbed away. I'll get a single. So the Chiefs were 6 points behind Ljubljana at the start of the day, but they do play 4 matches. Actually complete their 15 matches before Ljubljana, who'll go to bed tonight with 14 and 1 match remaining. Oh, that's dinged him. Got to check out this ball from Izzaz Ali. Certainly seemed to have some extra pace on it. Oh, yeah. That's why you wear a helmet. Bang. Slid at him. He's going to check if he's all right here. And that makes sense. Had a bit of extra on it. Yeah, that was a vicious delivery. And I think Ramanjot, yeah, he's pretty handy up to the stumps. We talked about that. I think the footing's a bit better. This is up in the air. Should be a fairly simple catch, and it's dropped. And that's Omkanath. Well, he's not having the greatest morning, you'd have to say. He was the third leg of the hat trick of a ball that almost broke his bat. And now he's put down a sitter in what's quite an important game.
Easy, Omkar, easy boy.
Now we'll have a dot to finish the over. It's not happening on the scoreboard, but a fair bit happening out there anyway. As we get to the end of 2, it's 10 without loss. You can see they're gaining, aren't they, the Chiefs? If they could win this one, it'll be 18-16. But you can see if Ljubljana were to get the points here, then they go 20-14 up, and then I just don't think you'll see the Chiefs closing that gap. Let's see. Shinwari returning here. He gets pulled away, dragged from outside the off stump. And that's a proper plug job. And it's not going to go for 4. It's quite incredible because obviously it's quite a soft surface. This one almost goes backwards, and he's actually quite clever that he doesn't touch it and take it with him over the boundary. And great camera work from Spring Productions there just to confirm he's never touching the boundary or the rope and the ball at the same time. Now this is hit kind of inside out from Aziz, and he's getting at 6. He'll double his score with Maximo Januari. Not the worst ball. And Chiefs just found a way to break out, didn't they, in that first game of the day. Oh, very impressive. It was kind of a quietish start. Actually hit a 6 off the last ball a second to get him going. Up to that time, they were only 9 off the first 11 balls, so it's pretty similar starting away. Now it goes again, and this is going to fly for 6 more. Maximo It's very, very similar to what we saw earlier on. Chases this one, was around the tram line. Alex has an excellent question. And is the other end of the pitch as unpredictable as this end? Short answer is I don't know, but I'd imagine so. I don't see how it would act that differently. It's been a great advertisement for helmets, hasn't it? It seems crazy to me that it's only around, 45 years now helmets have been a part of cricket. Considering the ball that you use can be very, very dangerous. So they're mandatory now on ECN to wear a helmet while batting. I'd like to see it in ICC for all bowling, not just with what's classified as slow bowling, because slow bowlers, they can still bowl balls that travel at a pretty significant speed, and when that ball hits you in the face or the head, it's not a good outcome. So it keeps a little bit low. It'll be the end of the power play. So the Chiefs, they're 24 with that loss after 3. And if you want to go back to the previous game when they batted first, they were 21 with that loss after 3. A couple of big overs that dragged them up and over the 100. 8, 2 and 14 so far in the power play. Yeah, if you are around, why don't you drop us a message in the chat? ECN European Cricket Network. Always great to get the interaction. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, on day 11. Rico will be back for finals day tomorrow. Then, of course, our 2 days of internationals. And the Slovenian side, I should say, is pretty much almost exclusively from this Ljubljana playing group. I think there has been one addition today. That's from outside this squad, with Rashid Mohammed Kell being added. But of course, they're the Croatian players. You would have seen all of them during this series. Yeah, this is the kind of ball I think, as a keeper, you're always looking to, you're always looking to improve. And this is one area that I think Brahmanjot Singh, he needs to do a bit better. See how he's just a little bit slow to move. The ball gets past him. He can't get beaten to his left there. It's just, he's a very good keeper. There's certainly little aspects he can tighten up. The other thing is, balls have kept low. It's been awkward. He's kind of expecting everything to jump up. So, I mean, you've got to hand it to him for keeping up to the stumps in the first place. And I think it's pretty courageous and pretty skillful to do what he's doing. But I suppose I'm funny with this because this was kind of my specialty, so I'm probably projecting a little bit. Now he's going to go back after that one. I actually think he was probably more likely to stop that up to the stumps than back, because it would have bounced the second time. Anyway. This is lifted up towards Waka. Oh, I thought we might see the one-hander attempted. In the end, it was 0 hands that were offered to the ball. And get through for a long single. Helix is asking, is it a hand warmer's day? On the contrary, Helix, today it is actually really pleasant in this direct sunlight. It's 15 degrees, but I'm going short sleeves at the moment. Oh, it should be gone. It is. Just rushed him into the pull shot there. Burhan is a big fish and he's gone. Omkanath finally had something go his way here on day 11. Grabbed him for room. Was just on Burhan a little bit quicker than he expected, and that is a big moment in this game. Because we know how devastating Burhan can be. Often, like an old car, it'll take a little while to get warmed up. But he has to go park it, doesn't he? He's gone for just the 6 off 9 with one boundary, 26 for 1 to bring Echet Ozturk to the crease. A little bit earlier, we saw him and wasn't quite his most successful effort with the bat, Mechet. He scored 2 off 3. Having said that, he did take a hat trick. Still think in my head it might be the asterisk hat trick, but you know what's funny is Kresimir Kekes took a hat trick and then looked like he was robbed of 4 in 4. And this one kind of goes the other way. The LBW decision went Ozturk's way. Aziz becomes even more important now. I think now he's lost his opening partner. That's good hands up to the stumps from Ramanjot. He's certainly not afraid of the pace up there. And I like it. It's a different philosophy as we get to the end of the fourth over. It's 27 for 1. Yeah, it's a different philosophy to keep up to the stumps. I mean, he's, I suppose, unbothered if the occasional one gets past him because he feels like he can offer something different up there. He can try and keep the batter in the crease. Maybe get a few more LBWs by doing so. Of course, you get always the chance for stumping. So, yeah, he likes the trade-off. I'm going to take my hat off to Ramanjot. Not the only keeper that's wanted to keep up a lot in this series, but he's done it very well. Okay, so Omkanath with a brilliant over there. 1 for 2 off that over. Waka Khan comes on. Just got 1 over last time, bowled the 9th. It's got to make sense that he comes on a bit earlier and has a chance to bowl 2. Nice to see Steve McVeigh in the chat, watching from Portugal, no doubt. Hopefully you're well. A little bit of cloud cover at the moment. Some relief from the sunshine. But yeah, very pleasant day for November. We're just hoping that the weather holds. We are expecting a bit of a storm early tomorrow, kind of before plays are scheduled to begin. Hopefully that's overnight, doesn't affect the proceedings. Full and missed out by Aziz. Small bowl by Waka Khan. You've got to say, these players have been put through the ringer, haven't they? Especially a team like Ljubljana. We didn't even see them till Saturday. So they've had to play all of their 15 games within, you know, kind of a 6-7 day window. This one swings a little bit wide. Nice hand by Ramanjot Singh. Gavin Clark is watching from a wet Swansea. So hello to all our Welsh viewers. Gavin, nice to see you in the chat. Maybe let us know how you found ECN. Oh yeah, well bowled, also good keeping. Ramanjot holds it a long time. But the foot stayed down. He's got awareness from the batter. You see, look, he's not moving until he knows that that ball's out of the gloves of Ramanjot. I often see keepers waiting for just a little lift of the foot as the batter repositions himself, which is completely legal. It's on the batter to be aware of that. I mean, a lot of people talking about the Bairstow stumping by Carey, but also, you know, showed that Bairstow, and not just Bairstow, plenty of other keepers, they'll do this, hold the ball, wait for the batter to lift their foot. As a batter, it's really on you to make sure that you don't give them that opportunity. It's just basic awareness. Rob Lever watching from Romania. Of course, yeah, Ozturk played in Romanian series as well for Bucharest Salmi. Yeah, well bowled. Simple as you like. I think some of the bowlers have let themselves down with their control in this series, no doubt about that. But Waka's bowled a good over here, full and straight. It's as simple as that. You don't need to have a lot of tricks if you've got accuracy. Yeah, but Rob, we were talking about Mechard earlier. Took a hat trick in the last game. Just loves this cricket, loves getting around. He has a business that he can travel away from, and it still runs for him. And what a great opportunity for him to go play some organised cricket all around the traps. I suppose something in Australia, we can't really do that because of the isolation. So growing up, I don't really have any experience of doing that, except for some representative games. As we get to the end of the 5th over in this one, Waka with a good one there. Just 4 come off it. And the score is 31 for 1 after 5. Well, I have heard, I haven't seen it 100% confirmed, but I have heard that Group F will have a team from the Isle of Man in there. So once that is all confirmed and redone, we'll see Isle of Man, I think, in Group F at the bottom, along with the Estonian club, the Guernsey club, Donnerstadt of Austria, and the Spanish representatives. But stay tuned. There'll be some breaking ECL news, and that would mean that we'll have our 35 clubs No more TBCs on there. So yeah, we saw Isle of Man competing as a national team in the ECC recently. Wonder if we'll see big Chris Langford, the left-handed Andrew Ryan. Palaconda, he bowled well before. Oh, this one a bit shorter than he wanted, but he gets away with it, and he almost gets the wicket of Aziz, but just climbs over the bails. Aziz, just a shade overrun a ball. Now he wants to go quicker and he will. Lifts it up and out of here. Maximo! Palaconda can't fool Aziz twice with the short of a length delivery. And Aziz has been a bit quiet compared to earlier, despite being there through the first half of the innings. Lifts this one up nicely. Over the rope, 6 runs. Chiefs needed that. You get looped down and they haven't been batting particularly well. So, I mean, even just drag yourself kind of 80, 85. Make yourself competitive. Remember the Chiefs, they have to win this game to stay in the running for finals qualification. Wide down leg side. So Gavin, watching from Wales, saying he loves this format of cricket, an absolute breath of fresh air. Well, that's very nice of you to say, Gavin. And obviously it's cricket done a bit differently here on ECN, but we love what we do. And yeah, don't know what the final count will be this year, but it might be something like 1,600 matches. All right, in the air. Can anyone get there? Oh, proper Bermuda Triangle job. They don't get much more equilateral than that. You had the bowler coming back. You had 2 outfielders coming in, but it was always plopping in the middle, wasn't it? In the end, Palaconda probably happy he's not hit by the twin trucks. Ran the wrong way around down a 2-lane highway. But he survives. Again, just a single, so not too much damage on the scoreboard. Palaconda over the wicket. He's shown he can bowl both sides of the wicket. Oh, keeper a little bit. For one time, that's the one time you'd imagine that the keeper would be up. He's up to everyone else. And Ramanjot, he was poorly positioned there. Would have had a stumping. Can't work out why he's standing there. Well, there's Yost. Now, I wonder if Yost will get an over. Yost is a guy who started following cricket 3 or 4 years ago. We saw him bowling a couple of overs last year for Ljubljana. Handled that one well. That's Tobic. Hit down the ground with some power. Maximo! Aziz finds his mojo in the 6 with a couple of big bombs, and at the end of 6 overs, it's 46 for 1. Well picked up, just played the line. Not an easy shot, but I think he hits it because he doesn't try too hard to hit across it. He hits straight, hits true. And so 6 overs down, 46 for 1. So they're kind of, what's that, 77 pace at the moment. And the extras have been a lot better. I think that's improved as the series has gone on, which you would expect. 3 wides in 6 overs. I won't speak too soon though. Is Azali to come back and see what he can do in the 7th over. Steve saying it's a bit rainy and windy in the Algarve. Like I say, I'm expecting a bit of rain here tomorrow morning, but hopefully it clears before play. 7th overtime. Tries to get something out of the pitch, Izaz. He only went for 2 in his first over. 2 singles in the second, but resisted the temptation to bring himself back straight away. Oh, what a shot. And, well, unfortunately, this has worn that. Well, it gives a little rub as well. Well, who knows where this would have ended up, but I know where it did actually end up. He gives it a rub, and then Ozturk, he actually gives it a rub himself. Next one's worked away for a single. But yeah, it was a nice little moment from Ozturk, who came down, just made sure that he's all right. I mean, at least he turned his body 90 degrees, because if he didn't, and he hit him front on, I'd hate to think what might happen. As this one is laced. Oh, Ozturk might have been cost a boundary before, but it was certainly going all the way this time. Yeah, it's Veljko Popovic who was struck. But anyway, he's giving us the thumbs up. He's fine. To be honest, he couldn't have really done much more than turn his body. He didn't have any time to move sideways. Slow ball. Slides in, goes down the leg side. Again, that extra bounce, but Aziz negotiates it and throws interceptors. That'll be the end of the 7th over, 54 for 1. You can see where we've been on the ECS tour this year. Starting in Malta, so it'll be nice to be back there. A little bit of bookends about that. Malta was the golden ball capital of Europe this year, with 5 of them in the series, which was in January and through February. It was before the ECL. We've also had some night series in there. We've had some international cricket, both men's and women's, on the network. Malta, our next stop before we go to Spain for a 3-week series. But yeah, just looking at that, I think we saw a match in quite a few of those series. In Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary come to mind. Kanath, not a good first over. First one gets past the outside edge for a dot. Oh, another big swing and a miss. Yeah, so this was me about the keeping of Ramanjot. I'm not saying a bit obsessed with him, but I find it interesting. For example, the slow bowl, he was actually back too far. So if you're up to the fast bowlers, don't understand why he wouldn't be up to the spinners. Maybe hoping for a little edge. Maybe the one for the over. Yeah, I think if he's standing up, he's probably getting a bit of his helmet. So that'll be the one bouncer for the over. It won't be a wide. Aziz is key here, isn't he? Ozturk hasn't really clicked yet. I'd say maybe working out who to send in next. Probably Amal Jacob for me. Big swing and a miss again from Aziz. It just hasn't been his innings timing-wise, but he's still there. There's Steve McVeigh saying it's an interesting track, interesting pitch. Yeah, it is. It's different. Yeah, standing outside his crease, so yeah, not really caring as he's saying, look, I'm not going to miss it. I'm going to stand here anyway. And he doesn't miss it, he hits it straight, but he hits it straight to Waka, and he'll take the catch. 2 hands this time, and so Aziz's innings comes to an end. And yeah, he faces pretty much 5 overs for 35, so he stuck around, but didn't really do the kind of damage that we've seen him do in the past. So yeah, he'll go for 35 off 29. There were 4 Maximos in there, not a single 4. And I liked the thinking from Aziz at least. He tried to break up the length, make something drivable, and he did. He just didn't get out in the middle of the bat. So he's going to have to go. And it's 54 for 2. And as I predicted, it is Amal Jacob coming in. And he was actually really good in the first game in this kind of a situation. He was able to whack 2 sixes at the end. He scored 14 not out. Now, it's going to get push and run. And so 55 for 2 after 8. 2 to come, and let's see what they can get to here. Can they have a big over, maybe get that 80 on the board? And so Knight starts with a single. This is hit out just a single, so yeah, it's not really happening at the moment, is it? Need a boundary. Gives it the good old college try, but barely gets it out of the infield here. So it'll just be a single. Jacob trying to bring back the magic of earlier. Oh, and there's a chance, I think. Not that it hurts you this much at this stage. It goes down to the dot ball. Maybe got a bit snatchy there, but probably had to rush. I think with Oztech 9 off 11, don't really mind. Yeah, it's going to be a dot ball. That's a proper shot this time from Ozturk. Well, that's why he's a guy you probably don't want to miss, because he is capable of that kind of shot. We've seen him striking some huge sixes at the Cardamom Oval before. This is out of the screws. Maximo to finish the 9th. And the score 64 for 2 after 9. Looking at the figures, Omkanath, what about that? 2 for 3, his figures, incredible work. Here's Azali, kept things quiet, so did Wakar. Last over coming up. All right, 10th overtime. Chases a wide one, but he more than gets away with it. Jacob goes Maximo. 12 runs in 2 balls. This game swings again, although you still feel the Chiefs are a bit behind, but that's a great way to start the over. Can they get that 80? I think that 80 is competitive, you know. He swivels on this. They want to run hard here. Now they should go, and they do. And a fumble. And again, you know, it's the longest throw with a heavy ball and a heavy outfield as well. So I think, yeah, it makes sense to take these on. $72. Yeah, I'll just give you the numbers if you like as well, because we talked about Ljubljana batting, not really setting the world on fire. He's hit straight again. You want to run hard here. Again, I'd like to see him taking that on. Okay, Ozturk's hit a 6 as well, but Jacob's hit a 6 off this bowler. So I think maybe it's worth it. And you probably get away with it the way things are going. Oh, it goes straight through him. Okay, Jacob's itchy to get back there, but he won't, at least for another ball. Yeah, Ljubljana, they're averaging 85 with the bat. You can see they've had plenty of scores that are kind of below 80. wide again. Yeah, I suppose Ozturkey's a guy, you're not going to really sacrifice in this situation. But I think Jacob's frustrated that he feels like he's got Muller's measure, but he's watching from 22 yards away at the moment. 2 to come then, 74. Gets a piece of it. Says, well now, well, I suppose you take every run at this stage. Fumble turns a 1 into a 2. So it's a fighting kind of 76. Remember, the Chiefs, they'll have to defend this, otherwise they're out of the running for finals day tomorrow. Today will be their last day if they don't win this game, Chiefs. Well, bold. I think that sneaks in. Yeah, so Ozturk gives himself room. Probably wasn't the odds. And so they're going to say Philadelphia 76ers. 76 for 2 off the 10 overs. Again, with only the 2 wickets lost, I suppose it wasn't a matter of they weren't playing enough shots. I just think they weren't connecting with enough. So you've got to hand it to Ljubljana. A lot better of a holding job. As we'll have a look at the highlights of this one. It was a funny kind of innings. Had its own charm about it, but we saw 8 boundaries and 2 wickets, and then 50 balls where none of those things happened. Shinwari, a bit more expensive than usual. It's a funny innings from Aziz, really. Was able to whack 4 sixes, but he struggled. There were a lot of dot balls in there. Omkanath had a much better game. He'll be hoping he can turn things around, maybe with the bat as well. There were 2 boundaries in the innings, 6 sixes. So 6 sixes, 2 fours in there. And yeah, that was a nice catch by Waka Khan to get Aziz for 35. So even though he didn't do a lot of damage, he was still there. It was an important wicket to get. Ozturk and Jacob were able to get a 6 apiece. But Ozturk, yeah, he was just struggling to get that fluency. I think he's struggling to adapt to this pitch. Can understand why. It can be a bit challenging for the bats. And in the end, the Chiefs 76 for 2 off the 10. Aziz, he does use 5 overs essentially to get his 35, but he does get them. Ozturk with 17 not out, Jacob with 12 not out at the end. But have a look at the extras. That's the very important one for me, because we've seen lots of teams struggling with extras. There are only 4 wides in this 10 overs. And I think that's the difference between chasing 76 here and maybe something in the 90s, even high 90s. Omkanath was the best of the bowlers, 2 for 3, really shut things down. Also good performances from Izaz Ali when he went for 9. And also, I mentioned Waka Khan in there, who bowled a solid couple of overs, just going for 13. We'll take a break. We'll be walking 6:77 with the Chiefs to get, otherwise they were walking out of this competition at the end of the day. Join us for the second innings in a moment of match 42. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back in a moment with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have your company here on day 11 of this European Cricket Series. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a very sunny Thursday at the moment in Zagreb, the nation's capital. And right now the Chiefs are playing for their tournament lives essentially, although they do have 2 more matches after this today. If they want a chance to return tomorrow, they've got to win this right here, right now. They have 76 runs on the board. Mechad Ozturk will get us going. Remember, I suppose he's on a wraparound double hat-trick because he finished his spell with a hat-trick last time and actually sent the Ljubljana innings into chaos. There were 5 wickets in consecutive deliveries. And I actually believe that's the first time that's ever happened. Maybe excluding runouts. So, Ramanjot faces up. Oh, and he almost has 4 in a row, doesn't he? Ramanjot plays down the wrong line out. Earlier on, Ozturk, he bowled round the wicket to Ramanjot, and Ramanjot kind of got after him in the first over. But then Ozturk went over the wicket and had a lot more success, even though he didn't get Ramanjot out. He was able to just kind of open up more options to take wickets. And he took 3 in a row to finish his spell from over the wicket. Not like the other opener in this one. Cracked away, it's a good shot, really good shot. And this is why I think sometimes I just feel Ramanjot gets a bit too clever for his own good. Because if he just stands there and bats, you can see that's a brilliant shot. It's the right shot to the ball that's bowled at him. He's got a bit of width. He doesn't try and do anything crazy. He just puts it where it should go and he hits it really well. A confident start. Interesting as well, they're not opening with Izaz Ali, the captain, going for Mutler, giving him an opportunity. And I suppose that's partly what it's about. Over the 15 matches. It's well bowled by Ozturk. Good comeback. Yeah, so I suppose this is one that Ljubljana would like to win. Kind of locks them up in the 3. They're still in a bit of jeopardy if they were to lose this one. But it's not a must-win for Ljubljana. It is a must-win, though, for the Chiefs. Oh, uppercut. Again, good shot selection from Ramanjot. Does it go? It does, just. You can kind of see the dirt on that ball. And travels all the way. Ozturk. Yeah, I don't think you want to be bowling with too much width to Ramanjot. Probably that 4th or 5th stump, I think is about right. Maybe one on the off stump. Don't want to let him whip you. Oh, pretty close. And he's gone. I think that's a very good decision. It caught Ramanjot on the crease, and once again, that angle just a lot more effective for Mechad Ozturk. You can see this one. Yeah, for me, that's hitting. I know you can see 2 stumps there, but just I just don't think that's missing leg stump. He's going to crash into it. He's also caught right back on the crease, so he didn't really have a big step forward that might have suggested the ball could have gone on and missed. I think he hits him pretty close to the pegs, and I think that it's a pretty good decision. And Veljko Popovic, he's been in the action earlier on. Mechad actually whacked him when he was batting. But this time, Veljko, he's the one which is causing the batter some discomfort as Ozturk, the beneficiary of the LBW decision, 8 for 1. Important wicket. Muller gets the 3 spot here. They've still kind of got Izaz Ali up in the tank. Muller. Well, remember, he came in a very similar situation earlier and he couldn't keep out that kind of a ball. He was the middle leg of a hat-trick. As it is, he does survive the first one, but he can't score. And at the end of the first over, it is 8 for 1. And now I've seen that, maybe I do have a bit of a tingle. Could we be watching golden ball 50 here on day 11? It'll be a milestone golden ball, and they're all special in their own way. But we have 49 golden balls in ECN history. Say big hello to everyone in the chat as well. Just going back in there so that Gavin Clark has a bit to say, asking will we come to Wales in the future? Well, actually, we'd love to. Big wide start. Keep it a long way back there. I've seen different strategies from different keepers. Said to Nathan, I think he's trying to get in an area where he can walk around easier because it's pretty slippery in the kind of regular area. And look how far back he is. There's pretty much a run to him every time if you're backing up. Be a lot for the keeper to do. Push and run from Mutler. This game's winnable, I think, for the Chiefs. Trying to keep their tournament alive. Yeah, so let's go back to what you're saying, Gavin, about going to Wales. We have kind of planned 3 series, I think, in the UK before, but we've run into a few logistical difficulties. This was kind of in pandemic time as well, where there were a lot of restrictions. And also just Brexit has been a bit of a pain. Getting our crew and our people and all that into the UK. It's been a bit of a nuisance. But yeah, certainly. I know there's a lot of good cricket that happens in Wales, specifically Wales. Some Welsh competitions. I think there's 3 major competitions in Wales from memory. I know I've done a little bit of research on it. But I would love to spend time in Wales. Got a fair few friends there. Played with a few Welshmen as well in my time in Australia. So yeah, watch this space. Hopefully one day we can get to Wales and specifically the UK in general, I should say. The UK would be great, or Ireland. Anyway, this is a real opportunity for the Chiefs to kind of put the brakes on here. You got 2 guys that not exactly oozing confidence at the moment. Oh, what a delivery. Well, if you're hitting this, and I think you might as well stick on the whites and play Test cricket. Just have a look at this. This one angles in and takes off and jags away. I mean, good luck hitting that. That doesn't do too much for your confidence either. Oh, he's going to be gone. Unbelievable bad luck for Muller, who has just got a ball that's taken off and it's always bounced over the keeper's head, and now he gets a grubber and it pins him on the middle stump. Well, sometimes you just got to say it's not your day, and Muller's going to make a pair. But, I mean, how are you hitting this? I don't know. You might as well have a bat that's 3 bats wide. You're still not hitting it. It's just cracked into his ankles. But that's rough. Poor Muller, he's collateral damage here. That was the first LBW. And then this one, Muller gets as well. They're both out. Anyway, 10 for 2. This is such an interesting game. It's got that kind of golden ball feel about it, doesn't it? Oh, poor Muller. Man after my own heart. That's kind of luck I always used to get. I felt like I was getting when I was batting. As we get to the end of the over. And it's going to be 11 for 2. Yeah, looking at the table. Top 3 go through to finals tomorrow. Sokol still have a game in the bank. They'll play Ljubljana tomorrow in the final qualifying game before we head into the kind of mini-final series, just the 2 versus 3 qualifier, and then the top of the table will play the winner of that qualifier in the final tomorrow. What do you think of that? The last half of the over, guys? Let me know in the chat. Oh, this is a wild delivery. Burhan, it's a real loosener. You don't have too much to play with here either. You've got to keep the pressure on. Yeah. Wide for height or width, take the pick. Better ball. That's the channel. Burhan can just concentrate on that. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat feeling this game's toing and froing, and I agree. Push and run. At this stage, sometimes the safest place is the other end if you're batting. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down. Cricket's such a fascinating game in this way. Oh, gets this slightly wrong. Can anyone get there? Bermuda triangle featuring the keeper. Now there's no keeper, so they're going to take on a 2. And again, I think there's a few 2s out there because you haven't seen too many balls whistling into the stumps from the outfield. They'll get a couple. Good running. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know. There's some debate about the LBW. I can tell you that was smashing into the stumps. He was right back on the stumps as well. I mean, he's behind the crease. And some are debatable. I don't think he's got any recourse there. But no, that was smashing into the leg stump. Probably, I say smashing, it's probably hitting the base of the leg stump. I just can't believe the bounce. We'll push and run. They'll get one. No one can hold their feet that time. Yeah, Steve saying buckle up. Could be a close finish here. Burhan looks like a guy that's played about, how many matches are they up to? 13 matches at this stage. Of course, Osama Muhammad was a big loss for the Chiefs. That thumb injury. Yeah, hi to Luke. Nice to see Luke in the comment section. That's well bowled from Burhan. Certainly has got his radar right after a shaky start to the over. Well bowled, keeps it out. So Burhan only goes for 6 and the pressure builds on Ljubljana. It's 17 for 2 after 3. Yeah, so 4th over to commence. Up to 5 outfielders are allowed from here. Hello to Nick. Oh, nice to have you with us. Nick saying that thinks that team batting first is always winning. I think we worked out it was 26 to 10 through the first 36 matches, first 36 results, I should say. We had a few no results in there as well. Big swing and a miss. Jacob bowled really well before. It's an ideal guy to come on, really. He's got him. He's chopped on, and Matla, the next one to get a bit of bad luck. This could have gone anywhere. And so it's going to be a 3rd wicket down. Jacob strikes early again, and it's 17 for 3. Fetched it a long way outside off stump. His feet were going nowhere. And you can see the disappointment there for Matla, who gets his opportunity at the top of the order. But he's going to have to go for 4 off just 5 balls. And so game takes another twist. 17 for 3, and the Chiefs right now, they're favourites. But I also said, Niga, as far as teams batting first, I will say some of the weaker teams in the tournament tended to want to bowl first, and some of the stronger teams wanted to bat first. So I feel like that skews the figures a little bit. These two, though, they're pretty evenly matched, as you've seen so far. Quicker ball this time from Jacob. And it is Izaz Ali coming to the crease at 5. Not before time, I think. Needs someone to stand up. even no wide. This is close. Got to say, eyeballing it. I thought it got a bit of the line. What's your call? Oh, umpire's call. Maybe just okay. But these are the things that you kind of want going your way when you feel the innings is getting away from you a little bit. That's kind of where Ljubljana are at the moment. Started chasing 7.7 and over, ready up to about 9.5. Big swing and a miss. Another miss, and just stays inside. So, no, this is as Ali was looking for. He's none off 4. And Ljubljana in the doldrums again. They're 17 for 3 after 4 overs. Helix saying doesn't think there's much chance of a golden ball. I don't know. I think it's a low scoring game. Just takes 1 or 2 good overs. Takes one batter to come out, hit them well. Have a look at that. Looks like the high wire, but that red line is 7.6. It's the golden ball line. All right, so Amjad Aziz comes on, and yeah, Waka happy just to score. I think Izaz Ali's just come to the crease, but he's still a kind of senior partner between these two. Yeah, there's that leave last over. Steve mentioned it. I suppose that's one of the things. You don't want to spoil a wide, so it's a judgment call. So I don't mind. If you think it's a wide, you leave it alone. You take an extra ball, especially in a low-scoring game. But if it sneaks inside, it's pretty annoying. Genuine edge, and they should get 2 here. At least. In fact, they'll get 4. That's a sign that the field is running a little bit quicker as well. And so, yeah, pretty frustrating this one for Aziz. I'm a little bit surprised I don't have the fielder back here. It's one area with the pace of Aziz that you can see the ball running away from a boundary. And boundaries, they're kind of like gold dust, aren't they? in a low-scoring arm wrestle like this. And look at the win predictor there. Not too much between the teams. Oh, it's not a good ball, and there's nobody down here. Only Assassins. As Nigel Vincent does the fielding. Fortunately, he's not playing in this game. That is the blue shirt, but not the blue shirt of the Chiefs. See the Assassins making the most of the practice facilities, but that's not a good ball from Aziz. Needs to sort it out. So we've got the Aziz versus Izaz battle. I know you've been waiting for. Short, hit hard, that's 4 more. And we know this is what Izaz can do, and he can change a game quickly. Held himself back to bat at 5, gave some opportunities to some others, but he's still there. And you look at, the batting to come, including Shinwari, who made some runs in the last game. I think Ljubljana rightly just getting on top now after those last 3 balls, but now big swing and a miss. I might take the one here. This is one of the negatives about keeping so far back. You do get some balls that you would normally carry to you that don't. I suppose sometimes you get some double bounces that might be awkward, that are less awkward. You've got more time to see them, but said to nothing. Taking the approach of getting Ray back. We can't handle that, so just a single. Now Waka will push and run. He'll retain the strike. It's the end of the 5th over, and it's game on here at the Mladost Cricket Ground in Zagreb. Ljubljana 32 for 3 after 5. They'll need 45 off the second half of this match. And so, having a look at the upcoming events, you can see that we'll have our first ever men's and women's ECIs this weekend in Croatia. So what that is, it's alternating women's and men's matches. So it'll be something new. Obviously, we haven't done something like that before, but we're always kind of pushing the envelope, and I love the fact that we'll see a couple of teams for the first time ever on ECN, in particular the Croatian women's and the Czech women's sides. And so, 6 over, they're all important from here. Jacob trying to shut things down again. Yeah, kind of loose delivery, but Macca's only really looking for one at the moment. Having said that, he'll come back for 2, and that's very alert running. Now, ball hits the stumps, but well home. Just shows you what's possible if you're on the first one hard and you're proactive. Seeing Steve saying that Aziz can't really moan about not getting the luck after the LBW and the ball shot along the ground. Yeah. Waka's just looking to keep the score moving. I think he knows his role in this partnership. Now they're going to think about it too. Again, that's one time where Waka wasn't really alert to the opportunity. Tossed up. And Izaz takes the bait, he goes high, and oh no, well, this is a nasty one. And it's going to end up going, and there was a significant collision there. I mean, they both get up to their feet. So that's something, I mean, just checking him out, big moment in the game. And Jacob, we won't be impressed with that at all. Yeah, now it goes for 4, but there's an opportunity there. Oh, he's bowled him. What a comeback from Jacob. So he concedes the 4, but then he goes through Izaz Ali the very next ball. And so, things are certainly turning around. And they're turning around so quickly at the moment. And so Jacob, what a day he's having. Where's Shimwari? He's going to come out. Not a bad guy to have come out, but remember the Chiefs, they've got to win this. They've got to win this to have any chance. They will play the Assassins next. That's a bit of a free shot for them. I mean, they'd love to get that win. Assassins just playing the one game today. They're really warming up, and obviously Assassins, they can lock up top spot. They'll be straight through to the final tomorrow afternoon. Tosses it up. I think this is all about setting him up for the quicker one. Lucky that Shimari was alert to that. So even though it's a wide, I think what Jacob's doing, he tosses one up, and then you can see what he did to Izaz, be the quicker one. He's still got 2 balls to play with, but you never know. If this is a single, you might not get another ball at Shimari. So I reckon he's going quicker one now. Almost a carbon copy of what Izaz got that crashed into the stumps. Kind of a regular pace delivery. And they'll only get the 1 here. And this game's toing and froing at the moment. Push and run job this time, keeping the score moving. And it'll be the end of the 6th over. Ljubljana 42 for 2. So kind of around that 9 and over mark required. You can see they're kind of caught between what their strategy is Do you go risk or you just keep trying to turn the strike over? You still kind of need that one boundary and over. So go Vintaraj to bowl the 7th. He's a pretty handy guy to come on as well. So, yeah, Chiefs are really fighting hard here, aren't they? One big over, though, can put Ljubljana down to, say, run the ball. But not going to make themselves. This is what you don't need. If you're a Chiefs fan, go Vintaraj loses the first ball down the leg side and concedes a couple. Waka 8 off 10, mostly looking to push this time. Punch off the back foot for a single. So, I mean, Waka's been pretty good at kind of turning the strike over. Shinwari, again, he's probably more in the mould of Izaz, that he'll look to attack a bit more. Whereas Waka, I think, knows his role is going to make sure he doesn't eat up a dot ball. Shinwari gets one, and every ball is just one. That's pretty friendly, I think, for the Chiefs. Because that gap is 9 between runs and balls remaining. Now, running out of patience, but set to nothing. He's going to miss it, and that won't quite go all the way. They'll get 2 byes. Yeah, see here, I mean, he's not really in a great position to take that. He's kind of just wandering like someone waiting to cross the street. Set to nothing. Straight through him, beaten for pace. Now high, and set to nothing. He's going to have to find it. He'll drop it. Oh, so tough couple of balls for the keeper. I will say, when you've got the lid on and the ball goes straight up, isn't the easiest one to locate. And you can see there, just found himself slightly out of position. Yeah, I'm tingling pretty hard here, I've got to be honest with you. I think this game's certainly in the frame, put it that way. Going nowhere. Bottom edge into the ground, dribbles through to set to nothing. He does handle this one. Oh, tense. David Skinner saying everyone has struggled chasing on this pitch. That's true. David, it was a pleasure to see you. Another miss. And set to nothing. You see he's a long way back. Doesn't mind getting it on the second bounce. He's got a bit more time. End of the over. And so 49 for 4 after 7. Just shows you there's different ways to play out a thriller. This is a low scoring one. And so, yeah, it's interesting, and Dave's spot on about the lack of chasers on this pitch. What did we say? It was 26 to 10, I think it was, at the start of today. So, yeah, 26 to 10. And this is what's coming up. Chiefs again continue to roll the dice. The Assassins are waiting for them, though. Danakula leads them. Balage back in the lineup. Sushant Rana, got Zanko in there. He's been bowling really well. And Gurinder Singh, I think these conditions suit his swing bowling. So that game's coming up, starting in around about 45 minutes time. Running a bit early here. But anyway, 8th over. Ozturk, what a guy to bring back. And now he will go around the wicket. A bit more of a defensive tactic. But again, different kind of batters he's bowling at. Shinwari kind of yorks himself here. Yeah, so right now it's 27 to 10. Slices this out, gets a bit of length. This is probably plug, got to run hard. They'll get 2 and they'll get it fairly easily. I'm just saying, settle down. Come on, it's only really the boundaries that are going to hurt us at this stage. Just keep the ball on the field of play. Ozturk, he's going to be pretty basic here. He's going to be full. He's going to be at the stumps. Maybe outside off, but he's going to be full. Worked away. He's be looking for two. That was good pick up though. No fumble. Now, yeah, got to be alert for every run in a low-scoring game. It probably wasn't a second there, but let's be looking for it. 25 or 15 now. Slides into the pads, so he misses out. If there's bat on that, probably runs for at least two, maybe more if you really get it. See, Waka now, this kind of runner ball is not cutting it anymore. You need, because if you're just looking for a runner ball, then you kind of limit yourself to one or none. At least if you're looking for a boundary, you might be able to get a four, and if you miss hit it, maybe get a one. Because right now, you're approaching to a ball required. There's the big swing from Shinwari. They won't take off. Got to say, Chiefs are ahead in this game now for me. What a defence this would be, 76 with their tournament on the line. Not done yet, though. They could undo their hard work very, very quickly. We'll say, though, that one big difference between week 1 and week 2 has been the amount of extras that have been bowled. It's been cut down remarkably. Slower ball, he takes it on, flies out to the fielder and he's gone. Shinwari goes for 6. There's a big moment in the game. Ozturk strikes with his final delivery once again. And Ljubljana fall by the wayside, 53 for 5 with 2 overs remaining. Nicely taken out there by Amal Jacob. Isn't he having a good time? Slower ball. I mean, yeah, he hits it in the middle, goes for 6, but wasn't quite out of the centre, was it? And so, yeah, Omkanath, he'll come out, and remember, he was the third leg of the hat trick last time, but he won't have to face because it's the end of the over. 53 for 5 after 8. Good to see Sushant Rana in the chat, and he's talking about the importance of taking singles and twos, not just about the fours. And I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But I think what it is you don't want to put yourself in a mindset that you're only looking to push for a single or a two. And that's kind of what Waka's done here. And it was kind of fine for a while, but I think now you're at the situation you need to a ball. So a single is not a satisfactory result at the moment. And I've been considering an even kind of running on that at the moment. Checking the time. Most teams have been pretty good with the time in this series. Kanath at the other end. He's had a good game so far. Can he get down there and be a hero for Ljubljana? Another miss. Omkanath is going to go and throw misses. Goes high. That's good running. It's good heads-up play. But you need someone to have a real kind of hot 5 minutes here. And can it be Omkanath who'll face now for the first time? He bowled incredibly well in the first half of this game. 2 for 3. Sometimes one aspect of the game will transfer to another. He can't catch up with this one. It gets a bit of extra climb from Burhan. Oh, it's theirs to lose now, the Chiefs. I mean, what an incredible finals day they're having. Undermanned. But they've been overpowering. Could be another low defence. He gets some of this, but not quite enough. Catching opportunity and taken. And it's Mechat Ozturk that will take the catch. So disappointment for Omkanath, who had the right idea there. It's another ball that probably if he strikes it in the middle, it's going to fly out of the ground, but not quite 100% contact. Bat kind of sliced in his hands a little bit on at the contact point, and Ozturk did the rest. So disappointment for Omkanath. And the score is 54 for 6. Yeah, he's had a pretty tough day. He's got a pair now. We'll see him a little bit later. At least he bowled very well in that game. But you can see Ljubljana, they have struggled, I think, with the stick at the end of the day. And remember, it's kind of in 2021 they had their issues with the bat, but on finals day they just pulled out an incredible day. They do it again tomorrow. If they get there first, that's the thing. 2 to come. Thick edge, only be 1. So Qureshi will get off the mark. Got to say, Chiefs, this has been gutsy stuff from them. Having to win all 3 games at Ljubljana to keep their tournament live. They will play the Assassins next. Okay, it's going to be a tough one, but they'll believe anything's possible. And that's not a must win, but it's certainly one they'd like to pinch. It's probably more important for them if they had to win one or the other. They win the last game of the day. It keeps points off Ljubljana. Well, you've got to be running here. Got to look for 2, I think. They're going to take it on. Oh, no, they crashed into each other. They'll still get away with it. Oh, boy. Oh, I mean, he's been body checked by Qureshi, who's coming the other way, his skipper. I mean, yeah, you've got to be looking for 2 from the get-go, but just check it out here. And I thought this is going to cost him his wicket. Poof, that's some significant contact. It just shows you how many 2s are out there. And now, big swing and a miss. They should get 1. Oh, it keeps it alive in a way. But the problem with Waka, he hasn't hit a single boundary yet. And so he's probably not the guy who can rely on to get multiples as we go into the last over. It's 59 for 6. So, yeah, all the bowlers doing their jobs. It's been a real team effort, I've got to say. You got 4 of the 5 going at under a run a ball. You got Aziz 1 for 17 off his 2. I mean, that's fine. So, well, they'd have to completely lose the plot, I think, to lose this. They got Govindharaj. He's already shown in week 1, he's a guy you can turn to in the 10th over and you can rely on him. Having said that, I think it's a funny game. What about the body check? No, Waka. Time for singles. That's history now. They need 3 boundaries in this over, I think, if they're going to do it. Govindharaj with 18 to defend. Oh, hit pretty well. Again, only get 1. Thinking of 2. I'm going to take it on. I suppose at this stage, you don't want to be turning down runs you think you can make. So it makes it 16 off 5. How long can they hang in this? When the captain Qureshi at the other end. He's not the worst performer either. He's played some international cricket as well. Well, looks like Qureshi might be coming off retired hurt. And I don't know whether that was sustained during that run, but yeah, that's not great for Ljubljana either if their captain's going off. I don't know if it was sustained when they collided in the last over or not. Let's have a look. 99, he seems to be running okay there. Okay, this was the collision, I think. So I don't know if this is when he hurt himself. Seems to be more of an upper body collision. So I don't know whether it was in that last ball that he might have picked up a little injury. Anyway. So he'll be retired, not out, I imagine. Omraj comes to replace him. But right now, Waka needs a boundary. And yeah, I don't know about turning down a run here. I like that Waka's taking responsibility, but I mean, he hasn't hit a single boundary. Maybe it's worth giving someone else a chance. I know Omraj is new to the crease, but yeah, it's getting highly improbable, put it that way. Need a boundary. Oh, he gets hit in the head instead. So, Waka Khan, probably like a few of his teammates this morning, wondering why he picked up the game in the first place. This one gets big on him. Again, the lid saves somebody in their helmets. They might be players of the series here in Croatia. But now it's boundary or bust. Maybe he's been saving them up. Govindharaj just has to keep it pretty straight here, you'd imagine. Oh, this one doesn't bounce too much at all. So you got to hand it to the Chiefs. Like the old BG's classic, they're staying alive in the race for the final three. 16 required off 2 now. And so, well, I'm Raj. We've got no interest in leaving on strikers' end. So, hey, well done to the Chiefs. They've still got 1 ball to bowl here. But they are going to survive. And they'll be cautiously optimistic, I think, going into that next game against the Assassins. I think they are underdogs, no doubt about that. But they're on a bit of a free roll there before the return clash with Ljubljana in the last game of the day. His last ball, match 42. Waka. Well, they go for a run here. They're not even going to bother. So Govindharaj ices the game, concedes only 7. And it'll be 76-61. The Chiefs go back-to-back on the 11th morning with an 11th hour attempt to break into the final 3. Ljubljana, well, I think their tournament's gone a little bit awry, to say the least. They're just trying to hold on now and make sure they qualify for the qualifier tomorrow. Match 43 on the way, 35 minutes away from a start there. Assassins winning the toss and batting. The Chiefs will have to do it chasing, but they're all smiles at the moment. They've got about a half an hour to maybe have a bit of lunch and get ready. They've got a big day, but so far they've come up with some big efforts to pick up 4 points in the morning session off Ljubljana, who's been finalists here in the ECS Croatia last couple of years. Ozturk, well, he was good. And got that one to pin Ramanjot. And then we saw the upstairs-downstairs job from Aziz, who got the hapless Muller. As for Ljubljana, yeah, they just kind of found themselves shooting themselves in the foot at certain times. Things seemed to be going against them. Jacob, that was a really clever quicker ball. I don't think the batter really picked. It was important that they held their catches, especially that one. I thought that was pretty important at that stage to get Mirwais Shinwari. Ozturk did his bit towards the end, but yeah, despite Ljubljana trying hard, I mean, that kind of sums it up. Qureshi, he retired, not out, either because of that or because of an incident slightly after. But in the end, they're not able to chase the 77. We said the Chiefs had to defend the walking 6 or they're walking away from their finals chances, and they do. 61 for 6 in the end. Again, kind of a par amount of wides, 9 wides. So both teams were pretty good in that aspect, all things considered. Izaz Ali was 16. He got bowled by a clever change of pace from Jacob. That was important. Waka Khan again, 11 off 23. Look, he had his role to play, but he just couldn't go up a gear when his team needed him to. Jacob ended up with a maiden in his 2 for 10, believe it or not. Ozturk with 2 wickets was good again. Aziz and Burham with wickets. Govindharaj, 2 overs, none for 7 though. You just have a look at all those economy rates. Everybody contributing. And that's why cricket, at the end of the day, it is a team game. And the Chiefs, well, together they're achieving more, aren't they? They'll be back on the rack against the Assassins in half an hour. Can they pull that one out of the bag? That would really be a turn up for the books. Join us in 30 minutes for the second half of day 11. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you after this with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Croatia. Great to have your company. We're halfway through day 11 at the moment. And so the Chiefs, they've had a busy day. 2 games, 2 wins for them so far. Their next obstacle is the Zagreb Assassins. Zagreb Assassins top of the table at the moment. And I do have some toss news from you. It was Zagreb Assassins. Now Captain Jawahar Danakula has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. And so the Chiefs, they'll have to chase this time. They batted first in their first 2 games of the day, both against Ljubljana, and they had winning totals each time, although had to do it the hard way, didn't they? Defending a total of 76 in match 42 to keep their tournament alive. As you can see here, Assassins, no surprises that they're favourites, and they are given a 71% chance here. But tell that to the Chiefs. I mean, they've been very, very good here. So it's a bit of a free roll, I think, because I still think the Chiefs could qualify. Even if they lose this one, I don't think they get blown away, but they could beat Ljubljana. Ljubljana could go down to Sokol in the morning. A few kind of permutations will become clear in the next 24 hours. Of course, just the top 3 survive to the mini-final series. So good to see the Assassins here. This is their 15th and final game in the qualifying stage. They've got a pretty good record at the moment. 11 wins, 2 losses and 1 washout. It's going to be Mechat Ozturk to get us going. And just going back to when these teams played each other. When they played in match 13, Assassins won 12-2, good for the Chiefs, 55. And the other match was washed out. It was on Friday afternoon, or scheduled for Friday afternoon. And the Chiefs, they were meant to play matches 18, 19 and 20. They were all no results. So that's why they actually have 4 no results out of their campaign so far. They're 6-3 now with 4 no results. That's 16 points. They're 2 points behind Ljubljana. If they could win here, they draw level with Ljubljana. Also play them later in the day. Danakula faces up for the first ball, and he could be gone. He's dropped. Oh, well. Oh, can you believe what you're seeing there? Amjad Aziz, sure pair of hands as well. It was a push from Danakula, wasn't it? Didn't really commit to the shot. That could be a huge moment in the first delivery of the game. It's dropped. And Balage will get the strike. Danakula gets away from the strike, probably just as well. Balage gets one a little bit short and he hits it all the way. Maximo! Ozturk rolls the dice with the short ball, but we know that Yogesh likes it there. And so, clean contact. Had to be clean there, didn't it? Balage. This guy we have seen also playing in Austria during the year. He's got a battle of 2 journeymen, if you like. Ozturk played in various European cricket series this year. Now full and tucked away pretty nicely. Should be 2 here. They'll get it fairly easily. And we saw Yogesh Balage playing for the Graz Cricket Academy earlier in the year. Their first European cricket series. Hello to Santosh, nice to see you. Dave Skidder was asking about the net run rate situation. Well, we'll show the table in a moment. That's why margins matter. It is possible for Ljubljana to tie the Chiefs on points, although I wouldn't say it's a likely scenario. Oh, dropped again. 2 drops in the over. This one was dropped upwards. He had a second opportunity. Now Balagi gets lucky on 8. 2 missed opportunities in this first over. Again, doesn't really go over the top or keep it down. Kind of hard-handedly knocked up and desperate to have a second opportunity, but it never came. 2 drops in 4 balls. Now cuts down and the chase is on. Once again, Smudge and Cherry. We will do it. And we'll get to the first over this is. It's a net run rate at the moment. Ljubljana, they're 18 points with a plus 1.47. The Chiefs, they're 16 points with a plus 0.77. But when they play each other later, they'll kind of move in an opposite direction. An inversely proportional relationship. Going around the wicket here, Turk, but I don't know why he's messing around with this. He's been so good over the wicket today. Uses his line on this one down the leg side. Cooler. Really free rolls the dice here in match 43 after getting dropped off the first rock. Just pushes and will take 1. So the Assassins, well, they dodge a couple of bullets in the first over, don't they? And it's 14 without loss after 1. Say a quick hello to everyone that's joining us once again in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. I know John Gray's there at the moment. Nice to see you. David Skinner was asking about the net run rate situation. We've had a pretty exciting day, haven't we? Don't forget Ozturk, he took a hat-trick earlier from all over the wicket, weren't they? So, obviously one thing we're pretty excited about, the ECCW in 45 days, so just over 6 weeks away. I know that we're all enjoying the opportunity to get back to the Cartamore Oval in December for the first ever Euros of women's cricket. Over number 2 begins. It's Aziz that sneaks one in first ball, and don't forget it was Amjad Aziz. He dropped the first ball of this match. Good away movement there. Look at the feet of Danakula. He's a long way outside the leg stump, reaching for that delivery. Another good outswinger. It's very, very good bowling from Aziz. Just look again at how this one bends in the air. Kind of angles in and just leaves Danakula, who goes fishing for it. Luckily, he doesn't catch anything. Now it turns out to be a full toss. Whipped away and just bounces inside the boundary. So that'll be 4 to Danakula. And he's certainly making the most of the life that he was given first up. Assassins are in a 2-way race with Zagreb Sokol for the ECL spot, depending on who finishes higher in this series. Short and a fairly easy put away. It's going to beat the fielder and be 4 more. So Danakula gets another boundary. Aziz gets it wrong. Assassins up and away. Hello to Jay Wild, watching from the Costa del Sol. What a start there's Jay. Hopefully you're well. Asking is Rob Kemming umpiring. Well, might look like Rob Kemming, but I can tell you, you're probably talking about Veljko Popovic there. But yeah, I can see the resemblance. Veljko is a great guy. Got pinned with the ball before from Ozturk. Ozturk gave him a pat in the back and said, yep, glad you're okay. This one keeps down. So he's fighting back 2 boundaries in the over. And Jay Wild saying the ECCW plans are in full flight. Well, that's good to hear. We just finished the European Cricket Championship a couple of weeks ago. A lot of people saying it was the best event we've ever done. Obviously, it's pretty satisfying for us that we're moving in the right direction. Cracked. Really nice shot. And it's going to race to the boundary. And Danakula gets another 4. That's what he's dealing in at the moment. And it'll take us to the end of the over. So there are 12 runs off that one in the end. It's 26 without loss after 2. So Assassins, you can see that they're sitting pretty at the top of the ladder, and they're not going to get caught now. So they know, kind of regardless of what happens in this game, they're going to finish top of the table. And the question is who will finish second and third. At the moment, Sokol and Ljubljana are best placed to do that. But, I mean, I'll throw a few scenarios at you. You may not want to hear if you're a Sokol supporter. This is skied. Another close call. It's just out of the grasp of Ozturk. That's good running. They'll come back for two. Balagate, and living dangerously, moves into double figures. But looking at that table, let's say that the Chiefs win this one and they beat Ljubljana, and then Ljubljana beats Sokol in the morning. Well, then Sokol will be fourth and they'll be out. That's not impossible. I said that. Chiefs give 23% chance at this stage, but they feel pretty comfortable starting at that percentage all day and somehow getting the business done. So the reason that's relevant, the Assassins, well, they would love for Sokol to miss out on the 3 because it means that they're straight through to the ECL, because that means they'll be best placed in this series. The Assassins last year didn't make the 4. This is going to be 4 as Balage hits down the ground. Burhan, the worst delivery, maybe a little bit towards the leg stump. It's a nice looking on drive from Balage. Just watch this shot. Clears the front leg. Good contact, fairly straight batted shot. Yeah, so if both teams make the 3, Assassins and Sokol, then I guess whoever finishes higher in the medals will get that ACL spot. Wide. Dave Skinner's in the chat. What do you think about the prospect of Sokol missing out if results don't go your way today, and then Ljubljana do a number on you tomorrow? And you would have done an Assassins from 2022 when the Assassins 2-6 record bowed out in 4th place. Robold from Burhan. Again, just looking at the footwork here. See how he's moving away from the ball, and it's pretty difficult to really do too much with that. Even if he hits it, it's not going too far. Just like to see him hold his ground a little bit more. A bit better, and it's going to be a better result. It's gone all the way. Maximo! Yeah, just kept his weight better there, didn't he? Balage moves up into the 20s. He doesn't lose too much energy, leg stumpish. And you can see Velko, he could just sense that was 6. He didn't need to turn around to confirm it. Yeah, so David has kind of picked what I was getting at, which is that the Sokol supporters want the Assassins to win this. And we know there's a big rivalry between those two teams. Leg side. Well, he's overcommitted here, and he still could have had a cup of tea and still made it back. To be honest, this is Danakula's call, number 6. Have a look at it. Balage spends too much time watching the ball and then puts up the stop slide. Meanwhile, it's backheeled by Setunathan. That'll be the end of the over. So 39 without loss. Must have grabbed a bit of pad down leg side. So my question to you, Dave Skinner. Are you prepared to admit that you're cheering for the Assassins in this game? I would like it on the record in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Any other Sokol guys watching? Go on. Stick your neck out. Put it on the chat. Make some little Zagreb Assassins flags if you want. You can take a picture and send it to me at Mr. Maximo. If you're an assassin, you really want to try and shoot down a rival. Just saying, might be a time to try a few different combinations, and yeah, I suppose in the end, you should just try and play your best cricket and let the combinations take care of themselves. You should be able to beat everyone if you're going to win the tournament. It comes down to it, so I don't think Assassins will be thinking that way at all. They made a good start here, 39 without loss. Beats the fielder, so just the outfield. I don't think it quite goes. Good running this time, they'll go back for 2. Yeah, the other thing is if you're the Assassins here, let's say you were to monkey around and maybe try a few different things and maybe drop the game. It's not exactly the kind of form you want to go into the final with tomorrow night. So yeah, that's why I think it's important to keep the integrity of the game, and You're out there obviously trying to win every game, regardless of the tournament situation. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. That's what I often say when people start thinking of scenarios and who they want to play and who they want to avoid. Come on. Yorks himself here, Danakula. One hand, one bounce attempt. Another one that takes a bit of the buttocks. Danakula. No run. Jacob's been really good today. Clever bowler. Mixes up his pace well. It's kind of a normal pace. And hit away nicely. Fielder has a bit of work to do. Again, that's good running. I think the teams need to be sitting up and taking notice of this because this is a slightly slow outfield. It also takes time for the ball to reach the outfielders, and that's time you could be running and pushing. And the other thing is when throws come in, if the throws bounce, it takes a lot of pace off the ball on the way to the keeper or the bowler. Nice looking off drive. And again, you know, if you run hard there was two, but they just kind of had given up on it already. So these are the little things I think, you know, if you are one of the top teams still in the frame, and really all the teams that we're seeing today, and obviously Sokol are, these are the little things that can make the difference. More work down here for Aziz. Belanga will retain the strike. He's winning the race with Danakula at the moment. He's 22, Danakula 21, and after the fourth, it's 46 without loss. Yeah, well, David Skinner, he's come up with the goods. He said, Ajmo Assassins. He's cheering on the crosstown rivals. It's interesting how sport works sometimes. I will say, I really like some of the rivalries because that's kind of what makes the sport as well. You know, I think that, especially in a country like Croatia, there's not as many teams, some other countries, you know, getting that tradition going is really important. There's a little noise here, but I don't think it's bat on ball, maybe bat on pad. So, yeah, I think it's healthy. Cricket in Croatia, maybe at the moment, it's not quite the infrastructure we have in some other countries. But that's why it's really important, I think, that we keep continuing to support countries like Croatia with European Cricket Series. Oh, he's bowled him. He's hit it onto his pads and has rolled back onto the stumps, and luck's out for Balagi this time. Aziz, well, he might have punted a black cat this morning or something, because we saw him get an LBW with a ball that rolled around the ground earlier. This time, okay, it's not going to win any beauty contest, the shot from Balagi. But have a look at it here. Hits onto that back pad, rolls back pretty forcefully into the stumps. So finally, the Chiefs are able to make the breakthrough. It's not Danakula who got dropped first ball, but it's Balagi who got dropped, I think it was fourth ball in the first over. And so it will be the first wicket, 46 for 1. This will bring Sushant Rana to the crease. See Sushant out there. Thank you, David, as well. My Croatian pronunciation is poor. It is pronounced Imo. Okay, I thought... Yeah, you don't pronounce the J's, do you? I'm pretty good with the names. That one's caught me off guard, Dave. But anyway, yeah, Imo Assassins. Say the Sokol fans. Sushant Rana, he's a pretty good player, isn't he? He pushes the first 1 for 1. That Zhivjeli is the first word I learned when I got here for cheers. Certainly had a bit of practice on the first evening of that. Been well looked after by the Federation here. Got to go 2 here. And Will, again, it's all about running that first one hard. These two are both pretty experienced and skillful batters. Danakula grabs a brace. It's pretty well located from Aziz. Again, he probably won't be able to sleep until he sees the back of Danakula. He shelled first ball. Okay, it hasn't been the most explosive innings from Danakula so far, but he certainly can hurt you. Lifted up. This is well timed. That's out of here. Maximo. A wound open and salt rubbed in from Danakula, who gets his personal shot in here, doesn't he? On the man that dropped him first ball of the game. Danakula gets 6. Also, that will bring up the 50 for the Zagreb Assassins, and it takes us to the end of the 5th over. 55 for 1. Okay, I haven't done this for a while. I'm going to roll a dice, and we'll see what comes up. Well, it says Group A. Okay, the big news this week is Gina Brescia have qualified out of Italy. So they edged out Roma CC in the Super Cup final. So Roma CC won't be returning this year. Gina Brescia play their first ever ECL. And they're the 3rd Brescia team to represent Italy after Jandrua Brescia in 2019 and then Brescia CC in 2022. Also got the Cobras in there from Hungary. And a couple of Hungarians here. I think may feature in that. You've got Skanderborg of Denmark, who I think they're going to be on a mission. They've qualified before. The Croatia rep, well, it's either the Assassins or Zagreb Sokol there in Group A, and Heritage making their first appearance from Luxembourg. But yeah, a couple of teams in there. This is driven through the offside. A couple of teams in there that I'm really happy to see there, even though you never like to see anyone miss out. But Gina Brescia are a team that they kind of missed out because of Corona previously, so they do get to qualify. And then Skanderborg, same thing. They qualified once and they weren't able to take part because it was a Corona year. So they finally get the opportunity to go to the Champions League of European cricket. This is a wide. Umpires have been pretty good on the wides, I've got to say. A lot of decisions to make. Big wide. So you can see Jacob's just hoping that Danakula goes fishing out here. It's quite clever bowling, I think. Makes his way down the pitch this time. And cracks it, but he'll only get 1. So the Chiefs, I mean, who's to say what they can chase and what they can't here? It's been a day where they've made the improbable happen, as this is hit leg side, hangs in the air a long time, down it goes. And so, yeah, this one is going to be a chance. In and out. This time it's Johnson Matthew down there. Danakula wants to charge. And does. And so there's still an opportunity here, I think, if you're the Chiefs, to put in a good 4 overs, maybe concede, say, 7 and over. You're looking at maybe 90, something like that. 2 dangerous players at the crease though for the Assassins. This is lifted up by Rana, and that's travelling. Maximo! Really well played. That's just judgment, that one. Yeah, picked up. Jacob hasn't gone for too many today. He'll have to go that time. He'll finish with none for 19 here in match 43. 67 for 1 after 6. Danakula, 35 balls since he was dropped. Just the 5 wides as well. That's something I've talked about a fair bit. The better team's not bowling as many extras. And even comparing their performance to their own performance early in the tournament, that's improved a lot. Probably conditions have improved a bit as well, you'd have to say. Ozturk gets dabbed away, and it's the end of Danakula. It's a soft-looking dismissal, isn't it, for Jawahar, who just tried to guide this into the gap, and he is ropal with himself. And so Danakula, you can see what he's trying to do, but it's always frustrating when you've got such a dangerous player, and it almost looks like catching practice. I know it's not what he's trying to do, but Danakula knows that was a frustrating way to get out. And yeah, he just was pretty annoyed with himself. You can understand why. And anyone thinking that Assassins are thinking of anything else but winning this game, I'll actually tell you all you need to know. He was frustrated, jammed the bat into the turf. Just after the replay you saw there. Nigel Vincent gets a hit at 4 here. Ozturk does it again. This time it is the round the wicket that works. This next one's clipped away. They'll just get one. Vincent's off the mark. It's a real opportunity now for the Chiefs, I think. Talked about keeping the target to something. It's about 90. Now, we thought we could have done a cooler. With Rana not really getting going yet. Okay, he's hit 1-6. He's only had 3 off the other 4 balls. Maybe he can keep it in the 80s. He'll have to play well. Ozturk gets driven nicely by Rana. He's a good player. You can see there that on drive. Over to Nigel. I think we'll see him playing for the Croatian national team this weekend. We'll just be happy with one here. Rana to step things up a bit. That's exactly what he does. He's found the fielder. Aziz had his moments in this innings, but he makes the stop there. Ozturk, another good performance from him. And we had a couple put down in the first over as well. This is dug in. And it will be the end of the over. So 7 overs down. And the Assassins 71 for 2. So yeah, probably see a fair few of these players, of course, in the Croatian national team this weekend. This has been our journey on the European Cricket Series, our longest year ever as far as cricket goes. Actually, if you want to take it back before the start of Malta, we had a night series start, I think, on the 20th of January, and we'll go all the way through to the 22nd of December this year. But you can see all the places we've been, and just meeting so many people around Europe, bringing people together. I think it's a really exciting time to be involved in European cricket. I think you'll agree. It's a good start to the new over. And it's Govindharaj who gets this one. Yeah, so both Nigel Vincent and Sushant Rana in the squad for Croatia this weekend, as well as Danakula, as well as Zanko. Also, Rathan Asami is in there, though he's not in the lineup today for the Assassins. Who else? We've got Anil Kumar, seen him featuring a fair bit during the series. Hari Prasad Sathidevi took a hat-trick yesterday. Sam Houghton from Split. Alan Magdalenic from the Warriors. Rashid Hashmi from Sokol. Krupa Sami. Aman Maheshwari, experienced. Abhishek Aswathi as well. So, yeah, looking forward to that series. 4-match series with Slovenia in the men's. We'll play 2 matches Saturday, 2 matches Sunday, and the women will also be playing 2 matches Saturday, 2 matches Sunday. First have a kind of blended ECI. In the air, hanging a long time. Fielder gets there and takes it. So Mohammad Burhan takes the catch. Rana, that's a pretty handy wicket to get at this stage as well in the 8th over. Govindharaj breaks through again. He's been metronomic, hasn't he, with the ball? It's pretty accurate. You can see hands went up from the keeper, Nathan, saying, hey, take it easy, you got this. And Burhan didn't miss out. So Rana can only score 11 in this one. He's the 3rd wicket fall, 73 for 3. Yeah, so no doubt you got the Assassins just hitting a bit of a roadblock here. Let's look at the last 2 overs. The 7th only went for 5. This one's only gone for 1, and we're 4 balls in. So that's 6 runs in the last 10 balls. and they picked up 2 wickets in that time. So it's just what they wanted, and as we suggested they might do that, keeping things down to around about that 90 rate if they can continue this pattern. Zanko comes in and he can't get one past the fielder. This is where you feel you've got Vincent kind of pinned down 4 off 6. You've got Zanko who's new to the crease. Nice to see Lily Panda in the chat watching from New Zealand. Hello Lily, hopefully you're well. I see Tripp in there from the USA. Sam Houghton watching from Split, asking what are Survivor Split's chances of getting through to the finals. Well, right now it's going to be Govindharaj turning it on again. He gets Zanko for a duck. And things continue to head south for the Assassins. Came in and wasn't that much of a straight bat from Vedran on this occasion. And those stumps were messed up. It'll be the end of the over as well, 73 for 4. But what a good over from Govindharaj. Once again, delivering for his team. And what I was going to say, Sam, was maybe next year. Obviously, Survivor Split did get a couple of wins in there, 3 wins in fact, against the Warriors. Oh, this one is pretty close to knocking over Vincent as we start the 9th over. It's Burhan captaining the Chiefs. What do you call the captain of the Chiefs? Like the head chief? Someone tell me. This is going to be a run for Vincent, maybe more. Probably on if they want it again. You look at that, looked like he was throwing a medicine ball in there. Only about a 30-metre throw. Again, good innovation, good kind of heads-up play. Make them make the play at this stage. Yeah, isn't that an expression? Too many Chiefs? Well, Zagreb Chiefs have, I'd say 11 Chiefs, but close. Oh, high-ish. This is right on the board. It's been called. It's about waist high. I don't mind this call. Look where he hits this from. Yeah. He's hit it around the waist. He shouldn't be bowling up there. So they catch a break here, and it's going to be to Singh. He faces the free hit. Oh, he just tries to dab it. He's going to run anyway. They dodge a bullet there, the Chiefs, don't they? Yeah, Lily saying the ball's got Vedran Zanko was a good ball to a player that doesn't really play with that straight back technique. We've seen all sorts of different techniques, haven't we, during this tournament. Keeps low again. He's setting up. He's had this technique of keeping what I would call too far back, but he's just trying to go somewhere he can stand up. But it does make these kind of balls difficult because it gets him on the second bounce. Yeah, this one gets up a bit from Burhan. Yes, I mean, look, sometimes you can see the future. A couple of overs ago, they put the brakes on here, they might be able to keep them to kind of high 80s, around 90. That's kind of the way it's rolling at the moment. Takes off some. I'm going to run hard here. Should be 2 if you go straight away. They make up their mind to go, and they'll get there. Which shows you, put your mind to it, how many runs are out there. So Gurinder gets 2, and it takes us to the end of the 9th over. It's 81 for 4. So 1 over to go. And a really good over here. If you can say keep it to a handful, You're chasing kind of mid-80s. You feel great. You feel like a momentum going in. If you let it get away, that goes magical here. 100, you feel like you're chasing even more if you're the Chiefs there. The momentum, it's an intangible. It certainly exists. The bowling figures here. Govindaraj, pretty good guy to be able to bring back. 2 for 1. And he bowled the 8th over. Assassins, they'll be swinging. 10th overtime. Big miss to start, Vincent. He's a brilliant fielder, Nigel. Seen him do some very, very good things. So right now, struggling to get going. 7 off 11. Can you see these teams crack the top order? Different ball game. This time he's happy just to take 1. And they should probably push for 2, yeah. Now, even with a decent throw, you can see as soon as it bounces, it takes so much pace off the ball, and a little bit of baseball style there from Nigel. Gets back for 2. I like that hustle. Back he gets. Scramble for every run possible here. 83 now, 4 to come. End of the bat job. Is this catchable? It's dropped. Well, and look who it is this time. It's Ozturk. Well, he's probably saying, look, if you're not going to hold him off me, don't expect any back. There's a serendipity to this effort. Ozturk really doesn't drop a lot of catches. I'll just get a single in the end. Probably won't be that costly. Miss again. Power of location. A bit of a nervous look back from Govindaraj, but it was well inside the line. Hello to Stuart. He liked my talk of the medicine ball being thrown. I've got to tell you, I've only got 2 balls left here, but I was in 1st grade physical education class. My teacher then was in the dots. No need to throw that really at this stage. The last ball coming up. But yeah, he said to us, we were 6 years old, he said, oh, this is called a medicine ball, he said. I was in there, he says, because when you catch it, and he threw it at the guy next to me, hit him in the chest, you feel like you need medicine. Different times, I suppose. Anyway, here we go, last ball coming up. Let's see what Verinda can do here. Get some bat on it. You might as well keep running here. It's been an interesting one. I think they could probably do it. What are you stopping for? Well, he should be run out. He will be. But again, they just had a chat about this. And it must have been about the fact this is the last ball, let's keep running. I'm not saying he would have made it, but we'll never know. I mean, number 4, Vincent, he's off. You have a look here, he stops. He's almost thinks about putting up the stop sign. So look, 1 and out. So 85. Oh, has anyone got a tingle here? It's kind of right on that, what I think is a part score. 85 for 5 off the 10 overs. And Govindaraj, he deserves a lot of credit. He'll finish with figures of 2 for 5. And the Chiefs, well, if they can pinch this one, they're right in the frame. They are going to be kind of level pegging with Ljubljana as we go back to the highlights. And it was a bit of a low light to start, wasn't it? Aziz dropping Danakula off the first ball of the match. Now, did Danakula make them pay? Well, I suppose sort of is the answer. And we saw another catch going down there, so both openers dropped in the first. Danakula ended up 31 off 20. And look, yeah, Danakula makes them pay to an extent. Meanwhile, Malage, fresh out of luck here, hit it onto his own pad and it went back onto the stumps. But for Aziz, he was happy about it. Certainly had an interesting day at the office, hasn't he? But as far as this total goes, I think if you offered the Chiefs 85 to chase, or 86 as a target, they'd take it. Because remember, the Assassins, they have battered teams out of games before. They've got a few scores up in the 140s. As we saw, the Assassins continue to try and move things along, but they kind of hit the skids here, didn't they? Yeah, the Assassins, even last time when these two teams met, they found themselves with a healthy score on the board. 112 on that occasion. They kept the Chiefs to 55. So the Chiefs, they're going to have to conquer the Assassins with the bat. You can see Govindaraj, he was thrilled as well, as things kind of fell apart here. And we didn't actually see a boundary in the last 4 overs. So they finished with 5, 1, 8 and 4. So 18 off the last 4. They were 67 off 6, so kind of heading for 110 to 115. They end up with just 85. It's a brilliant effort, particularly from Govindharaj down the stretch. Early on, Danakula and Balage survived rushes with dismiss on the first over, ended up with 31 and 22 respectively. 10 and out for Vincent, though he found it hard to get going. Wasn't able to find the boundary. Rana with 11 in there. It's not a lot of production from the middle order. 2 for 5, Govindharaj was the star. Just didn't let the Assassins back in the game. Wickets for Ozturk and Aziz. Well, Ozturk might have had a couple more, but he had his catches held early. Twins for Burhan and Jacob. 1 for 19, which aren't bad figures at all. Okay, the Chiefs, well, they've certainly put themselves in with a fighting chance here. 86 will be their target. Can the chasing team finally get up here and break the drought? Many sound to hear, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day. Got a special guest coming in the second innings, so stay tuned. Back after this with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Croatia. Great to have your company. It is day 11 here in this European Cricket Series. And we've got another really good game on our hands. The Chiefs certainly haven't read the script. They're fighting on and they have 2 wins out of 2 games already. And I hope to make it 3 out of 3. And right now, it's pretty much an even split here. Chiefs given a 49% chance of chasing 86 to pinch one off the Assassins. I know there's quite a few teams who are watching the result of this game pretty closely. And that would include Zagreb Sokol, would include Ljubljana as well. As the 2 teams out in the park, 86 to win, and it's Rana to get us going, and the first ball gets smashed out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that just wasn't a 6. That was a big, big bomb from Amjad Aziz, who gets us off to the races. So, 6 of the best. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network, and have a very special guest, somebody that I've been following for quite a long time. Only just met him this morning in the Ljubljana squad. It is Slovenian cricketer Jost Obic. Jost, welcome to the commentary box.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. Finally, Vinny, finally.
Finally. And well, Jost, we first connected some years ago, 3 or 4 years ago.
4 years ago, yeah.
And actually watching a lot of ECS cricket, it inspired you to take up the sport, and now we have seen you in the last 2 European Cricket Series. I know you've just joined the Ljubljana guys today.
Yeah.
But maybe after this ball, you can share a little bit of your story, because it's pretty unique and pretty special, I think. As Rana comes in again. Just sneaks inside. Yeah, so what inspired you to get interested in cricket in the first place?
Well, in 2019 ODI World Cup, I was just at home. I didn't know cricket, and I was browsing what sports would I like to watch, you know.
There's Rana again. Step in place there, Vincent. This is hit hard. That's good batting from Aziz. He'll get 4 here. So Rana whacked a couple of times in the first over. This is a good start from the Chiefs. Okay,
yeah, really good start, really good start.
So 2019, you just kind of had a loose end kind of thing?
All I knew about cricket was that it's boring. That's it.
A lot of people think that, don't they?
I mean, yeah. But then I just started watching it. First game, the World Cup started, and I watched all the games. It was a really fascinating sport. And then during Corona, ECS was the only stuff that I was on, only cricket.
So it's kind of 4 years then, because it's a 50 over World Cup right now. So it was the previous 50 over World Cup in England that kind of got you interested in cricket. This one's going to go wide. That's off the pitch. It's no ball. It's got a free hit coming up. Turning into a really good start for the Chiefs. Okay, so tell me about, how do you watch cricket? You're in Slovenia at this stage, were you?
I was in Slovenia. Yeah.
So how do you even think about watching the Cricket World Cup? Who gave you the idea?
You know, you have that pirate streams, sports streams, that you have all the sports you want.
I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. I'm getting what you're saying.
Sadly.
So you found a way to watch it, is what you're saying. You found a way to watch the 50 over World Cup. 3 hits missed. It's a bit of a hassle for
so I watched it, and then I watched ECS. Quite a lot, and then through the chat I was like, maybe I should start, and then I think you said how far you have your cricket pitch, you know, and I was just cricket ground, and I was just like a little bit over 1 hour, and you said, no, I think they were playing in Czech Republic, and you said, come on, that's nothing, we have a guy here who has 3 hours to the nearest cricket ground. I was just like, okay, no excuses.
Okay, so you're saying that I inspired you to actually pick up a little bit about the ball. Okay, well, I mean, we'll see how you play now and decide if I want to take responsibility. No, but we did message, and you used to send me pictures of your bowling, and I give you a few little tips, right? I just think it's a great story. Danakula is going to get the second over. It's 11 for none, I should say, after 1 over. Hit and run job here, get a single. So that's fascinating, and so you, like quite a few other people, I think they have this preconceived idea of cricket as very slow, like watching the grass grow, but this kind of format that we've got is anything but, isn't it?
I mean, despite that I started watching like ODI and then T10, T20, I really like also to watch Test cricket.
And that's the thing. once you understand it, you can start to appreciate the other forms of the game. Clever bowling by Danakula here. It's a slower ball. See, look at it. It just, I think it comes out almost the front of the hand, but it looks like it's going to be a big, I'm going to waste time full toss and just drops. Yeah, see that? It's that kind of slow front of the hand, back spinner. And then he goes fast, so it's clever. And I suppose Jos, they've been watching for a while. One thing I noticed, you pick up a bit more of the strategy. So, you know, what are they thinking? Are they going to bowl fast here? Are they going to bowl slow here? Do you find that you're picking up those parts of the game as well?
Oh, yeah, especially by watching professional cricket, and I watch a lot of English club cricket.
Cooler again. Smart batting, gets bat on ball. Should get 2 here if they're hustling. Again, it's not great running. But Mohan will settle for 1. I think he's probably got a little bit of injury issue that's hassling him as well.
Yeah, I think also Aziz picked up some minor injury in the first game.
Probably makes sense considering these guys are into their 14th game.
Yeah.
It's crazy workload here. I mean, with 6 teams in this competition, obviously it's the first time we've done a 2-week series in Croatia. So obviously it means a few more games because of the fact that there's as many teams in some other places. This is smart batting though. I think the keys here, Jost, is just making sure you don't have too many dot balls. I think you're scoring at least 1 off each.
Yeah,
getting the odd boundary.
They have like 8.6 runs per over. They need to. That means like 6 per over in first few overs.
Yeah.
Would be nice, at least.
The odd boundary.
Yeah.
You know, they're going pretty much right at the rate required at the moment. Having said that, 7 balls left in the power play. I'll probably want to get a move along. Backs away, can't catch up with this one. Okay, so yeah, translating from watching cricket to playing.
Yeah.
How did that go for you? So how did you go about that?
Oh, I was just like, you know, when you sometimes teach people how to swim, I was just thrown into the water. Really.
Just quickly, I know you're playing for Ljubljana.
Yeah.
And you're in the 11 last game. So if the Chiefs win this, they've caught up with you. And so it's going to be a really important game.
Next game that we play against Chiefs will be really important for us to stay in the top 3. So it's almost like a playoff for us.
Feels like it. I mean,
Yeah.
I know some people are concerned about the weather tomorrow morning, but you can't really rely on that to get you a point.
No.
Nothing is. The weather is kind of listed to rain early, but maybe clearing by the time we'd have the first game. So
yeah,
we'll see. This is going to be Wasim Khan, who gets hit high into the air, catching opportunity and taken. And well, it's probably not the best kick from Rana, but it was a good catch, and that's what mattered. Aziz goes for 12. It's 15 for 1.
That's a really important wicket for Assassins.
Yeah, what do you think about I like the catching technique. Look at the kick though. I know we just had the Rugby World Cup final on the weekend.
Yeah.
This one I think is going straight into touch. It's a proper shin boner job from Sushant, but did the important thing, gets Aziz, and that will bring Mechet Ozturk to the crease at number 3. Yeah, so if you have any questions for Jost, why don't you throw them in the chat? ECN European Cricket Network. I know Lily's in there, and a lot of our chatters. I mean, they.
Yeah, I mean, I've not been watching ECS so much in last year, but I know a few guys in the chat. I watched a few all the games from Ljubljana now from time to time.
Yeah, that's the one nice thing about ECN cricket though. It's a genuine edge. I'm going to run here. Ozturk in at 3. But the fact that we're always around means, you know, you can always come back, come in, come out. I know people have got lives. We don't expect people to watch 8 or 10 or 14 hours of cricket a day, but you're always there, and it's a very supportive community. I know that Lily's very excited to have you.
And Steve, I think, is also...
Steve McVeigh.
Yeah.
And I've actually met a lot of these people now. Right, in the air, I think this could be catchable as well. Can he get there? Oh, not quite. Let's have a look at this one again. This time it's Rana, who finds himself at long off. I would have thought maybe he could have had a dive at this, because look at where it lands. It almost lands on his foot. Check it out. Yeah, that's one you got to go hands first, I think, and potentially you can pull off a catch. And he might get another chance. Well, 2 fielders going to converge. Zanko is going to drop it. He drops it right in front of Rana. So, Brown and Ozturk living dangerously to say the least. Fielding's so important in it as well. And
Yeah.
so picking up cricket, did you find fielding was what did you find easiest to pick up to get involved in the game? Because I know you're a bowler, but you also, I think, seen you batting. You're a left-hander, right? This is going to be one.
Yeah, I'm a right-hander otherwise, but I bat left-handed. It's natural to me. I started right-handedly, and I just couldn't swing a bat.
There's
at
quite
all.
a few of our crew
Yeah.
that are the same. You know, because often people say, well, your right hand is your dominant hand. So then, if you bat left-handed, your right hand's actually on the top of the bat.
Yeah.
So wait for this ball, the last one of the third, and it's going to be
it's
gone.
caught.
So well, they finally caught one here, and Naseem Khan's been creating opportunities. 4 of them now to over, part 2 get taken. Bookends the third with wickets, and the Chiefs finding it hard going, 18 for 2.
That's a nice catch.
That was travelling, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's important to hold your catches. They haven't held many, but they've taken a couple that count. And so it takes us to the end of the over. 18 for 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and I'm here with Jost Hovic. And well, Jost has a great story of being from Slovenia, picking up the game, seeing you now in the European Cricket Series. And so tell me what it was like when you finally did play for the ECS, for Ljubljana in the ECS last year. How did you find that experience?
Oh, it was really good. I know it was sunny. Rico was really excited to finally see me. It was great. I felt it as I usually do, but it was. I watched like for a few years, and then I was on.
Must have been kind of surreal. I mean, I was actually watching you. I wasn't on the Croatia series last year, but I was watching you, and I was cheering you on. Zanko, another native player here, coming on and just ties up. Ozturk first up. It'll be a single. He's been joined there now by Jacob. Jacob. So, I mean, Jacob can hit a long ball as well. So I've seen you batting. Your batting is decent. I used to love you sending me videos of yourself bowling and just practicing. And you practice all by yourself, right? At that time.
I mean,
Wait for Zanko here. And it's in the air. Someone should catch this, and it is caught. So Jacob goes first ball. And it's pretty well held there. That's Amal Krishna who takes the catch. But have a look, it's just a well-located ball. He's not quite sure what to do with it. Jacob tries to work it away. It's a leading edge, and Krishna does the rest. So Chiefs finding it hard going, 19 for 3.
he was caught between the shots. He was just slow ball.
Yeah, it's not all about pace. And
No.
that's something I think I said to you as well. A lot of people, when they pick up cricket, they're trying to bowl as fast as they can all the time. But it's not really, unless you were a professional out-and-out, fast bowler, accuracy for me is so important. You see it there. Batter had too much time, didn't know what to do with himself. And he's going to sit down and have a think about it with Golden Derek near him. You must notice as well with the European Cricket Network coverage compared to when you first started watching that it's come a long
It's
way.
totally
Right?
different. It's really upgraded.
Yeah, we've loved some of the improvements, like the win predictor, like Derek, the duck. The batsman, never too happy to see Derek.
And also the side cameras and reviews.
Yeah.
That's what it's really. I mean, it's good. It's good for sport because then it's.
I think it means we're making more right decisions.
Yeah.
I think in the old days, I say the old days, but not just in ECS cricket, but any kind of cricket where there's no technology help. This is lifted up, and I think that one's got the legs. So Govindaraj, $1-800 dollar hero. Maybe he can come in and turn things around for the Chiefs. Maximo takes that one up over long on. That was a good hit.
Yeah, that was really good hit. I mean, he's showing up with the ball and the bat.
Yeah, he sure is. It's a really nice pickup shot. Govindaraj. 6 off 2 now. Zanko with a couple to come in the fourth. Steps across, but this one's going to be too wide and called. Yeah, so, yeah, things like, when you run out a guy by a few centimetres, normally the umpire has doubt and they used to get given not out, but I like that it rewards fielders in particular, I think, for good bits of fielding. I just think people like a greater proportion of right decisions. You'll never get them all right, but I think we're getting a big proportion right. Well, he slips this time. And it's going to be knocked down for 4. But the question is on the height as well. Let's have a look at this. He's not the tallest. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look. I know the way they umpired. It is coming down a bit. Is it going to get called? And then, yeah, it's been given 4. So I think it was just 4. It's almost on the border once. You can see that when he hits it, it kind of looks like it's above his waist. But I'm just waiting on the final call there. Then you can see it goes for 4. But yeah, it has been given. So this is a change in our conditions recently. They said if they're waist high, then they're no balls. It's a safety thing because you don't really have padding around there. It's an uncomfortable area, as you know, Jost.
I know.
Okay, there's a question for you. Have you been hit a few times with the ball? Maybe we'll wait for this free hit first. It is hit. Is it going to go all the way?
All the way.
It does. Maximal. Things changing very, very quickly. Govindaraj does it again. 6 more to the Chiefs.
Oh yeah. I was hit many times by the ball because, well, I was all blue.
Anyone stick out?
I was blue. First year I was blue everywhere.
How about wearing all the padding, the equipment and all that? Was that strange?
Then I bought myself extra pads.
Yeah, it's probably makes sense. But on the left side, but it turns out to be a decent over. Despite the wicket that Zanka picks up, he concedes 19. And still a coin toss here, 37 for 3 after 4. But yeah, this one, I think you can see it's heading down the leg side by some distance. Yeah, so what about I'm talking about putting the helmet on and the pads and the gloves, that must have been a strange experience.
Yeah, strange, but I kind of liked it. It feels so medieval,
Yeah, you're like a gladiator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. A lot of people say that. It's funny though. It wasn't until the late 70s that cricketers wore helmets. I'm glad that they do these days. Right, in the air. Is this getting near anyone? No. It is not. Rana can't come in and make it into a catch. So Ozturk's found it hard going on this pitch, just judging the bounce, which is pretty challenging to say the least. So maybe tell us a little bit more about cricket in Slovenia at a club level. We see a few more interested spectators.
After Corona, things are picking up again.
Nazim is coming back. It'll be a single here. I mean, for example, we know that Ljubljana will be the first ever Slovenian club to play at the European Cricket League. Yeah. So Slovenia have been included for the ECL, and it looks like they'll be in the ECC next year as well as a national team. So that's a pretty exciting development.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Guys are really excited to go to next year to ECS.
Is there a regular kind of club competition, or?
Oh yeah, we have it T20. Like 4 or 5 clubs. Also, Zagreb Sokol comes over.
Yeah, so that's one thing I like about this area. All right, this is a slight miss hit. Is it going to go the journey though? It does not. Brilliant catch. Beautiful catch. And you can see Danakula. Oh, he's probably getting a little bit there in that part of the field. But it was only just miss hit, but it gave Danakula a look, and that's all he needed. As Ozturk goes for 4 of 7. He just could never get going with the bat today. And so the Chiefs lose another wicket, 39 for 4. Good catch.
Great catch. I mean, I like when I'm fielding, I like to field inside the circle. There I'm the most confident that I'll get. I mean,
you fielded pretty well this morning.
Yeah. I mean, I really like to field because you know, at the club also I play a lot, but mostly fielding, so you have to be on top.
That's how a lot of European cricketers get into it as well. I can tell you something we're thinking about as well, which I think would be very good. Stand-up sweep from Setinath first up, it'll get 1. And it's that, you know, you can name your 12th and 13th man and they don't have to wait for an injury to field, so that they're able to field interchangeably. And I think that'd be really good for European cricket because, that a lot of people breaking into the game, maybe they're not quite up to making the 11 as a batter or a bowler, but the fielding can get them involved. And I think that'd be a good rule change. What do you think?
Yeah, it would be good. I mean, even when you're part of the team and if you just field, I mean, some people will say just field, but fielding is really important, you know.
Definitely, yeah. Especially in this, it's not like ball isn't coming to you much in a longer game of cricket. It's going nowhere into the 5th over. We've got a game on our hands here, folks. It's 41 for 4 after 5. In a longer game of cricket, maybe the batters aren't playing as many shots, like in a test match, for example. They're leaving a lot of balls, they're blocking a lot of balls. But in here, I mean, the balls are going to all parts of the field pretty frequently, so there's nowhere to hide in the field.
Yeah, that's true. And especially when you have to, put the pressure on the batters.
So let's talk.
Really good.
I'm going to talk about the group with Ljubljana in it then. Of course, you're playing for Ljubljana in this series.
Yeah.
But it's a tough group. But then you look at all the other groups, and they're all pretty tough as well. I don't think there are any easy groups. Dre, the defending champions, they in Group D. There's also Byron, who actually beat the English club last year, Byron. And then you got Paris University Club, first time we've seen them at an ECL. Empire from Finland and Ljubljana from Slovenia. So that's Group D. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 6th, 7th and 8th of March. That is such a crazy tournament now. 35 teams. The first ECL had 8 teams. That's back in 2019.
Yeah, I watched that. I watched that one. I mean, it was great. It's great also for the clubs to have like international competition. You know,
it's different. It's connecting cricketers that wouldn't ever play each other otherwise.
Yeah, and also brings up the interest in the.
Oh, this one beats him for pace, but quick enough to come through for the run. He's got to watch though. And they get there in the end. Yeah, so it's pretty amazing. And when I think about some of the stories of the ECL, what cricket's like in certain countries. So like the Greek team beating the English team, for example, last year. And I've seen cricket in Greece, and I also know that this English club has a fair few former first-class cricketers, got a county second-level players. Shows anything's possible. Well, this is another big blast. Go Vintaraj is just having a heater here. Maximo! As he grabs another 6 and moves into the 20s. He's 23 off 8 balls.
Yeah, he's on fire in this game. I don't know what were his stats in the previous
2 for 3 to go back to my sheet. He took 2 for 5, I should say. 2 for 5 in the first innings. And now he's 23 off 8. And remember, the Chiefs, they would love these 2 points. Now he's chopped on. Govindaraj can't believe it. Maybe kept a little bit low from Rana. Thick under edge and crashes into the leg stump. And the Chiefs lose a key batter there. Just as it looked like they were getting on top. The cricket gods had another twist. It's 48 for 5.
Kept low a little bit. He went for a big swing.
Yeah. Where the bail ends up. Ends up about 3 metres down the wicket. I don't know how that happened, but it's frustrating. Still a fair distance to get. 38 with your bottom 5 wickets on this pitch. But one thing that I love about cricket is that the conditions can change and changes the balance between bat and ball. We just came off a very heavy bat series in the ECC. We saw 183 chased down. We saw lots of scores around the 150, and a lot of them were getting chased. As Johnson Matthew gets a bat, and he gets a bat on this. He'll get off the mark. But then you come here, and it's a bit more of an arm wrestle. I think the pitch is a bit up and down. Obviously, the outfield is a little bit slower as well. Ball gets a bit heavy and harder to hit further. But that's kind of the beauty of cricket. Now you've been watching cricket long enough, you probably appreciate some of those differences.
Yeah, I mean...
I'll wait for Rana here. Wide, that'll help.
No problem, Rana. Good ball.
Yeah, I mean, for example, what the weather is like can determine kind of how friendly the bowling conditions are or the batting conditions.
Yeah, especially even if this type of the series where...
Chop on. This time chops onto the body, not the stumps. So they get 1 into the over. It's 51 for 5 after 6.
Even with this type of competition, when we have like 4 matches in a day, it depends on what time of the day you're bowling or batting, starting.
Yeah.
For example, in the morning, any captain that would win the toss would want to bat first because it's really dewy, and we had quite a lot of problems bowling because of that.
For sure.
So yeah. Plus, I have to say that despite that it's like November, we have quite luck.
We've been pretty good with, lucky with the weather.
When I heard first that it will be in November, I was just like, oh man, it's quite rainy at that time of the
European
year here.
cricketers, I think they're the toughest cricketers in the world. I'm telling you, with some of the conditions
Yeah,
that
I
you
know.
play
But,
in.
you know, just one day that was rained off, which is really good. I
Yeah.
hope that tomorrow it will.
Touch wood, because
Yeah.
I know there's a bit of a storm we're expecting tomorrow, but hopefully it kind of clears by the time.
I
plays
hope
about to start.
that everything will fall over to Slovenia, and when it comes to Zagreb.
Well, let's hope so. Looks like Amal Krishna's getting a bowl here in the 7th over. Yeah, turning to him in a key situation. So yeah, set to nothing. And he'd love to get one away here. Steps across. Oh, and he gets bowled, and Krishna strikes straight away. Top of the off stump. Set to nothing. Hitched his wagon to the pull shot, but he came up empty. And the Chiefs falling away in this chase, 51 for 6.
That's really accurate bowling.
Yeah, I mean, first ball as well. The importance of accuracy. Not sure if you got any bat on it.
No.
Maybe. But anyway, it's pretty clear where it ended up. Huge heave. Yeah, I think it was fresh air. And so, yeah, Krishna, he's fired up. I want to say quickly hello to a few people in the chat. Iggy Mitchell's watching from the UK. It's been raining cats and dogs over there. You can have that rain. Hello to Steve C as well. He thinks you look a bit like Dave B, who was actually at the ECC with us, regular chatter these days. Also, got Trip watching from the US. Got Wayne watching from Australia. Hello to Julian Dawson as well. And Julian saying the head of Estonian cricket, might have been Terry, told the story of when he was age 7. His first coach said to him, if you don't enjoy fielding, then cricket is not the game for you. That's actually pretty good advice. Anyway.
Yeah, that's true, because most of the time when you play cricket, you will field. That's it. And if you're not concentrated and you have your energy up.
Oh, this looks pretty close to me. I reckon he's gone here. And let's have a look. Nirmal George has come out. I just have a feeling he never gets the bat down in time. We'll watch it on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. He's a long way out here. The keeper is ready for it. Sneaks forward a touch. And... oh, wow. Well, that's close. I think, I don't know. I don't know if we can get any closer on this. It's super close. I mean, I think the bail there for me is off. Has he made it? Again, I'm going to say probably not, but we're talking doubt. You know, what do you think there? I mean, yeah.
I think he's up. I mean,
I think he's, for me, he's probably out, but there's enough doubt there for me for it not to get given, and I'm speaking as a wicket keeper as well. I think where he's been given.
He was given, yeah.
Yeah, well, here's what it is. He's probably been given out on the field, just like I kind of gave it out normal speed, and so when you have it like an inconclusive replay, there's nothing to say that he was definitely in there. So if the umpire on the field gives it out, then it stays out. So I think that's an umpire's call, and the Chiefs lose another. Nirmal goes a second ball quacker, and it's 51 for 7. We had a couple of really close ones tonight.
Yeah. I mean, when you have like technology that enables you to see this, you get more close ones.
It may. Yeah, I have a feeling he probably was just out. But if you went just on the replay, because you can't really see
just
the other
replay,
side of the bat, it just shows you sometimes the replay makes things more confusing, not less confusing.
That's true.
But Luca is in the chat. Luca Stubbs saying, hello, Yost. Good to have you.
Oh, hi, Luca.
Need a hero here, don't they? It looked like it was going to be Govindaraj. I still think he might be a shout for player of the match, even though it looks like they're going to go down here. But I've got to say, Amal Krishna's been pretty good here as well. He scored a big wide there, didn't he? Rachan Cherry. He's off the mark. Well, he throws the kitchen sink at this, but it's catchable, and it is caught. So, once again, you're seeing fielding being important. That time it's the captain, Jawahar Danakula, that takes the catch. Matthew had the right idea, but just didn't quite get it out of the screws. And so the Chiefs, 52 for 8.
Hit with the toe of the bat.
Yeah. Just off the end. You can see the back kind of turn in his hands there. So the Chiefs, I think last time they made 55 when they played the Assassins. Let's see if I got that right. They made 55, chasing 113 for victory back in match 13. And it could be something similar based on what we're seeing at the moment. Credit to the Assassins though. Again, teams batting first, having a lot of success in this series. And so, yeah, a bit of discussion about the stumping. Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably out, but if it was given not out on the field, I don't think you could have changed it. Well, this one goes very wrong. And Krishna is going to get called for no ball. He's got 3 for 1 this over. Make that 3 for 2. Let's see where this bounces. Yeah, I think it was just before the line of the stump, so it will be a no ball. Free hit. Good turn. And Thomas is kind of left holding the baby here. Yeah, but I like the look of Krishna. Look at it. He just rolls his fingers on this, gets that slight right to left movement. And at the end of 7 overs, it's 52 for 8. Well, maybe you can help me with this one because this is what's coming up. Last game of the day. There's one name I want to see on this team sheet if it comes up. Oh, we don't have it yet. All right. So I guess we'll find out if you're playing or not. But right now, we'll go back to the ECS calendar.
I don't know.
Well, I was hoping to have it, but
but if not,
there's a bit of a connection issue, and we don't have it yet. So we'll wait and see. But we've got Klemen Stevic in the chat.
Oh, Klemen, hi.
So tell me about Klemen. He's following you here.
Oh, yeah, he's from Mežica. He's from Cricket Club Mežica. I think he wanted to...
It's going to be tough going now. 33 off 3 overs is quite doable, but with 8 down.
Yeah, with 8 down. And usually at the end, there are guys who are not really hitters.
They're not exactly recognised batters for sure at this stage.
Like me, so.
Great. Still alive and ticking. That's a pretty good shot. Can't beat the fielder. That's the kind of ball that you'd be frustrated you could put away for a boundary. If you were going to hit a boundary, that's the shot where I think you get the power to do it.
Yeah, but that's also cricket, you know. Sometimes you hit a perfect shot, but that's a fielder there in a circle and it's a dot.
A quick hello as well to Charlie Smith, who's watching. And maybe let us know where you're watching from, Charlie. It's Vinny here with Joost from Slovenia. This one keeps low. It's good keeping from Laura Liederan, who took an amazing catch to complete a hat-trick earlier in the week. Yeah, I'm quite inspired by it. You know, especially a lot of the native-born players that have picked up the game, obviously like yourself. You know, it's a guy like Zanko as well, who is very established now in the setup here in Croatia. Yeah, this one won't leave the immediate area. So, yeah, so tell us, how many clubs would you estimate there would be in Slovenia?
Well, we have now, with Ljubljana 4, and I think one new in the next season.
That's great.
And also, well, Zagreb Sokol is coming every year to play in Slovenia.
Well, pushed in the air, simple catch and taken. So they're down to their last legs now. And Zanko gets the breakthrough again. He can put it on a sixpence, as they say in the old money. Krishna's been in the game lately as well. And the Chiefs, well, they've been brave here, but they've faded away in the second half of this game, and now 54 for 9.
I think that's over because they have only 10
of course.
players.
Yeah, they will because because they're a man down. That will be all over. So 54 for 9 becomes 54 all out, and the margin of victory will be 31 runs. And well, maybe we will have the teams for the last game of the day. And, well, probably see them in a minute, but the Chiefs taking on Ljubljana. Now this becomes a really important game. But Joost,
I'm not on.
you're not there. Well, I'm a little bit disappointed to not see you there on the team list. So we'll have another match tomorrow morning.
Yeah, another
and
match tomorrow morning.
And then finals. But, Ljubljana, with a 9-4 record, can kind of sew up their spot in the final 3 with a win there. That game is coming up in around about 40 minutes time. But right now, I mean, it's a classic arm wrestle here. The Assassins made 85, the Chiefs 54 in response. Take us through some of these highlights. Again, the importance of fielding, I think, Jos, and holding your catches.
I mean, Assassins got this game just by I mean, they didn't drop so many catches that the Chiefs did in their first innings. That was really important.
Yeah,
I mean, if they would drop like 2 more, especially at the beginning, I think the Chiefs would be much more closer.
yeah.
I mean,
I agree with you 100%. And yeah, fielding, in a lot of ways, it's the most important forward of the game because it can be the difference. It's the type that every single player has to get involved in as well.
Yeah.
But I've got to say, Govindaraj looks like he might take it away with some of his blows that he was able to rain down. He was able to get 23 off 9. He kind of stuck out like a sore thumb amongst some of the other performances in here. Again, the Chiefs, they end up with a remarkably similar score. They scored 55 last time against the Assassins. This time they score 54. That was a big moment, wasn't it, when Govindaraj chopped on?
That's true. That's true. He was really on fire, and if he would got this ball over the boundary, I think you know, the momentum, as you said, it's really important in cricket also.
Yeah, momentum's a funny thing because yeah, you can feel it, but it shouldn't really matter. Every ball's independent, but it's hard to say it doesn't play a role.
It's really strange, but it does.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can, I mean, when you play cricket, you see how it's important. If you just watch it, then it's maybe different.
This is another one that was a real tight one, wasn't it? And he was given stumps. I think they went with the umpire's call there, but yeah, they battled bravely. The Chiefs, well, they've got to pick themselves up after playing 3 matches in the day to try and break through with that crunch match against Ljubljana. So yeah, about as long a day at the office as you can possibly get. But let's have a look at the Chiefs scorecard. In the end, 54 all out in the 8th because they were playing with 10, of course. Long trip, and obviously missing someone like an Osama Muhammad, who I know broke his thumb and has ruled him out for a while. Govindaraj with 23 off 9 was the best of the scorers, and he didn't get a lot of help there. There's a few key wickets there, I think in particular Aziz going for 12 up the top was pretty important. With the bowlers, well, Krishna 3 for 2 off his over. He sticks out, but so does Naseem Khan 3 for 7. Zanko with a couple of wickets, 1 for runner up there, and Denakula also keeping things reasonably tight. His 1 over only went for 4. Jos, I want to say a big thank you once again for joining us here. I know I'll let you get back to your team.
Yeah.
Best of luck for the rest of this tournament, and we'd love to see some more of you soon on the European Cricket Network. Thanks for being our guest.
Thank you, Winnie. Finally met.
Well, it's my dream come true as well,
yeah,
Jos. It's not just yours.
Mine too. I really hope that last year that you'll be in Zagreb, but well, we have to wait another year.
It was worth waiting for,
Yeah.
and Jos, hopefully we haven't seen last year, because I'd love to see you again and again and again in the European Cricket Series. Don't be a stranger. Drop in the chat anytime you like. It's no pressure. We always love to see you. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 35 minutes with the last game of the day. Ljubljana taking on the Chiefs in a game that may decide who makes it to the finals and who doesn't. Join us for that one very shortly. Until then, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Thanks once again to Jos Hobbich. We'll see you soon for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Croatia for the last game of the day. It is day 11 here in the European Cricket Series. Croatia, we're at the Mladost Cricket Ground in Zagreb. And these two teams in match 44 are about to play the third leg of their triple header here on the last full day of qualifying here in this European Cricket Series. It's the tenacious 10 going back out there, Chiefs versus Ljubljana. This time Ljubljana win the toss and elect to bat, and they finally get to bat first against the Chiefs, who were able to defend successfully twice earlier today. Pretty interesting situation between these two teams, and the Chiefs certainly gave the Assassins a bit of a scare earlier, but they ended up falling short. Chiefs considered favourites now by 4%, and they've been creeping up on Ljubljana all day. Chiefs started the day, I'd say 28% I think it was against Ljubljana, but they actually start this game as slight favourites. Now, we'll look at the table in a few minutes, but I can tell you that the Chiefs are on 16 points at the moment, and Ljubljana are on 18 points. So Ljubljana one game ahead. If the Chiefs were to win here, they would force Ljubljana to play well enough to stay in the 3 tomorrow, whether that be through getting a point if it's no result, or a win over Sokol, or even potentially, if the net run rate is better at the end of this game, then Ljubljana could maybe afford a narrow loss tomorrow. But the Chiefs certainly give themselves a chance, haven't they? Simply nothing. Limbers up. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Ozturk to get us going. He's been pretty good today. This is the Chiefs' 4th game on the spin. Having said that, we had a bit of a gap, didn't we, between that game and this one, so probably around about a 40-minute gap. And, well, it is 4th game of the day, so it's random questions time as well. There's Ozturk, the Turkish international. He's going to open up. Ramanjot Singh is going to face up. You know, these two, it's almost like I've watched a whole, kind of like a whole 5-match Ashes series or something. And it's kind of like the Broad to Warner, but it's Ozturk to Ramanjot for the 3rd time today. Who can get the honours here? Shake, rattle and roll, last game of the day live from Zagreb. It's a good outswinger first up, and I like that Ozturk's going over the wicket here. He made a bit of a tactical misstep earlier when he went around, and Ramanjot had his measure. That's a brilliant place to start, though. Opening up with Ramanjot Singh is Izaz Ali, the skipper for this game. Yeah, beats him outside the off stump again. He's on a bit wider, bounces a bit more, but yeah, Ayaz Qureshi actually, we saw him leave the field with a bit of an injury. There was a collision in that earlier game, so Ayaz not in the 11. That means that Izaz takes over the captaincy. Oh, this one gets big on Ramanjot. We've seen this pitch playing a few tricks. And a game that a lot of people saying, oh, it's getting too batter friendly, it's too easy for the batters. Probably nothing easy about it. Good batters make it look easy. But this pitch certainly has kind of squared the ledger a little bit, hasn't it? And that one, a pretty good example. Well, Ramanjot's got itchy feet. He makes exactly the same amount of contact here. Hasn't conceded a run yet. Well, probably good that we might not see where this hits him. Which side of the rib cage. Yeah, a bit of discussion about ways we could set up maybe an ECN Superfans channel outside of the live chat. People thinking Discord might be a good way to go. Well, I guess he feels better for getting some bat on one, Ramanjot. So one thing's for sure, for the Chiefs to have any chance of making the finals, they have to win this game. Otherwise, it's adios. And that's been the story of the day. We said for them to have a chance, they have to beat Ljubljana 3 times. They've beaten them twice. This is the 3rd attempt. Oh, this is pretty close. It's been an interesting replay. I mean, he did get quite a lot towards the off stump, but he did get outside the line here. Let's have a look. Played a long way outside it. Yeah, for me, it's just outside the line, and I mean just. Let's have a look. Maybe one more time. For me, it hits him just outside the line of off stump. Well, if I'm umpiring, that's where I have an element of doubt there. You can maybe make a small argument that a tiny bit of the ball hit in front of off, but anyway, it will be the end of the over. It's a very good one, just the single coming off it. And 5 teams will take part in the Euros of Women's Cricket starting on the 17th of December. It's not too far away. It's a flying Taekwondo style stop from the keeper this time, set to nothing. There's some good swing from Amjad Aziz. Too much swing for his own good. It's well bowled. That's takes it inside as well. So Vilco's umpired very well on those ones. Yeah, so Kroom suggesting Discord could be a good one. Yeah, I've got to admit, I've heard of Discord. I haven't used it myself, so. Another line outside the off. I have heard it before. Obviously, we'd love for the, I suppose, call you super fans. I think my distinction is probably super fans. Oh, first, let's hold on, because he's actually batting behind the stump. And now he'll hit this down to long on. It's kind of a funny one for me, because his foot's actually behind the stumps. And that for me I would have been thinking to hit, to try and bowl at stumps. Anyway, this is going to be chopped away and probably runs away for 4, and it does. So that's Muller who's out there. Yeah, I thought for a second it would have been Isar's out there, but yeah, Muller, he's going to get his first runs of the day. And he deserves it, really. I don't think he scored any before. He got worked over by the pitch earlier on. And Muller made a first ball the first game. The 5 ball the second game now. Hits down the ground, but won't get more than a single here. Yeah, so I suppose people that enjoy watching ECN, for being part of the community and kind of interacting and enjoying the matches for the matches' sake. I know a lot of people like to watch for different reasons. Some people like to watch for fantasy cricket, or because they like to maybe have a flutter on it. Oh, he's hit it straight to the fielder. He's put him down. Well, it's a bit of a frustrating one to say the least. Again, it's too short to bowl to Ramajot there. In a way, the bowler's lucky. But yeah, I think it's Johnson Matthew down around the corner. Look, at least he stops the runs. Now loses his shape as he aims to go a bit straighter. But yeah, if Ramanjot's going to play that game where he's batting wide outside the off stump and so far back he's actually behind the stumps, I'd just be going spearing in the Yorker at stumps. But don't give him the length to work with, that's the thing. Like that, but he just missed. Quarter wide, I don't think there's anything on that. So yeah, random questions time, last game of the day. Rico's off today, we'll be back tomorrow for finals day. We'll see what kind of rabbit hole we can go down. Slides into the pad, missing. It's a flying throw from set to nothing. And Ljubljana survived the first 2 overs without losing a wicket, but they're not setting a cracking pace. It's 12 without loss after 2. So what I've got at the moment is that there'll be a bit of rain tomorrow around about 5 in the morning, maybe hanging around to about halfway through the first game, and then maybe some really light showers through the middle of the day. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'd be happy if the rain comes overnight. We've got a very quick look at the table there, but what it tells you is that Chiefs, they're 2 points behind Ljubljana. This is their last chance to get on the park, so they've got to win this game to stay alive in the finals race. This ball would have been a wide. Ramanjot, though, gets a fair bit away, and they might want to check this. Has this gone all the way? Surely it hasn't been cut for 6. Let's have a look at it. It is, yeah, it's 4 runs. Pretty close, though. And Ramanjot just loves to free his hands, doesn't he? Certainly a player we've seen plenty of. Well, gets this fairly wrong top edge, but it's going to get him 4. So, Ramanjot, bit of luck there this time. Just quick enough to get the hands through the ball. Burhan, the bowler here in the second, the third over, I should say. That one went down to the spectator logs. I love every cricket ground. It's got something a little bit different about it. I've got to say, those logs are very earthy looking benches. This is going to be a wide. I think it's a fair enough call, because I don't think it's completely inside the line. I think it's almost completely inside the line, but not completely. So I think it's a fair enough call. Iggy's asking, have I ever played at Lords? No, I haven't played at Lords. Certainly would love to get that opportunity. Don't see it happening at this stage of my life, being 42 and playing too often. But I've got to say, I've had the pleasure of playing at some pretty nice grounds. Down leg sides to be another wide. Yeah, probably the whacker, being your ground in Western Australia, to get to play on that a couple of times. Probably my great cricket career, playing under lights with and against some pretty good players. Probably the memories that I've got. This one goes a long way. Some are really hooping here for Burhan. But I've got to say, I always playing the whacker, mainly because I loved the change rooms. They were big. I could have lived in there. Obviously, it's a bit of a game of Russian roulette, depending on which grounds you played in grade cricket, whether they had nice facilities or not. Just get one here, Burhan. I've got a random question for some people in the chat. And this is coming from someone that kind of talks for a living. Give us a time that you put your foot in your mouth. One gets past the keeper. Ramanjot, he's going to have to go, and he has to hustle in the end. Yeah, he was not thrilled about having to fire, and he would have been out if this had hit. He ends up having to give it the full dive, but if he'd run a bit quicker, he wouldn't have had to go to that much effort. Yeah, so tell us a time that you've made a faux pas. I mean, the classic one that I remember, I won't say who this was when I was younger. Another wide down the leg side. They've got to get their direction sorted out here, Chiefs. Here's the classic. I remember one of the parents asking one of the mothers at school, it was one of the fathers of another student, saying, when's your baby due? But the lady wasn't pregnant. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. When's the time you wish you kept your mouth shut? That's my random question to you in the chat. Let me know. Not giving you mine. And it wasn't me, by the way, that said that. Chiefs started slight favourites, but Ljubljana with the lead at the moment. This one would have been a wide, but it's even worse. It's going to be 4. Ramanjot. Kind of tell that Burhan doesn't have his radar on, and batter feels like he's in control. Often I think either the batter or the bowler's in control, and that can change during a contest. But Ramanjot feeling pretty good about himself right now. Don't forget the Chiefs playing their 4th on the spin as well, so that's got to factor into it as well. If Ljubljana were to win this game, then we pretty much know what our 2 versus 3 matchup's going to be. It's a matter of who finishes second and who finishes third. And this takes us to the end of the power play. 32 without loss after 3. And I suppose, why does it matter who's second and who's third? The main reason would be in case the weather intervenes. So if the weather forces a no result in the qualifier, the top team will go through. And well, why is that important? Because right now the Assassins, they are straight through to the final. And the only way Zagreb Sokol can force their way into the ECL is to win 2 games tomorrow. So it really comes down to that. Zagreb Sokol, we know they have qualified now. as either second or third. So Sokol are 2 games away from qualifying. Assassins. We see the first ball let go from Jacob. Bit of respect there from Ramanjot. Jacob's been a very good performer for the Chiefs today and throughout this series. Yeah, so, I mean, Assassins could go through to the ECL without even winning the final. That's if Sokol get knocked out in the qualifier. So potentially the Assassins have already done enough by finishing top spot, but we'll have to see. Certainly on form, if you're just talking the 2 Croatian teams that are in ECL contention, Assassins and Sokol. This is lifted up, and away. That's a big 6. Maximo. Muller has been waiting about 9 hours for this. He's coming off 2 ducks. He really gets a piece of this one. That one flew. Almost through the Australian football goals for a major. Yeah, so when Sokol have run into the Assassins, they haven't really had their measure. That's for sure. Assassins winning all 3 of the contests between the 2 ECL contenders so far. It's a charge, but backs out of it when it's not full enough. Yeah, when those 2 teams have played, they played in matches 5 and 6. It was 148-62, Assassins winning. And in match 6, Assassins with another big win, keeping Sokol to 64, chasing it down with 8 to spare, 8 balls to spare. And then Assassins winning 123-89 in match 14. But they were all within the first 3 days. I think Sokol have been playing a bit better since then. The latest of late cuts from Muller. He likes that shot. He'll get one. He'll get the strike. Jacob doesn't break through, but keeps it pretty quiet. Despite going for a big 6, he only goes for 8 in the 4th over. And for all you tennis fans out there, 40 love or 40 without loss after 4. So, yeah, Charlie asking when's finals day? Finals day is tomorrow. And so, although finals day is tomorrow, the first game isn't a final. It's kind of like a mini final series here. It's partly to do with the light and also the format here in Croatia. We'll have match 45 first up, which will be the last match of the qualifying stage. That may or may not matter. But what it might do, it could actually decide who's second and who's third, which then might matter if there's rain intervening in the qualifier. Anyway, this one is all the way to the line. In the end, it's going to get kicked inside. That's the bit of the ground where there's a big tree stump, so the rope's in a little bit. Maybe you can tell, maybe you can't with the shape. A bit of fancy footwork here. There's ease. Coming back for a second over. Lifted up, goes up a long way, and it's travelling a long way. Maximo says Carreras. Ramanjot loves this little pickup shot. Again, he just stands still. I honestly think if you looked at his numbers standing still versus running around, his standing still numbers are a lot better. But I mean, he likes to be innovative. That's part of his game. Now hits this one pretty well through the offside, but there's a fielder there. Just one. Again, you look at that throw coming in. Maybe it's a bit early to think about these things, but maybe not. I mean, there's probably a few 2s out there. Well, that's a pretty good shot. It's the uppercut, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, that's a cracking hit from Muller. We've seen a little dab cut, but there's nothing dabby about this. It is a brutal cut. Brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Ljubljana. Partly this has been the Chiefs doing. They've been pretty inaccurate with the ball. And also some great shots. Now he goes looking for it. Wasn't really there for it. So the Chiefs, they need to sort this out pretty quickly. And they have shown they can turn it around before. Assassins look like they make a big score in that previous game, but Chiefs were able to peg them back. Also earlier in the day, we saw the Chiefs take 5 wickets in 5 balls. That was against Ljubljana. Oh, misfield, that's 4. So Well, kind of looks like a team playing their 4th game on the spin at the moment, if I'm completely honest. Aziz hasn't been immune to an error in the field himself, but this time he bowls it, and it should have only been 1. Slight Tortuga, but he had plenty of time to see it. And so that'll be the end of the over. And that's 5 overs down the score, 58 without loss. All right, let me think of a game group I haven't talked about today. How about Group B? My Group B is pretty curious because normally just the winners get to come back automatically, but because of the 35-team format, the last year's runners-up, Hornchurch, they lost their seeding. They are in Group B, and they'll face Wimbledon, another English team, as well as Mechelen Eagles of Belgium. It's a pretty nice looking shot as well, and that's going to be helped away all the way Maximal. And so the good start continues for Ljubljana. Just gets down on one knee and, yeah, gets the journey. Yeah, so who else have we got there? We got the Belgian side, Mechelen Eagles, their first ECL, and then for Huddinge as well from Sweden, their first ECL. And Prague CC, well, they have been before. I think it's their 2nd time because they played in ECL 22, but Brno qualified for this year's. It's a bit of a weird one. We called a dead ball. But, I mean, what's it? Oh, I suppose he says he wasn't ready, but to be honest, like, he should be ready. Okay, fair enough, maybe it happens. But, I mean, the ball went for 6, and we had about a minute for it to come back. I suppose you always get one of those as a batter. Jacob was pretty oblivious to it all. Beats him for pace this time. Yeah, so 2 countries that are known for their attacking cricket, Belgium and Sweden in there with the 2 English sides. And of course, the Czech side, don't rule them out. They've got some very good players. Another sweep. Well, I'm going to have to see Ramanjot's running shoes on here, because I don't think it goes for 4. I don't think there's any chance of a 3, but if he was ever going to get one, that was probably the ball. Yeah, so when you think of Prague CC, I'm thinking of guys like Naeem Lala for them. I'm thinking of Aaron Ashok, and I'm thinking guys like the beast Adesh Vikramasekara with the tank and Davitsi in there as well. So think about those cricketers. That's out. He's missed a full toss there, Ramanjot. He knows it, and you can see Sethanathan's fired up. He fires the glove off, and that'll be a wicket for Jacob. Yeah, he says, yeah, that's it. I'm spiking the glove. I'm going to free up my hand to give you a high 5. But he'll be kicking himself there, Ramanjot, because he was off to a good start, and he'd actually swept balls that were a lot more difficult to sweep than that. That was probably the easiest of the lot, but he completely misses out. And so the opening partnership is broken, 66 for 1, and once again it's Jacob that does it. So that'll bring Izaz Ali to the crease, who has the captaincy armband back. Yeah, how come we don't have captaincy armbands in cricket? There's a question. They have them in football, and you'd argue that cricket captain's more important. Swing and a miss. Jacob has it on a dime. Okay, I'm going to make a campaign. Let's make cricket captaincy armbands. If you do them in football, you should do them in cricket. Hit back straight and rolling towards the boundary, but stops, although not cleanly, so good heads up play, even though Izaz doesn't really run the bat in, but it'll be 2 to finish the over. Izaz is off the mark. Have a look at this. Oh. He didn't really know the threat behind him anyway. End of 6, and Ljubljana 68 for 1. In this must-win for the Chiefs, Ljubljana, again, they could still play their way in, but they don't want to be waiting overnight with anything still to do. They would rather put this to bed at the end of day 11. Have a look at the 10 wides and 6 overs. That's an area that has been better from pretty much all the teams we've seen. But this hasn't been the best bowling effort so far from the Chiefs. Can Ozturk bring it back here in the 7th? I think this one, for me, was just okay. Again, you've got to kind of call it when it passes the crease. Yeah, I think when it passes the crease, it's all right. Then it, with the angle, it ends up very wide. But I think it's good umpiring. Been pretty good today. Well, a lot of the strike, to be honest. Set to nothing. He's certainly still full of beans. He's making a conscious effort, I think, to keep his energy levels up. For the Chiefs, I know it's tough, but this is the most important game of their tournament so far, even though it comes as their 15th match. And even though it comes as the 4th in the day, they've got to find something. Ozturk gets it wrong. Slower ball, hangs on the leg stump. That's going to end up in the officials' tent. Well, that's Nilkesh doing the fielding. Got a bad pickup from Nilkesh and then fires it into the keeper. But that's not a good ball from Ozturk. I still don't know why he's mucking around the wicket when he's been so effective today. You only get 12 balls a game. You've got to make them count. I'd be going over the wicket trying to blow the stumps up. No fine leg there. Anyway. Yeah, I suppose that's what he's trying to do to cramp him. Kept one this time. I think thought about a second. Not there in the end. Yeah, so maybe let us know in the chat who you'll be supporting in the ECL. Charlie Smith saying he'll be supporting either Wimbledon or possibly Ljubljana. I suppose you can support both. Especially if they're in different groups. You can pick a team in each group to support. Pick as many as you like. French cart, time to get the running shoes on. Tell you what, this might be a 3 if it doesn't go for 4. Keeper gets there. They're going to take on the 3. That's really good running. Excellent running. Just checking for any one shorts. No. So here's Zaz. Gets back for 3. And that's probably the only way you can get a 3 on a ground of this dimensions. There was no fine leg. It pulled up just inside. And straight away, he knew that it was on if he ran straight away. So that's a really good example of running from Ljubljana. Again, look at the throw. We've seen a lot of throws dribbling in, haven't we? Wouldn't say we've seen many rocketing back to the stumps or hitting the stumps. Ozturk to finish his spell. Been pretty miserly. He'll finish with a single, so Azaz will retain the strike. 7 overs in, and Ljubljana 78 for 1. So let us know who you're supporting. Hello to Santosh, by the way. Nice to see you in there as well. Kroom says he's split between the England teams, but one's about a mile away, and he's talking about Hornchurch, so he probably have to go for them. This is what we're looking at, and tomorrow is finals day, although we'll start with match 45, Ljubljana versus Zagreb Sokol. That is their last qualifying match. And depending on how things go, that could decide who's second and who's third. Assuming the Chiefs can't pull this out and keep this alive, which may happen, it's highly likely that Ljubljana, Zagreb Sokol will play in the qualifier as well. But if Ljubljana win this one, then whoever wins the first game of the day will get second spot, which kind of insures you against weather events. Assassins waiting in the final. Join us same time tomorrow, 7:30 AM GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 PM in India. Just the 3 matches tomorrow, just with the gaps that are required in between those matches, so slightly extended gaps. But, bit of a crowd forming, doesn't surprise me in the university district here in Zagreb. It's great to see more people taking an interest in cricket. Govindaraj, what a game he had last game. Well, he was outstanding, but couldn't get the result. Wide outside the off stump. He didn't get the player of the match. They gave it to Amal Krishna. I suppose you can understand that with the quick 3 wickets, but give it to Raj. Pretty unlucky not to get it. It's like set to nothing. Wants to go up to the stumps now. I'm sure he's got that helmet on. Charlie saying he lives in Hampshire, so he's pretty new to this. Charlie, welcome. Cricket every day here on ECN. In swinger takes off. I thought he showed too much as far as running down the wicket, but he was able to get back in time. Pitching pretty close to a Yorker length, not quite. He couldn't put it away. Govindaraj once again keeping it very, very tight. Lifted up and away. Maximo! As Izazali shows us what he can do. He got to run a ball late before that, but he pops it out of the ground. And really, he's one guy that can hit sixes and can hit quite a lot of them once he's up and going. Govindaraj. Rare time that they've gotten after him. Good comeback though. Almost results in a catching opportunity. There's two there if they want it, they'll get it. It was a great effort by the fielder, but he wasn't able to do not more than knock it away from him. Yeah, nicely attempted. Last ball of the over coming up. Oh, and he's gone. Again, it's the shooter McGavin. And Govindaraj, he'll get a wicket in the end. Is this? Oh yeah, I mean, it hits him so low. Just look at where this hits him. You can see, Izaz almost walks here. Oh. Nasty. It's crashing the leg stump. And I think he doesn't really have a go at the umpire, but has to go at the pitch. I think that's a bit harsh. He's not the first. He just needs to ask Junaid Mullah about that. We went to a similar delivery earlier. He watched that one safely from the other end. Probably happy he was there. 87 for 2 Ljubljana after 8 overs. All right, back to the action. And here's over number 9. This one was off the body of Mullah. Turned around, they'll sneak through for a leg by. Well, actually, maybe a little bit of love on that. Might have been off the face of the bat even. So, see a signal. Burhan coming back. Swing and a miss. Think about it, but set to nothing. Does well to keep the ball in front of him. Yeah, Cream just bring up prospect of Wimbledon playing Hornchurch. We know they'll play each other in the group stage, potentially on finals day as well. In that Group B, ECL. All right, in the air. Bowler's the only one that get anywhere near it. I think at 2, there's nobody home at the bowler's end. Oh, the keeper eventually takes out the stumps. I don't know here. Did he have it in grounded? There's nobody at the bowler's end, so he said, I've got to go to the keeper, I guess. Keeper looked like he missed him the first time. But I think, oh, there you go, he misses it. Does he get him second time? Second time. Out still. So he's going to be run out. Oh, it was a crazy bit of cricket, but yeah, you can see, just have a look at the air swing here from Setunathan. So Omkanath is going to get run out. He saw it coming, whoosh, missed it the first time. Actually, lucky he didn't follow through so far. He had a little bit of the backhand there, didn't he? The keeper, Achari Setunathan. And it'll send Omkanath on his way. So it'll be 1 and a wicket. 89 for 3. Yeah, as a keeper, we've all done this occasionally. I actually once did it twice in 2 balls, missing 2 stumpings. Well, I thought I was whacking the bails, but I whacked fresh air. But pretty good recovery. He doesn't really cry over spilt milk. He's still on the way to the stumps, isn't he, with his dive? So Omkanath gets his only run on the same ball where he's run out. Burhan just to nothing with the wicket. Burhan chasing that one down, not turning into a catch, but does get his man in the end. Go back to that rubber LBW. Ivan saying it was so low it might have gone under the wicket. Yeah, you're not wrong. Played away, leg side, kind of into the gap. Now they're going to go back for 2. This is good running. Again, put pressure on the outfield. He's got heaps of wickets in hand. Shinwari opens with a couple. Jeffrey Mobbs asking, is Aussie rules football very popular here? I mean, I wouldn't say it's a mainstream sport, but I have heard there's a few teams, and you see the field next door. believe there's also kind of an international competition of Australian rules football. I suppose a bit like Gaelic football, it's so tied to one country, Australian football, that it's challenging to take it internationally. All right, get your running shoes on again, guys. It's going to be another 3 if they're quick. 1, 2. Do you take it on? Yeah, I would. You can see the throw's not going anywhere. So another 3. That's great running from Muller. He had time to look at the throw, and he was thinking about bailing out, but when he saw the throw was a dribbler, he said, yeah, maybe we will take the 3. So it's good hustle. And it's the end of the 9th over. 95 for 3. We've had 2 genuine 3s in this innings. Jacob with a wicket, Govindaraj with a wicket. Govindaraj kind of the 10th over specialist to come on and bowl this last one now. Yeah, I was going to say with at least with cricket, it is the second most watched sport in the world. So when you, even in countries where it's not established, at least you can say, yeah, look, we've got over 1 billion people that like to watch this. There's Australian football, even though it's a very, very good game, very skillful game, but I mean, you don't really have those kind of numbers globally. You're trying to attract people to it. Yeah, well bowled by Govindaraj Yorks. Muller first up. He's had some time in the middle here, Muller. Good bowling though, full and straight. Uncomplicated. Oh, edge. It's still on the way up when it passes Sethurathan. Races on. And they'll get to... Have a look at this. I mean, Sethurathan's actually got a pretty good vertical leap. He already starts pretty high, but you can see he's just a bit too late. Tell you what, if he caught that, that would be one of the catches of the week. Well done by Nirmal down there to get rid of it, but 2 to the score. And this would have been a wide, but sliced up and it should be caught. It is caught, so Shinwari goes for 7. Chases something he probably should have left alone. Govindaraj with the 2nd wicket. And Ljubljana closing on the 100, but they're not there yet. It's 97 for 4. Yeah, nice effort though from Shinwari. Chiefs, they're going to have to bat out of their skin to keep their tournament alive. They'll have to chase this down. Krishna Kumar back in the side for this game. Yeah, as documented a few times, just haven't been too many chasing teams winning at all. Oh, that's a big swing and a miss from Kumar first up. Yeah, the highest chase in the series, successful chase, has been 77. And that was when the Assassins chased down 77 against Ljubljana. Pretty good strike. I think a run here. I know Muller could get back on strike if they settle for 1. I think that's what they decide to do. They say, okay, we could have got 2 there, but you know, Muller's batted the 10 overs. Give him one more chance. See if he can come up with a big boundary. He's hit 2 4s and 2 6s during his innings. Scores up to 98 with the ball remaining. Lucas saying he plays Gaelic football here. Yeah, another sport I love. Well, they get nothing, and it'll be run out. So eventually Sethurathan pulls the glove off. So they won't get the 100 in the end. It'll be 98 for 5. See there, he has to kind of pull the glove off as he's kind of holding the ball. But yeah, good effort to hustle through for that anyway. So Kumar will be run out of the last ball. Ljubljana winning the toss and batting. Can they continue the trend of teams batting first, winning cricket matches here on day 11? The Chiefs, well, they're 99 runs away from staying alive in the series. If Ljubljana can defend this, we know that we have our top 3, even if we don't have the order yet. Well, there's Yost there in the foreground. He looks deep in thought. Let's go back and let's have a look at some of the highlights. And well, early on, case of missed opportunities. I really feel here that the Chiefs probably leaked about 20 runs or 25 runs in what I would call mistakes. Either mistakes by the bowler or mistakes by the fielders. Just some hit-me balls, a couple of drop catches in there, a few wides in there as well. Jacob got poleaxed that time. There's no lack of intent, I suppose, from Ljubljana, but you look at things like this, misfield, leaking 3 there. I'd say Ramajot played some really nice shots though. He seemed to simplify his batting a fair degree, but then he missed a filthy full toss from Jacob, and Ramajot couldn't believe it. Keeper throws off the glove in celebration. Set to nothing, who had a pretty interesting 10 overs as well. Again, Ozturk, this is one he won't be happy with. It's just those 1 or 2 hit me balls and over. Nilkash doing a good bit of fielding. But then this one, it was subterranean, wasn't it? As Govindharaj got 1 to go underground. And for a pitch that'll often give you balls off that length, they hit you up in the upstairs area. That was a bit of fortune, you have to say, Govindharaj, but you put in the right spot. And a little bit of the old 1-2 punch from Sethurathan late in the piece as they're scrambling for every possible run. Finish with a run out off the very last ball. So they don't quite get to the 100 in the end, though. They threaten. It's 98 on the board. They're probably 15 above par, you'd have to say. But the Chiefs, they have shown a lot of fight today. The tenacious 10. They'll be out to score 99 and stay alive in the series. 32 to Ramajot. Nice innings from him. 32 off 23 before he missed a full toss. Muller bats the innings, but only faces 16 balls, which is quite remarkable. But he does score 28, so nice to see him amongst the runs as well. And then it was a bit of a team bowling effort, I'd have to say, although some team members stuck out. Ozturk, none for 11. Didn't go for too many. 1 for 18 for Jacob. And 2 for 12 Govindharaj once again continues to impress. Well, Izaz Ali, 16 with the bat there, but I'm sure he'll have a job with the ball as well as Ljubljana. If they defend this, we know they're part of the top 3. The Chiefs trying to keep their tournament alive. 99 runs to keep on kicking here into day 12 of this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander, here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you after the break for more action. Keep the discussion going as well. Back soon with more European Cricket Series Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. Oh, it's been a highly entertaining day here, and I kind of liked the three-match battle between these two teams. It was the Chiefs that won the first two games. Now they're playing a third time in match 44. Chiefs give a 35% chance here. But we haven't seen a chase this high pulled off as yet. Should be a very interesting conclusion of the day. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world.
Wait.
So, getting ready to go. 99 to win. And the first one is Aziz going for it. Does this get there? Almost, but not quite. So, wow, this would have been out if he hit. And so you probably need a bit of luck here as well, you'd imagine, if you're going to do this. Yeah, would have been gone. Oh, that is gone though. Ozturk goes first ball. And just what the doctor ordered for Shinwari. He just challenges Ozturk. I think the pitch has kind of spooked Ozturk a bit, if I'm honest. And so, yeah, just not playing it a very straight bat shot there. And yeah, Shinwari, he's happy. Why wouldn't he be? So it's a golden Derek. He was very busy earlier, wasn't he? It'll also be the first wicket of his chase. Chiefs now 3 for 1. Jacob comes in, see if he can get going. Picked away off the stumps. Pretty nice shot. He's going to get 4. So look, Ozturk goes for first baller, but he hasn't wasted any time. Maybe Jacob can be the one to take them further in this one. Nice shot. It's not a good shot though from Jacob, really. Just wafting at that indiscriminately. And take us to the end of the first over. And the score 7 for 1. Well, could this be the golden ball game? That'd be an exciting way to keep your tournament alive. 156. Another drought. Keep on coming, don't they? Wow, straight up in the air. Someone's got to catch this. Keeper's there, and he'll hold it. Amjad wasn't going to miss that, so Aziz goes for 3, and things kind of falling apart for the Chiefs here. Makes it 7 for 1 in the first over. So 7 for 2 now, after 7 balls. Oh, edge dropped. It was right off the glove. And to be honest, Ramanjot, he had plenty of time to get there. See here, hung in the air, had a good look at it, but just misjudged it. Yeah, well. Now goes for it. Does it carry? It does, but another drop. Nice 2 in the over. Zagreb getting a bit of lifeline, and Govindaraj is out there. Well, he hit the ball really nicely earlier. Can he do it again? This one doesn't get up at all. Another one straight in there. Well, someone's got to catch this. It has been caught. So, third attempt of the over. This one is caught. And maybe there was one already caught in the over. So what is that? Is that 5 chances in the over? 2 caught, 3 not. And, yeah. It's been crazy stuff. Chiefs, they're probably also thinking about their net run rate here, trying to improve it, but if you fall in a heap, then you can't improve it. The thing is, if they win here, okay, even if they don't win, they don't overtake a net run rate, they still could get Ljubljana losing by a lot tomorrow to Zagreb Sokol in the morning game. Anyway. Sneaks inside as well, so it's not the start they wanted. Burhan, can he come out and provide a miracle? Again, he's very capable of doing this. Doesn't get the call on this one. It was borderline. Being the end of the over, so you can see that they're a fair way behind, considering it's a 15-match series. So to move the net run rate by kind of a point, even though they could take it off Ljubljana, they'd have to, for them to overtake them in this innings, for example, they would have had to have knocked over the runs in 2.3 overs, which isn't going to happen. Ljubljana, the only team without a washout, actually. Chiefs, okay, they had 4 games washed out. I suppose against 2 teams above them, 2 teams below them. So I suppose in the end, kind of evened out. They'll never have the opportunity to take points off those higher teams, I suppose. Something they might say. Hits the body of Govindaraj, quite free his arms to swing there. Big swing and a miss, but again, just look at the footwork here from Govindaraj. This is just a habit I see in European cricketers all the time. Look, he wants to go away from the ball, so I mean, it's just very hard. He loses all his weight to the leg side. Rather step across, and if you want to play that swipe across the line, you'd rather step across. All right, up in the air. This will be a cracker of a catch if he can get there, and he drops it. Oh, that's Dinesh Matla. That was a bit of a tough one. Kind of an eerie feel here. We had so much bright sunshine this morning, but the clouds have come in, so one hung up in the clouds. Santosh has some advice, saying close your eyes and play your shots. Or play your shots whether it's eyes open or closed. But really, writing's on the wall now. And now this one shoots low, so it's a power play from hell really for the Chiefs. And then 9 for 3 after 3. Got a lot worse. Can they pull this out of the fire? Is there a way back? I mean, 7 overs to go. You need what? 90. I mean, 13 and over. You've still got recognised batters there. Nice to see some National Geographic work there. Yeah, I love the dogs here in Croatia. Yeah, again, Govindaraj. See this long way outside leg stump and having to reach for that one. Omkanath gets a chance with the ball. You can see a lot of these guys on the weekend as well. Particularly a lot of the Ljubljana team representing Slovenia. Of course, the Croatian team will be a mix of the Croatian teams you've seen during this series. This one bites back. Does it bite back in time, though? Let's have a look. I thought this was wide first up. Did come back a long way, though, didn't it? Did it get completely inside the line? Umpire giving the bowler the benefit of the doubt. It's just not happening. Yeah, Govindaraj. I mean, he was swinging well earlier. He was getting a few away, but he just looks low on confidence. He's kind of just hoping the ball hits the bat here. All right, goes for this, but it's catching practice time and it's taken. So Govindaraj has a miserable time to close out his series. He ends up going 2 off 10 and just didn't look like the player that was turning it on for us before. But, you know, credit to the bowlers, they build the pressure there. Govindaraj in that previous game, he scored 23 off 9. This time he ends up 2 off 10. Well, that's cricket, I suppose. And, tough time to come out, Machachari. I mean, look, they've still got 6 overs plus. But already you're seeing that rate climb. It's kind of in the 14s. Who can play that big innings? I mean, you've got Burham there. I mean, Burham's a guy who can hit big sixes, but he's going to need a lot of them. We did see a supersonic over this morning. Like I said, Chiefs with a tough schedule. They had the whole day off yesterday, but it meant they had to play 4 today on the spin. They're kind of looking like it at the moment. Omkanath a bit high. Machachari can't get off the mark. Sri Lanka 22 for 7 against India. Is that right? That's what we're looking for it. He's telling me in the chat. Gets a bit big on him and gets a high five on the way through. I think he's checking he's all right. Got up, didn't get him yet. I think got a little piece of the grill on the way up. But anyway, it'll be the end of the fourth over and the Chiefs are 9 for 4. I've got to say, though, even though it looks like the Chiefs are going down here, I'm really impressed with their commitment. Call them the tenacious 10 today with 4 matches on the spin to win those first 2. Really, they were ahead in the Assassins game as well. I bet they would have loved that one back now. But I think the kind of fatigue factor's taking its toll now on their player group, and I think they know now that any chance of pulling this off is slipping away pretty quickly, and this will illustrate how they're going. No ball. It's actually pretty well fielded. It's basically a second slip. Waka Khan comes in, and he's been really accurate today, but he hits the edge of the surface. Yeah, okay, yes, it does hit the pitch, but it hits the edge of the pitch. So correctly, that's called a no ball. Free hit coming up then. Burhan, 0-4. A chance for him to go large. Dons the immunity cloak. Wide, so we'll get another free hit. Burhan looks unimpressed, but the call's spot on. Still a free hit. Yeah, it's free hit, so it doesn't matter if it's caught. See if anyone notices. Probably not. I don't think the fielder realised he was a long way from the centre of the action. But it'll just be a long single. Burhan's off the mark. Well caught there by Junaid Muller. He was quite important. Batted through the 10 overs. I can't remember seeing anyone bat through the 10 overs and only face 16 balls. It's such a low amount. Just missing the leg stump. Say, umpiring's been very, very good today. I think we're talking about improvements in lots of areas. The umpires, for me, even though you'd expect maybe they'd get a bit worse with the workload, I actually think the umpiring has gotten better and better as well throughout this 2 weeks. Wide again. Doesn't have to be so desperate to get wide. I think you can afford to bring it back a bit with this game situation the way it is. Another wide, so yeah, no, he loses movement when he goes the other way. Full toss. And Cherry, he was thirsty for a run. He gets it, and he gets a good ovation from his team. Well, that's nice as well. I mean, they've had a long day together. Gee, the height, I think that's probably just okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's probably just all right. Oh. Comes up and gets him on the back shoulder. They'll go for a run, although slow to take off. As much in Cherry, but they'll get there at the end. Another ball in that slip region. Yeah, I've got to say, Muller's 16 balls faced have to be the lowest I've ever seen of a batter that bats through the 10. That one does get in. Now, is that over or not? Umpires seem happy, like it is. It's not. So, well, you can pull that off for a second because it's going to have to come. I don't mind. We'll leave it up. There's the events to come. Of course, we've got the ECI W and the ECI Croatia this weekend. Cricket in Malta for 3 weeks. 3 weeks in Barcelona. ECCW last one of the year, but we are planning to start 15th of January. It's not 100% confirmed, but that's what we're expecting. So Waka is going to have to come back and bowl this last ball of the 5th over. And it won't make any difference to the score. Chiefs in the doldrums, 17 for 4 after 5 overs. Charlie Smith saying Ljubljana pretty strong, good bowling options. Of course, we'll get to see Ljubljana in the ECL, which is coming up. We'll talk about their group with the 2 French sides in there. And also, they're going to have Byron in their group from Greece, and they were pretty strong. I think last time, Big Mummy will be back, and also Empire CC of Finland. That's Group D starting the 6th of March. Each one of these groups, 3-day groups, and then Championship Week starting 18th of March 2024. Thing is, no off days anymore. They're a thing of the past in the ECL. And look, oh, it's a wide plus, probably an extra. Yeah, I guess, I'll still have the odd off day. I did like the ability to do something all together on the Sunday there on the Costa del Sol. So, a couple of bonus runs there. I like the bowling of Palaconda. He's actually quite a versatile left-arm spinner in that he can make a number of plans work. He's going kind of over the wicket, angle across, or cramp the batter, but he can also slide it in and endanger the stumps and maybe, you know, at LBW. Oh, still wide, but it goes pretty close to knocking his stumps out. It's a good call. It's either a wide or it's bowled. Good take. Ramanjot Singh. Oh, now. I reckon Ramanjot Singh's been hitting the head more times than anybody else in this series. That helmet's had a working over. And that one bounces on him again. Good see in the chat. What should I call you? Stay. Always wonder. Oh, well, he's hit upstairs, he's hit downstairs. And he's had about enough. This one's missed the pad. He's hit him on the inside of the knee. Ramanjot, well, if it was horse racing, they'd probably bring out the screen. He's been hit so many times. he's had about enough of it. Yeah, have a look here. So he turns that leg a little bit so the pad's facing towards point, basically. And he's like, nah, I'm done. I actually think in this situation, you know, probably not a bad to just get him off. I mean, you got Yost to come on, give someone else the pads, have a bit of fun. They've done enough, I think, for now. But knowing Ramanjot, he won't want to give it up. Yeah, well, here's Yost. There he is, coming on screen. Yost was my guest commentator in the previous game. Offers him the water. Yeah, but Ramanjot, like all good keepers, you never really want to give your position away. Oh, well, Yost, you made a contribution, at least. Well, wasn't it great to hear from Yost earlier? A guy that took an interest in cricket when he watched the 2019 World Cup and then started watching ECN and became a part of our community. Would be in the chat, practice his skills during the lockdown period. Nice little shot. It's going to blast through the fielder for 4. Omraj. Well, when the pointy end of the stick comes tomorrow, this is the kind of ball I think he needs to be stopping. That one just kind of burst through him. Burhan with the badly needed boundary. 17 and over. Burhan would have to go on an absolute terror. He tries, and he's picked out the fielder, and he's gone. So I think any slim chance of a revival is snuffed out. Burhan, disappointing for him. He'll finish the series with a failure with the bat. He goes for 5 off 9 in this one, including a bit of a gifted boundary. He's going to be the 5th wicket to fall. 25 for 5 now in the 6th over. Well, Stewart in the chat making a comparison between Ramanjot going down and all those tree stumps on the boundary. Yeah, well, he looks pretty similar, didn't he? Keeper's got to be tough, though. I often say you got to learn to love getting hit by the ball. You've got to have kind of a crazy streak about you. Such another dynamic keeper. It's a shame we won't see him on finals day. We'll come out to bat here at number 7. Yeah, like I said, all kinds of spectators taking an interest in the goings on here at the Mladost Cricket Ground. Great to be here. Our 3rd time in Croatia, but our 1st time at this particular cricket ground. And I believe this was where some of the first cricket took place some 25 years ago in Croatia. And so, in Zagreb at least. And now we're seeing this ground being revamped and ready for play. Swing and a miss, and that another one cracks into the legs of Ramanjot. Palakonda goes for 7 in his over, picks up a wicket. 4 overs left in the day, 25 for 5. I will say to Ramanjot, one way to stop getting hit in the legs is to catch it with your hands. I'm going to go a little bit coach on him and say, look, get down, get those with your hands, don't let him hit you in the legs. 304-2510, call now. 10 extras in there, so there's actually only 15 off the stick in the first 6 overs. Steve McVeigh said it's good to see Yost in action, even if he is doing 12-man duties. Oh, Raj going to get a go here. This is the kind of game, it would have been handy if Yost was in the 11, because I think this is definitely the sort of game you could give him a bowl in this situation. Well, in the air. Oh, good effort. He threw himself at it. That's Kumar. And now he's going to give away an overthrow. Yeah, Kumar, he certainly gets 10 points for effort here. But let's have a look. You see, he doesn't really have a plan. He dives, but his hands aren't really in a position. And the rat's tail hits him in the back of the head as a final insult to injury. Steve McVeigh in the chat saying it's been a good crowd at this series, spread out across the week. Yeah, that's true. This one's kept out successfully. Machan Cherry, we've got a big cheer for his first run. For a bit of a run of outs, but yeah, you got to feel for the Chiefs. I mean, I suppose you'll never know. They had 4 games that were washed out. And if you go on their form, there's this one going nowhere. Okay, they're going to take it on. In the end, Ramanjot holds it. I was going to say, if you go on their form, well, they had a diverse 4 games washed out. So it wasn't like, for example, they had the bottom team and their 3 matches against them all washed out. So it's kind of on their form. Yeah, there were 2 games that on form they were favourites, and 2 they would have been underdogs, and they end up with 4 points out of those 4 matches, which is like 2 wins, 2 losses. Well, this one going a little bit further. Tell you what, the placement's there at the moment from the Chiefs. And so, yeah, look, it's just one of those things with the rain. This one sneaks inside. I think it'll be the end of the 7th over. And it's 29 for 5. Why don't we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow then. Tomorrow's finals day, but it actually starts with the final group match. It's match 45 between Ljubljana and Zagreb Sokol. And then we'll have the 2 versus 3 game, which I think already we know it'll be Ljubljana, Zagreb Sokol, but we don't know which order they will finish in 2nd or 3rd. And that could be relevant only if there isn't a result in that game. The winner of the qualifier goes on to meet the Assassins in the final. And finals day starts 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. As we start the 8th over with a wide. Yeah, so the Chiefs, I've called them the tenacious 10. They certainly have thrown everything at this. And that'll be a wicket. So gets it straight, and the Castle has been raided. It's Hassan Ahmed getting a bowl here. So yeah, nice to see Ljubljana sharing it around a little bit. But again, keeps it simple. Just gets it on the stumps, pretty full. And that's that. And so the Chiefs now 30 for 6. Johnson Matthew will get a hit. Yeah, this has, I suppose, been the problem with the Chiefs, especially with Osama Mohammed going down, and he was always going to be important to try and provide him a few runs, the Hungarian. He went down with an injury mid-tournament, and it just wasn't to be. Hassan Ahmed showing it. Yeah, got a few bowling skills there. One took off. It's quite a remarkable pitch. I don't think I've ever seen one quite like this. And again, I know it's not easy with the batters, but I often talk about the bowlers having a hard time. Well, here's a pitch where they get something going back their way. They run hard here, they could get 2, but slow to take off Matthew. And so they'll just have to settle for the single. Cherry just trying to wait out old Father Time here at the moment. Oh, a little glove. Climbs over Ramanjot. Yeah, they've got 2 if they want him. Cherry. For a guy with only 4 or 14, I would have been coming back and taking every run possible. We just have to settle for 1 here. Nice to see Dave B in the chat. How are you, Dave? Had your love child in here earlier, according to the rest of the chatters. So it's been called a no ball for a waist high on the full. Check it out. Again, umpires are told to err on the side of caution. So, I mean, it's played from around the waist. I don't mind that. Good, confident call. Bowler's responsibility to make sure they're not putting the batter in danger. So still be a free hit after a wide. Right, Cherry going to cash in the freebie. Edged and pretty well stopped. And Ramanjot yelling something or other. Probably would have been a wide. Say probably. Not cops one in the leg. The first in this innings, that's for sure. Quite like this though from Hassan. Just goes for 7 in there. And at the end of 8 overs, the score is 36 for 6. Looks like Dinesh Matla, he's racing down to have a bowl. I think everyone would be at this stage. Like I said, it's a bit of a shame that Yost isn't in the 11, so he's ineligible to bowl in this innings. Yeah, Dave, good to have you with us. And hello to Ederico Jr. Agonia as well. Nice to see you as well. Hello to anyone else that's popping in. Just a couple of overs to go on the day. Just go for the 1 here. Say it's a frenetic pace of the game at this stage. Another leg blow for Ramanjot. Butler goes upstairs on this one. And yeah, so I suppose right now, a bit of the sting out of the game, as you can understand. It's been a long day. You've got Ljubljana playing their third game. You've got the Chiefs playing their fourth. Again, location, location, location. Another good ball outside the off stump. That's what you got to do. Someone like Butler is not doing themselves any disservice. Same with Hassan Ahmed if they need another bowling option on finals day. Full slides into the pads, no run. Again, probably my one thing. I've had one tip for batters in the ECS: don't back away. That ball would have been a wide if you just left it alone. I think it is a wide, even with him backing away. So again, look how wide that ball is with the pre-movement backing away. Okay, yeah, you get the wide this time. That little step actually costs you. Even with the full extension of the bat, he couldn't reach it. Wow, he absolutely smashed that. Matthew gets 4. Wow, it was like a Roger Federer forehand. Off forehand and belted for 4. I mean, the Chiefs, they could have used a bit more of this, I think, during this chase. Yeah, it'll be end of the 9th over, 42 for 6, as we head into the last innings of the day. Once again, I want to say thanks to everyone for your company. Make sure you join us for finals day tomorrow. There is a chance of a shower before play starts tomorrow. That's what the forecast is saying. Hopefully it clears by the time play gets underway, but stay tuned. We'll definitely keep you up to date. Rico will be back after his day off. Certainly hope he's enjoyed it. Krishna Kumar gets the ball. Optimistic LBW shout, but yeah, not bad. First up from Krishna. I love Steve's comment saying it just reminds him of himself from Brian Lara Cricket, the computer game. It does have that look at the moment, doesn't it? Yeah, so once again, hopefully everyone that's being affected by some extreme weather, stay safe and look after yourselves out there. All right, singles the call. Might actually finally see a 2 here from Melon Cherry. Oh, he looks like he's running up the treadmill on the steep incline, but he'll get there in the end. Again, it's a short game, but with so many games in the series and so many games in the day, it certainly can fatigue the players, as you're seeing there. Melon Cherry, and he got a plucky 10. Got to cheer for something. I think he will get to his 10. Well, if ever he would have raised the bat for... oh, it's a leg by. Ouch. Oh, that's going to hurt him. I was going to say, if you're going to raise the bat for double digits, oh, tail ender special. I'm not calling Melon Cherry a tail ender necessarily, but just saying he's had to work pretty hard for his runs. And Matthew give him the strike back. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. And that will run away for 4. So Matthew wins the race to double figures. I'll take that. Johnson, Matthew. Again, pretty much holds his position, doesn't jump away too far. So last ball of the day coming up. Once again, thanks for your company, and hopefully you can all join us tomorrow, and hopefully the weather gods are kind to us here. Can they bring up the 50 here? They cannot, and so they're going to finish 49. And a bit of fun, almost ends in another collision, maybe the first today. Look, good spirits between these two teams. They got to know each other really well today, didn't they? Playing for the first time in the ECS, but they played this kind of 3-match mini-series in the end. It's actually the Chiefs that win it 2-1. You wouldn't know it from watching that last game. The Chiefs kind of kept themselves in the hunt for the finals. But the 2 losses back-to-back, I think, sends them on their way. And so we can kind of piece together what tomorrow will look like. So Ljubljana taking on Zagreb Sokol in match 45. That's the final qualifying match. That will actually decide who finishes second and who finishes third, which could be relevant if the weather intervenes in the middle of the day. But one way or another, Ljubljana will take on Zagreb Sokol in the 2 versus 3. Assassins waiting for the winner of the qualifier. And tomorrow we will crown the 3rd ever champion of the ECS Croatia. So join us 7:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 PM in India. Again, good to see Joost there, and great to see the players applauding each other. It's been a long day of cricket, but a very satisfying one. This was pretty satisfying, wasn't it, for Shinwari as he blasted through the defence, if you want to call it that, of Ozturk, who went for a golden. But yeah, they kind of threatened early, but it was once again the team with the runs on the board that was able to get the strikes required. There were so many catching chances. Some were caught, some weren't. At Ljubljana, they've been very good on the defence. And once again, yeah, a team batting first gets the chocolates, and I think that's what you're going to see on finals day. Teams wanting to bat first, wanting to defend, because that has been the trend. And it seems like more than chance now, doesn't it? And you can kind of see with these 3 games that these two teams played, they all were won by the teams batting first. That was Ramanjot who copped that one in the knee. If there was ever a campaign for wraparound pads, I think Ramanjot should get some, because he had the ball cracking into the inside of his knee a couple of times. That was well taken out there on the boundary, but really by now, even with a few more bloopers in the field, Krishna Kumar, normally pretty reliable, but couldn't grab that one. Hassan Ahmed not in the act. They tried a bunch of different bowlers, which I kind of like to see as well. That was a brilliant shot from Matthew late in the piece. And yeah, well, that was Matthew. Earlier on, we saw Chancheri whacking a couple, and then a little bit of fun towards the end of the day. It was the Rugby World Cup all over again, wasn't it? But anyway, they couldn't quite get to the 50, managing 49 off the 10 overs. And well, talked about the race to 10. Johnson Matthew got there in the end. A couple of really nice shots. Chancheri 9 off 21 kind of sums it up. They were tenacious and they gave their all, the Chiefs, and I want to congratulate them on a very successful European Cricket Series, even though they won't feature on finals day. 15 extras in that 49, so just 34 off the bat. I mean, 19 of those coming from the not-out batters. So they really did struggle when they lost their top 4 or 5. You knew it was going to be the end of the road, a game they had to win to stay in the conversation for the finals. So in the end, we see 9 bowlers used, and just Shinwari bowling his 2. But I mean, once the game was decided, they threw it around. I like that. Olkanath with a maiden in there, wicket maiden in fact. Plenty of good performers there. And it was Ljubljana that finally cracked the hoodoo against the Chiefs, and they secure a spot in the top 3. Whether it's second or third, we'll find out tomorrow. Ljubljana will go to bed tonight in second place, 1 point ahead of Sokol. Those 2 teams will play tomorrow in the first game to decide who's second, who's third, and then they'll do battle for a spot in the final. Don't forget Sokol tomorrow. They had the day off today, but tomorrow they'll be playing for ECL qualification. So will the Assassins. Sokol can't get past Ljubljana, and they won't have a shot at the Assassins to take that ECL spot away. So I want to thank everyone for your company once again today. It's been first class. I want to say thanks to everyone in the chat, Jeffrey Mobbs, of course, to Charlie Smith, Steve McVeigh, to Dave Bod, and everyone else, to DC, and to Rico coming in at the end, as well as Mosharaf and everyone else that kept us company, Ivan and Stuart. Just want to remind you finally, if you haven't already, please like this video if you are watching on YouTube, and subscribe, and tell your family, tell your friends about the European Cricket Network. We're growing all the time. We're up to 374,000 subscribers. Quick shout out our social media at European Cricket. There's some great stuff on there, and I'm sure there'll be some more as well. So, share that stuff. Let people know what the ECN is providing. And finally, I will say, you can check out on EuropeanCricket.com the fixtures, not only for tomorrow, but also for the weekend and across to Malta as well. Check out some of the teams that we'll be seeing on the park there. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Rico will be back with me tomorrow. Big thanks to Jost Hobbich as well for his work in the box today. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Stay safe as well if you are in one of those areas affected with some of those extreme weather events at the moment. Hopefully we see you here safe and sound, because finals day is on the way. Just 3 days left in Croatia. It's going to be huge. Finals day Friday, then 2 days of men's and women's internationals. We'll leave you with some of the best bits of day 11, but for now, from everyone here at European Cricket Network, hope you have a great evening. And for now, it's hasta mañana.